FlexJobs is the #1 job site to find remote, work-from-home, and flexible schedule jobs.
The story begins long ago in a village where a famous blacksmith lived. That blacksmith owned a store where he sold his handmade ironware. One day, he was lucky enough to sell his equipment to the Cairo kingdom and earn a lot of money. Amidst an endless war, it was an incredible chance for him to raise his status. After that war, that blacksmith was awarded the position of a baron, and he back me the lord of that land, and also known as young Master Roman's father. At present, Roman Dmitri has called an old man and is listening to this story from him, while his subordinate Hans wonders why he is listening to a story everyone knows. A few hours ago, Roman Dmitri came out of his room, and he himself didn't know that he was the eldest son of the Dmitri family. Hans told him that this place was the kingdom of Cairo in the Salamander continent, and a world called Murim didn't exist. Hans is shocked and wonders why he is asking such things. He thinks young Master Roman Dmitri has never been very bright, but it has been his first time seeing him so off. He wonders if he has been stoned because of spending his time with girls and drugs. He has heard that it's popular among noble children these days. He then calls him and informs him that his fiancée, the lady of the Lawrence family, will visit. Hans thinks he may have lost his memories since young Master Roman has been rotting away in his room for the past 25 years, unlike his brothers. He is also called the moron of Dmitri. He tells him that the lady of Lawrence family values elegance and manner, so preparing beforehand will be better. But Roman refuses to meet her and says there is something more important than that. He orders Hans to bring him the eldest person in that territory and says the lady person is less important to him than learning more about the world he must start living in. Hans doesn't understand what he is saying and wonders why someone has lived his entire life there saying that. However, he can't do but fulfill his orders as a servant. After some time, he calls an old man and tells him everything he knows about Cairo kingdom. Roman thanks him and says he was of big help to him and that he will reward him for this later. The old man refuses to receive the award and says it is an honor even to be able to talk to him. Roman Dmitri thinks about his previous life, in which his original name was Beek Jungyuk. As a Murim, he lived a fierce life, and after fulfilling everything in life, he peacefully accepted his death. But for some reason, he woke up in Roman Dmitri's body. He wonders if this is the will of the heavens or God's punishment for him for refusing ascension. Suddenly, they hear some loud voices from outside, and Roman goes to see what it is. Outside, a man is beating a boy, and the people are just watching them quietly, and no one dares to stop him from doing this. They are 3 men, and their leader kicks the boy, makes him fall to the ground, and throws away some fruits from his stalls. He starts bleeding from his face, and the man abuses him and starts beating him again. People are scared of them and run toward the other side when Hans appears there and tries to see what is happening there. However, he is shocked to see that tattoo on one of them's arms. Meanwhile, Roman comes outside and asks him about the situation. Hans tells him that those people belong to Blood Fang. Roman asks him about Blood Fang, and he replies that they are a usury group that acts in the Dimerdi territory and nearby territories. He says it seems like that boy is in large debt to Blood Fang, and he asks him to act like they say nothing because getting involved in them is not good. But Roman disappears from his side. He reaches Blood Fang and orders them to stop. Hans tries to stop him, but he walks toward them all. Their leader recognizes him and asks if he is stepping up because he thinks they will not harm him due to his nobility. He smiles and asks him not to mind them while one of his friends has grabbed the boy by his hair, and he is still bleeding from his face. They ask him to leave, saying this is their own business. Hans also approaches him and says they should get going because the Blood Fang is vicious. Roman calls him and says he still doesn't know much about the laws of this place. He asks him to explain who broke the law there. He also asks what punishment is befitting for them. Hans looks at him shockingly for a while and then says the boy was in debt and was unable to repay it in time, so he is in the wrong. However, Blood Fang doesn't have the right to take care of that themselves. Moreover, they disrespected him, the eldest son of the Dmitri family, which is a crime worth his life. He states according to the territorial law, it's not strange at all for them to receive capital punishment. They all look at Hans angrily, but he turns his face on the other side. Roman calls them and asks if they have heard that they broke this land's law. He picks up a stick from the ground and states he, the eldest son of Lord Romero Dimitri, will now bestow punishment upon them all. They don't take him seriously, and one of them says they understand that he is a noble who doesn't know how the world works, but he is putting them in a really tight spot. He says they will also fight him if he talks to them, who have fang tattoos, with that kind of attitude. Roman smiles and says this proves that they are all trash since they speak like this, even to the master of this land. He rushes toward them to attack, saying he does not need to know their usual conduct. Meanwhile, they all are ready to attack him, and one of them tries to hit him with his dagger. Roman dodges his attack and forcefully stabs the stick on his neck. He then drags it with a lot of blood on it, and the man falls to the ground while bleeding severely. Now, there are 3 of them, and they take out their daggers to attack him. Hans is also shocked to see him and tries to call, but he doesn't respond. A green shirt boy tries to attack him, but Roman dodges his attack by moving his face to the other side and then hits his leg. He then punches him with his full might and also stabs the stick in his chest. Hans is shocked to see this and wonders if this is really the young Master Roman he has known for years. He beats them like a warrior and often fights this kind of fight. Roman thinks about what he first saw when he opened his eyes in this kingdom. A will written by old Roman and multiple drugs on the floor. The Cairo kingdom, which was frequently at war, chose a representative from each household and forced them to serve the kingdom. The old Roman was chosen to join the army and represent his family, but he killed himself out of fear. He thinks the old Roman lived a pathetic life. However, the current owner of this body is the leader of the heavenly demon cult, Baek Jung-hyuk. He thinks as long as he has taken over this body, he is going to live Baek Jung-hyuk's way. He has defeated the boys of Blood Fang, and he hears a man calling him a monster. He runs to the other side to save his life, but Roman reaches him and grabs him by his hair. He puts him down to the ground and says in order for a group to act accordingly, there is a need to enforce the law. He takes out his sword and says he won't take his life, but he still has to pay the price for running his mouth and calling him a monster. He drags his head backward and attacks his eye with the sword. There is blood everywhere, and the man screams while grabbing his eye. The people are scared to see him, and he declares that his name is Roman Dimitri. If one of them doesn't like the punishment he gave to those people, they can come to look for him anytime. Return to his past life, where he climbed to the pinnacle of Murom with overwhelming power. Hundreds and thousands of martial artists were massacred as they defied him, and their blood formed a river. At that time, the world acknowledged that the heavenly demon cult rules the world of Murom. But now, he thinks he has to go back and forth multiple times just to take care of a few street rats. He calls Hans and orders him to call the guards and report to them what happened there and get them to send some forces to clean this mess. Hans is still shocked but replies that he will fulfill his order. He runs to call the guards, while Roman stays there with blood-filled hands and clothes. He looks toward his hand and thinks his new body is useless. It doesn't have much chi, and its flow is horrible. He thinks he must quickly gather information and undergo skeletal metamorphosis to create the base. Meanwhile, the boy from earlier comes there and thanks him for saving his life. Roman wonders if he is the boy who got beat up and said he didn't do this to help him. He exclaims that he merely punished the Blood Fang people for breaking the law. He also says he has to explain himself without a single lie, and there won't be any exceptions. The boy replies that he understands and reveals that his parents borrowed money from Blood Fang to buy land for farming. They would have easily been able to repay them if they had sold their crops. But the people of Blood Fang destroyed their crops, so they couldn't repay them. He learned later that those people did that because they were after his younger sister. He bows to the ground and starts crying, saying they never troubled anyone even though they didn't have much. He begs him to save at least his sister. Roman observes his eyes, and it feels like he is looking at the Mad Demon, who was one of the 4 heavenly kings. He remembers that he met the Mad Demon at a run-down place like that. He asks the boy about his name, and he replies, Kevin. He then leaves him, saying he will check if he is telling the truth. He also ensures that everything that happened today will be taken care of. Kevin calls him from behind and thanks him open-heartedly. Roman closes his eyes and thinks he has a feeling that he might have a long relationship with him. On the other side, Lady Flora is coming to meet Roman in a carriage, and a guard informs her that they will reach the Dimitri territory soon. She thinks she will meet Roman Dmitri soon. A month ago, her father called her and asked her to have a political marriage with the Dmitri family. The king told her that their territory wasn't in a good state, and in order to overcome this disaster, there was no other way. She was shocked and sad since she never thought that her marriage was determined just like that. She thinks she has to spend the rest of her life with the Dmitri family, which is full of minors. She tried to argue, but her father called her, apologized for this sudden decision, and said her father had to make that decision. At present, they have reached the Dmitri territory, and a guard has informed her that they have reached their destination. She comes out of the carriage. At first, she was supposed to marry the second son with a bright future, but even that was ruined because the eldest son, Roman Dmitri, demanded to be her marriage partner instead. She only hears that Roman Dmitri is also called Moron of Dmitri, who lives only for luxury and enjoyment. She walks inside, thinking she doesn't want to marry him. She wants to tell him about this today and will end this marriage. She goes to him and says she doesn't want this political marriage to have never happened. But she is shocked when Roman immediately agrees and says he also doesn't want to marry her. He respectfully says he is the moron of Dmitri and is not worthy enough to marry someone like her. He says it's right to cancel this marriage. Flora is shocked and wonders what he is thinking. But Roman left her, saying this is an important matter so that he will tell his father immediately. Lady Flora stops him and asks him to wait. Roman stops there and asks what the matter is, and she says their marriage was happening because he strongly desired her. She is confused because he is willing to cancel the marriage without any conditions. Roman asks if she wants to marry him, but she refuses and says she doesn't want this. Roman then asks her not to cause each other any more trouble, and they both agree to cancel the marriage. He also agrees to take full responsibility for breaking the engagement. He also says he is called the moron of Dmitri, so it's not that big of a problem to also be called a divorced man. Lady Flora is shocked to see his weird behavior and wonders why he is doing this, or if he is really
Kindle provides thousands of pre-made templates that you can easily customize to sell in your Etsy store.
That rumored moron. He then goes to his father and informs him that he wants to cancel his marriage. He also says he has already talked with the lady of the Lawrence family. His father starts shouting at him and says even though people called him the moron of Dmitri, he tried to provide him with a good environment as a father. He also says a marriage with the Lawrence family is the best way for them to secure their position as nobility. He says all he has to do is marry that beautiful, noble lady he desires so much, but he can't even do that. Roman apologizes to his father, but he picks up something from the table and hits his head, saying his apology can't fix this. He says if all this went through smoothly, he was planning to do something about him getting drafted. He asks if he has something to say about going to the battlefield in 6 months. Roman replies he has nothing to say, and the blood drips out of his head. His father then asks him about his scene with Blood Fang, and that witnesses say he punished them. He reveals the real problem that Blood Fang is a group that even he can't do anything about. He says he couldn't fulfill his duty as a son, and now he is responsible for his own problems. He asks him to take care of this problem himself, but he won't give him any help. His father hopes that Roman will start to beg for mercy while crying, but he is shocked when he says he will take care of this problem himself. He exclaims that everything happened because of his actions, and he believes that he should take care of it. He leaves his room, saying he will come back after taking care of everything, and his father calls him from behind, but he doesn't stop. He comes outside, takes out a handkerchief, and cleans his blood from his head. Lady Flora is already there and asks if he is insane. Roman asks why she is still there, and she tells him about Blood Fang, and that they are not afraid to terrorize nobles. They will do anything to get back at him if they think he troubled them. She suggests he go to his father and tell him the truth. She asks him to go back and beg the Baron for mercy. Roman asks her why he should do this, and she doesn't understand what he is saying when she has already explained everything. He calls her and says she is surely presumptuous, but he doesn't want to obey her. A few hours ago, Hans sprayed perfume on him when he was getting ready. Roman didn't like its smell and said it was awful. Hans replies it is because the smell of blood permeated his body. Roman also said the outfit felt too tight for him, and Hans replied with a smile on his face that it was his first time meeting his fiancée, the Lady of Lawrence, so he must show some respect. Roman thought he had only started to get used to this world, and marriage would only needlessly increase his load. Hans calls him and says they will arrive soon, so he should wait for them downstairs. Roman thought there was no reason for him to be disrespectful towards a woman who hadn't caused any trouble for him. But he wanted to break the engagement, so he may have to offend her as little as possible. He was planning to do this, but when he met with Lady Flora, he found out that she never planned to show any respect towards him. This gives him even less of a reason to show her any respect. He calls her and says he is surely presumptuous and understands where she is coming from. She probably didn't even consider his circumstances when she brought up breaking the engagement. However, when Roman said he would take full responsibility for it, she started to get anxious. He looks into her eyes and says from the moment the topic of breaking the engagement came up, she has no right to interfere with his decisions. Flora lowers her eyes, and Roman says they will go their separate ways and mind their own business. By saying this, he turns his face and starts walking on the opposite side. He said he would take full responsibility for it to prevent any marriage talks that might happen as a consequence of breaking the engagement. It also happened because he didn't want to be involved with her anymore. He hopes that he meets her for the first and last time. The same night, Romero Dimitri drinks too much, and his wife asks him to stop and says he should stop there for today. He calls her name, Rihanna, and tells her that he used violence against Roman again. He says when they were commoners, he used to beat Roman up pretty often, and after they became nobles, he promised himself not to let his child go through that experience again. Rihanna ensures that he fulfills his promise and that their children grow up without difficulties. He says Roman was the only child who went through the hard times with him, and he is confused about how he should treat him. Rihanna hugs him and asks him not to blame himself too much. Although he may have been lacking in some ways as a parent, parents are the only ones who can correct their children's wrongdoings. She says Romero Dimitri, she knows, is not someone who would let his son stray off in the wrong direction, and he still has the chance to set things straight. However, she is also worried about him in relation to Blood Fang. She says he is a prideful child and probably said he would take care of Blood Fang himself in the heat of the moment. But if they leave him like this, no one knows what will happen to him. She suggests they should get Knight Captain Jonathan to help him, and he likes his suggestion. He calls a guard from outside and orders him to summon Knight Captain Jonathan immediately. The next morning, Roman goes out of the house, and Hans tries to stop him and says it's too dangerous for him to come outside like this. They don't know when Blood Fang will come back to get their revenge. He calls Hans and asks when he thinks Blood Fang has gained the strength they have now. He replies that he is not sure about this, and Roman says Blood Fang started to gain notoriety by mercilessly slaughtering its business rivals during a territorial war. He says notoriety breeds fear, and fear increases efficiency in carrying out tasks. Hans doesn't understand him and says Blood Fangs are still very dangerous. Roman smiles and says they are dangerous as long as they can make him afraid. After that, they go to a restaurant named Aitlier.
We need to make a decision. What does the data say? I'm not,
Why not use Monday?
And order a lot of food. Hans is amazed to see such tempting food there. Roman gets up from his seat and says he can stay there and eat until he gets back. Hans doesn't understand and asks what he is talking about all of a sudden, and he replies that from now on, he will continue the investigation himself. He asks him to stay there since it's too dangerous for him, but Hans blocks his way and says he can't allow him to go alone. He says that even if he might be put in danger, he can never send his young master all by himself. Roman looks at him for a while and asks if he is on his side, and Hans replies he is surely on his young master's side. He then asks him to do what he can to help him and says he has done more than enough just by accompanying him outside. He then walks away, saying he will be back soon. Hans tries to stop him, but he doesn't listen. He never thought his prideful young master would say such words about him. He then rushes outside the restaurant, saying he should inform the Lord about this as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Roman is walking on the street alone and thinks there is one thing he found about the Blood Fang these past few days. Their strength isn't very formidable. However, they operate in small groups, so it's very difficult to hunt them down. He thinks it's probably due to the possible backlash if they are not completely wiped out that no one is able to lay a hand on them. He assumed the Blood Fang was a formless force and couldn't find them himself. He is walking down the streets because he wants them to see him and come to attack him. They probably figured out where he is by now and will soon come to him. On top of that, today is the day of the Dmitri Knight Order's regular training, and because of that, the amount of security on the streets has been greatly reduced. This means if they are planning to get revenge on him, this is their perfect chance since no one is around him. In the meantime, some men appear behind him and take out their dagger. A man rushes toward him, saying it's their revenge, while he stays there calmly without reacting. On the other hand, Hans goes to the captain, and due to his weight, he finds it difficult to breathe. The captain comes to him and asks what the problem is, and Hans tells him to break his breath about the young master. He asks him to go and find him immediately since his life is in danger. At the same time, Roman grabs the hand of the boy coming to him and pushes his hand so that the dagger slips from it. He catches the dagger and stabs it in his chest. The boy pushes backward while his blood stains are everywhere on the ground. He falls to the ground, and his companions are shocked to see his condition. They are shocked and say this is different from what they heard. Roman smiles and asks what they are doing. He then shows his dagger and asks them to come and get him. Meanwhile, Hans tells the captain that young Master Roman went out to the city without a single guard and thinks he went to fight with Bloodfang. The captains look at each other surprisingly, then start laughing, saying it doesn't make any sense. Since Roman Dmitri, they know, is the weakest of the weak, he can't fight anyone. Hans again says he is telling the truth because he has no reason to lie to them, and that they don't have time to stand around. For a while, the captain thinks there is some trouble between Roman and the Bloodfang. The Lord also asks him to help Roman resolve this problem. He doesn't like this and wonders why Roman acts so rowdy when he doesn't even know how to use a weapon. He orders his knights to arm themselves immediately. He then asks Hans to guide them to where the young master is. He exclaims no one may dare torch young Master Dmitri in their land. He thinks if Hans is telling the truth, then that moron really did something this time. On the other side, Bloodfang's man is crying out of fear and dying before his companions. Roman again calls them and asks them to come to him and attack. They both angrily grind their teeth and rush toward him to attack. However, Roman dodges their attack again, while the other one tries to stab him with a dagger. Roman moves quickly and kicks him away before he can hurt him. He falls to the ground, and Roman asks them if there are only 3 of them. One of them says if he killed them, then he won't be safe either. Roman sits near him and asks what he is talking about when 2 of them are already dead. He threatens him with the knife and asks him to answer wisely to what he asks. He stabs the dagger in his leg and he screams out of pain. Roman asks about their leader, and he starts telling him everything he knows. After some time, Roman reaches a pub where there are a lot of people. Suddenly, a man is surprised to see him and wonders what the young master is doing there. The bar attendant welcomes him with a smile on his face. The people whisper behind him, and everyone wants to know what he is doing there. The bar attendant asked him what he would take, and Roman replied he would take 27 old tears of dawn. The bar attendant smiled and said their bar doesn't have anything like that, and he could recommend something else. Roman asks him to get him something strong since he has something to do in the morning, so he needs to be a bit drunk. Meanwhile, some of the customers are staring at him angrily. The bar's name is Dew of Dawn, and it's a pub in the middle of the street. The man from earlier told him that they receive their missions from there. They give them the stuff to do if they tell them a special code, and Roman asks him what the code is. He replied they had multiple codes like Tears of Dawn, something strong, work in the morning. He has to say all of those words in order, so he does the same, and the people from Bloodfang who are already present notice him. The bee attendant calls everyone and asks them to attack him, also taking out his own dagger. Roman throws his wine on his face and hits on his arm. The attendant falls to the ground while his other companions rush backward to attack. Roman hits one of them, and he falls to the ground across the street by breaking through the door. The other customer present there start running to save their lives. Roman hits and beats them one by one, grabs a man by his neck, and hangs him against his arm. They are shocked that he took down 3 men instantly, and this Roman is different from what they have heard. It is said that the greatest technique in the Miram can increase one's Kai by simply breathing. In a short period of time, the heavenly demon was able to improve Roman's body through martial arts. Although he is nowhere near his old self, he is all alone. This time, the people of Bloodfang try to beat him with numbers, But Roman just smiles because opponents like these are nothing more than a small annoyance. After some time, the bar attendant gets into consciousness and is shocked to see the situation there. Roman calls him and says he woke up just in time because he just finished up. The attendant asks him why he is doing this, and Roman replies he was the one who attacked him first, and besides that, it looks like it's just two of them. Roman calls him and says he is curious about something, and he asks him to talk with him. On the other side, the captains and knights reach the restaurant and are shocked to see the situation. He wonders if this is really something the young master Roman did. A knight calls him and informs him that a survivor from the floor above talked, and he said the young master went to Lawrence. The captain asks him why he went to Lawrence of all places, and he reveals that Blood Fang's headquarters is in Lawrence. 1 hour ago, when Roman was talking to the bar attendant, he asked him if he would be better off if he just told him what he wanted to know. He tortured him and cut off 2 of his fingers, but he wasn't ready to speak. He exclaimed he had nothing to tell him and asked him to kill him if he wanted, and the Blood Fang would definitely get their revenge on him. Roman smiled and said he should have acted like that in the first place because he liked people like him quite a bit. He liked the people who didn't open their mouths, even after going through such torture, and wasn't afraid of death. He smiled and exclaimed that kind of people had the most valuable information with them. The bar attendant asked him to kill him since he was wasting his time and skills on him. Roman then found his picture where there was a child with him. He knew the bar attendant wouldn't open his mouth no matter what he did. However, he showed him the picture and threatened him, saying he would find and kill his son, who was in the picture. The man looked shocked and scared for a while. Then he turned his face and said he didn't know what he was talking about because that boy wasn't his son. Roman knew he was lying because the child looked exactly like him. The man grinded his teeth angrily and started abusing him. He asked him how a noble like him was resorting to using his family as a threat. Roman was calm and said he happened to have learned one interesting thing about the Blood Fang recently. He finds out that the guys in Blood Fang even sacrificed their lives for the sake of getting revenge, and he finds one common thing among those guys. He revealed that all the guys were heavily indebted to the Blood Fang, and they weren't originally bad people, but they ended up turning into demons. He states that the Blood Fang doesn't hesitate when committing crimes to make people indebted to them, and turning the debtor's family into slaves is a piece of cake for them. They push a person to the edge of a cliff, hold their family hostage, and use them as a threat. The man seems quiet now and says nothing will change if he knows the truth. Roman interrupts him and says he should be cared for when choosing where to spend his money. He again threatened him and said he was serious when he said he would kill his son. He throws the picture on his feet, and Roman swears on his name to make him clarify. He says he will make the soldiers look for his son and will kill him. By saying this, he puts his feet on the picture, breaks its glass into pieces, and threatens him, saying he will kill his son slowly and very painfully. The man is about to cry when Roman says he will give him another chance before killing his son. He asks him if he will keep his mouth shut for the sake of Blood Fang and let his son die while suffering, or if he will give him the information he needs to take care of them properly. On the other side, a small house has a door leading to an underground basement. The people of Blood Fang and the leader are there. A man informs him that Roman Dmitri has defeated their entire branch. Moreover, the Dmitri Knights have started to take action, and they are all in danger. The leader is very angry and says he refuses to believe all this because there is no way Roman Dmitri is capable of something like that. He thinks they plan to display their power by punishing Dmitri, but someone rejected by the Swordsmanship Academy destroyed an entire branch. He asks his men where Roman is right now, and he replies he has barely left the Dmitri territory and may have obtained information from the Dew of Dawn. He angrily says Roman is looking down on them and dares to attack their headquarters all by himself. He orders his men to gather their forces immediately, and they intend to kill Roman before they come in contact with the Dmitri Knights. They want to take care of that arrogant boy as soon as possible. He thinks Roman dares to lay his hands on Blood Fang, and today, he will kill him mercilessly and hang his corpse on the plaza. He declares that the infamy of the Blood Fang will be revived. On the other side, in the meeting room of the Lawrence family, the Lord asks his subordinates about the Barco family and what they are doing. One of them replies that the Barco family has made their decision, and there is a rumor that the Barcos took out a large sum of loans from gold. They would only need that much to prepare for a war. They assume that it's only a matter of time until the war happens, and they must gather their forces faster than them. The Lord stays quiet for a while, then says war is inevitable, and he never expected this to happen until he received a document from the Barcos. A man also adds and says he never thought the central government would take the side of the Barcos family. At this rate, they will end up giving up their land to the Barcos. But they must want to keep their lands at all costs because the Lawrence family is only alive because
Is this the time? Do we tell them?
This is exactly what we do not tell them.
of their fertile soil. Another adds and says a promissory. However, they believe that no such document exists. They probably did something behind their backs. The Lord calls everyone and requests them to leave it at that. He says they must not give away their land no matter what happens. Families from all around would come at them like hyenas if they were to happen. He says if Barcos doesn't seem to want to compromise with them, they must resist to the best of their abilities. Therefore, they have arranged a marriage with the Demetrius. They are relieved because of the Demetrius and say although they were originally commoners, they are one of the wealthiest in the northeastern region. No matter how much the Barcos family took out as a loan, they won't have as much funds as the Demetrius. The Lord also thinks the same, which is why he sent his precious daughter to Morno of Demetri. They did this for the sake of the Lawrence family. All the members appreciate him and say he has made the correct choice as the Lord, and there is no need for him to blame himself. At the same time, on the other side of the door, Lady Flora listens to all of their conversation, and now she is worried about how she should tell her father about this. She walks here and there, thinking she doesn't have the confidence to face her father now that the engagement has been broken off. At the same time, she has the opposite thought that it's her life, and there is no way she is going to get sold off to a guy like that. She then makes up her mind and says she will tell her father about this because she can't marry someone for whom she doesn't have feelings. Suddenly, a guard rushes toward the meeting room, calling the Lord loudly. Lady Flora looks at him shockingly, and he hurriedly pays her respects. He calls the Lord and says it's an emergency, and Flora looks at him inquiringly. On the other side, the Demetrius knights have reached the gate of Lawrence's territory and ordered the guards to open the gates for them. However, the guard doesn't open the gate and asks the knights to drop their weapons and go through the proper procedures. Captain Jonathan tells him that young Master Roman is in danger, and they have come there to save him. He warns them, saying he won't forgive them all if something bad happens to young Master Roman. Meanwhile, a guard informs their captain about an emergency situation and informs him that the Lawrence Plaza is a total mess right now. Captain Jonathan is shocked and wonders if it is also the doing of young Master. He shouts at them and says he will break down the door. On the other side, outside the Lawrence Plaza, people are shocked to see the scene happening in front of them. They want to stop a monstrous boy who is making all the fuss there, but no one dares to say anything. In the meantime, Roman grabbed the leader of Blood Fang by his collar and dragged him against him. He seems very injured and is begging him to spare his life. A few moments ago, when Roman Demetri entered their territory, the leader thought their fight was simple because their opponent was a moronic noble. They all stood behind the door, taking their swords in their hands, and thought they had only one opponent. They had dozens of armed men, and the leader was sure that there was no way they could have lost. Soon, he was shocked and worried because Roman had taken down all of his men in front of him, and he was the only one left there. The fear could be clearly seen in the leader's eyes, and only one thought popped up in his mind, that he was going to die. Roman slowly stepped toward him, and he sat there quietly, waiting for death to come to him. He just thought only one thing, that he was going to die, but then an opposite thought overcame him. He realized he didn't want to die so soon and would stop him. But he wasn't enough against the enormous power Roman has in his new body, and now he is begging the boy to spare his life. He is injured all over his face, and requests him to at least spare his life. Roman doesn't listen to him and drags him behind him, holding through his collar. He then takes him to the middle of a street and leaves his collar. Many people gather around them, wondering what is going on there. The leader again requests Roman that he will do anything if he lets him live. He is ready even to become a dog and serve him for the rest of his life. Roman enjoys his last sentence of becoming his dog and says he should have said this earlier before he bared his fangs at him. He smashes his head against the ground and calls all the people, informing them that the man is the leader of the Blood Fang. He says they all already know what kind of person he is. He reveals that Blood Fang has influence even in the Dimitri territory, and they use all sorts of disgusting tricks to drive the people into the depths of despair. He tells them that this man even tried to kill him for stopping them. He states that Blood Fang's crimes are clear. Thus, he will pull out the root of evil in front of them all. He again smashes his head to the floor. In the meantime, Captain Jonathan appears there and calls him, but he is shocked to see the blood spreading in the street all around. On the other hand, the Lord is informed that the guards have allowed Roman Dimitri's entry into the territory. But after about an hour, Roman suddenly appeared at the Lawrence Plaza while dragging a man. After stating that the man is the leader of Blood Fang, Ben Miles, he executed him in front of the people. They are all shocked to hear this, and the leader thinks it makes no sense that Roman Dimitri caught the leader of Blood Fang and executed him. A man says he murdered someone without the Lord's permission. The Lord thinks this is not important right now, and the thing important is that the person who will become his son-in-law took care of Blood Fang. He orders the guards to summon Roman Dimitri immediately, and he will hear directly about the circumstances of this incident from him. After some time, Roman enters the castle with Captain Knight Jonathan, and the Lord thinks he did all this with his help. Roman greets Lord Lawrence, and the Lord asks him to tell him the whole story after skipping the formalities. He asks him why he came all the way to Lawrence to do something so inhumane.
FlexJobs is the #1 job site to find remote, work from home, and flexible job opportunities since 2007.
Roman tells him that this all started a few days ago when Blood Fang was assaulting an innocent citizen of Demetria, and he executed them on the spot. At the same time, Lady Flora hides behind a pillar outside the meeting room. She calls a guard outside the door and asks if they have brought Roman Dimitri. She asks the guard what he is doing there and why he is in her father's room. The guard assumes that she doesn't know anything, and he starts telling her the whole story. Meanwhile, Roman tells the Lord the whole story and says he decided that he couldn't leave them be. Therefore, he attacked their headquarters and killed their leader. He then asks the Lord if he really did something wrong. The Lord asks a man sitting beside him if he knows about Ben Miles, and he replies that he is fairly notorious, but he doesn't know he is the leader of the Blood Fang. The Lord says they will not chase this matter further since it wouldn't have happened to begin with had Lawrence taken this matter seriously. He allows Roman to leave and says he will reward him later. Roman and Captain Jonathan leave the meeting room, and now only 2 people are left. After that, the Lord laughs loudly and says Roman really got him. His subordinate tries to tell him that they can't let this matter slide, but the Lord says they can do this because he is going to be Lady Flora's husband. He is really impressed by him and says someone needs guts like those to achieve great accomplishments. He then orders the man to bring Flora to him immediately and wants to tell her about all this. On the other side, Roman is returning toward Dimitri's territory with the knights, and Captain Jonathan calls him and asks if he really wants to taunt the Viscount. He says they wouldn't be able to leave if he got angry. Roman replies that the Lawrence family is responsible for all this, and he shows them that it's because of their carelessness. He also assumed that the Lord wasn't aware of the marriage cancellation either, and he wouldn't punish his daughter's fiancé. Captain Jonathan observes that Roman has planned all this for a long time. He wonders who the person in front of him is and how he can change so much in such a short period since he is not the young master he knew. Back to Baek Jung-hyuk's past life. When he was a kid and the son of the Heavenly Demon asked if he truly had the qualifications to succeed him. Then, he had to prove himself worthy from the cold, hard ground and survive. He exclaimed that the death of his 12 children meant nothing to him, and even if all of his children were to die, he just needed to make more. He asked him to remember that the only way he could prove himself worthy was to reign over all. Many children surrounded him, and they started beating him as soon as the Heavenly Demon ordered them. One of them hit him and said he thought he would have something special because he was the son of the Heavenly Demon, but it turned out he was nothing more than an arrogant little kid. Jung-hyuk got up and tried to attack him angrily, but he punched his face again, making him fall. They made fun of him and called him weak. While most people were protected by their parents during his childhood, he was thrown away in a world where only the strongest reigns. The kid continued to beat him and punched him repeatedly. Come to the present, to his new life, where he lives as a young master, Roman Dimitri. He takes a bath in the hot water and is exhausted by the things that happened the previous days. He gets tired easily in this body. However, after awakening in this world, he has experienced many things. He opens his eyes, looks at his hand, and thinks that most things that happened to him were related to Blood Fang. In order to eradicate them, he destroyed everything that was blocking his path. He has no regrets because he hasn't changed who he is as a person, even though his appearance has changed. He always cuts down those who get in his way and tortures them if necessary, and to those who direct killing intent towards him, he uses any means to get rid of them. Noting has changed just because he has become Roman, but he thinks it may be dangerous if he goes out like he did this time. He still hasn't figured out completely how this world operates, and his strength has indeed diminished compared to back then. He closes his eyes and wonders what he should do now. Meanwhile, he hears a voice from outside, and a guard informs him that the Lord is calling for him. He replies that he will be there soon. On the other side, Captain Knight Jonathan reports everything that happened in Lawrence's territory to the Lord. He also says young Master Roman has changed significantly. He is certain that the current young master is not the same person they used to know. The Lord calls him and says Roman is his sore thumb and is the only of his 3 sons with nothing impressive about him. He also says Roman is the only child who went through the times when he was a commoner. He looks at his hand and remembers the time when Roman was a kid and he was poor. One day, Roman gave him candy, and he asked if he had come all the way there to his workplace just to give him that. He asked him to stay away from there since it was dangerous. Roman wanted to give him the gift because he worked so hard. He asked him to eat the candy and finish his work so he could come back home. At that time, he just wished Roman to be happy always, and therefore, he always favored him, giving him many allowances so he wouldn't be made fun of for being poor. However, he never thought it would trigger the start of him veering in the wrong direction. He seems disappointed and says a part of him has already given up on Roman. But a new hope emerges in his mind after hearing that Roman has destroyed Blood Fang. Meanwhile, Roman appears outside his room and knocks at the door. The Lord thinks no matter what means he used to face Blood Fang, if he really accomplished something at his will, then he is prepared to do anything for him. He allows him to enter the room, and he enters there and stands at the door. The Lord starts the conversation and says he has heard that he took down Blood Fang himself. Roman observes his father and thinks he can see that he has high hopes for what he is about to say. He will see him in a completely
Thank you guys. Bye.
new light if he tells him the truth. But he also knows that achievements that exceed expectations come back to bite someone. He thinks he could earn some time to grow if he backs off now. He closes his eyes, wondering if he should reveal or hide the truth since the latter is the more rational decision. He remembers his past life when all the kids used to beat him and asked if this was all he had. He beat him again and again, and to save himself, Jung-hyuk picked up a stone from the ground and hit his face. The boy cried in pain, and his eyes started bleeding. But he didn't stop and hit the boy with the stone again. He beat him until he died, and all the other kids were shocked to see this. While most people were protected by their parents during his childhood, he was thrown away alone in a world where only the strongest reign. He then called the other kids and asked them to deliver his message to those inside the cave that the person who destroyed their boss's head was him. This is how he reigned over such a place by asserting his superiority. At present, he admits that he was the only one who annihilated the Blood Fang. He thinks he is the heavenly demon and doesn't know how to hide his superiority. After some time, outside the castle, at the training ground, there are a lot of kids training in swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the Lord appears there and orders everyone to stop training. They pay their respect to the Lord who has come there with Captain Jonathan and Roman Dmitri. They all respectfully greet the Lord, and a boy stares at Roman, wondering why he is on the training ground. They walk through them and stop in front of everyone. Captain Jonathan declares that they will proceed with the swordsmanship duel with young Master Roman at this time. They call the students and ask them to step forward if they wish to duel him. The students stay quiet while the green-eyed student wonders what happened to them all of a sudden. They don't want to have a duel with the moron of Demetria. An hour earlier, when they were in the Lord's office, Roman admitted that he was the one who annihilated the Blood Fang. The Lord was shocked and asked how he defeated such a large number of people. Roman thought he needed to answer him in a way so that he wouldn't suspect anything about him. So, he exclaimed that he had been secretly training his swordsmanship. The Lord asked why he was hiding that from him, and he would have supported him if he knew. Roman said he had spent far too long lost from his senses, and he wanted to show him that he, the moron of Dmitri, could accomplish something on his own. However, the Lord said there was no way he could teach himself swordsmanship to the point where he could face the Blood Fang all by himself. Roman said Blood Fang was an organization that started by giving illegal loans and was maintained through threats and conciliation. Therefore, he thought the group would break up if he defeated their leader. Thus, he baited out the leader Ben Miles using false information and attacked him. The Lord was more shocked this time to hear that he had baited out the leader of Blood Fang. Roman said Blood Fang always retaliated against weaker nobles, which is why he used himself as bait. The leaders were shocked and said that was way too dangerous. If they really put their minds to getting their revenge, then they could have given up on their leader and killed him. Roman replied that he was sure that the group of people bound by threats and pressure wouldn't risk their lives to save their leader in a situation where they could regain their freedom. The Lord thinks he was careful while making decisions and planning and having the courage to carry out the plan. He thinks just calling him impressive is an understatement for what was accomplished. He never expected Roman to be the one who did such a thing. The Lord then called him and asked if he could ask him a favor, and he said he wanted to see his swordsmanship with his own eyes. He wanted to see just how much his son had changed. At present, no one has come forward for the duel, and the Lord asks if there are no volunteers. The green-eyed boy thinks there is no one who comes forward because they wouldn't gain anything by winning, and if they were to lose, then they may be kicked out. Meanwhile, Captain Jonathan thinks there needs to be an expert who can completely subdue the young master in order to keep the prestige of the knights and confirm the young master's skills. He thinks he would pick up one himself if there are no volunteers. He wants to step up himself, but as the captain of the knights, he can't unsheath his sword for something like this. He thinks only one person is fitting for this. He calls the boy named Chris and asks him to come forward for the duel. His name is Chris, and he is the vice captain of the Dmitri Knights. He is shocked when Captain Jonathan calls his name. The first time he met Roman was last year when he received a report of a drunkard causing a disturbance while patrolling the territory. They rush to the drunkard, and Chris asks what happened there, but they were shocked to see the scene inside there. Roman was breaking the bottles there in a state of drunk and shouted at them because they humiliated him. He broke many bottles and asked if they really wanted their restaurant to go out of business. The owner apologized to him with the bottle he'd them who they saying he would his face but didn't say a word.
What I love most about my team is that they are always eager and ready to help others.
Same pathetic Roman. Master Roman interrupt. After some time, they died, while all the other students are on the other side. Chris and Roman face each other. Captain Jonathan is about to start the duel when Chris asks him to hold on for a moment. He says he has a proposal and says he was taught to treat any duel as a real battle when swords are involved, and no matter who his opponent is, he doesn't plan on showing them any mercy. He asks Captain Jonathan if he allows this, and then he will gladly take up the honor of dueling against the young master. He is sure that Roman can't defeat the Blood Fang himself and thinks he will teach him a lesson with this opportunity. Captain Jonathan and the Lord look at each other. The Lord then looks at Roman, and he can see that he is smiling. Chris is also shocked to see his smile, and they assume that the young master has accepted this. Captain Jonathan asks both sides to get ready, and they step on the lines. They glare at each other, and Chris looks at him angrily while Roman seems relaxed. The fight starts, and Chris heads toward him to attack, while Roman stays there in a defensive position. He just looks at his movement, and when he tries to attack him, he blocks his attack with his sword. The students are shocked to see that and say Roman is really fast to block this kind of attack. Captain Jonathan also looks surprised to see that he blocked his attack. Chris also didn't expect that he would block his attack, and Roman pushed him away. From the opposing force, he can feel on his hands to his defensive stance, it's all stable. He wonders if this is just a coincidence or if he really has become stronger than before. However, he is still confident, although this isn't how he expected him to be, and he thinks he will be satisfied by beating that guy to a pulp. He again tries to attack him, but Roman again dodges him. Chris doesn't waste his movement and tries to attack him by reaching near him, but Roman reacts swiftly and again blocks his attack. Chris is not getting angry and is trying to attack him again and again, but every time, Roman dodges his attack. He just glares at him confidently and hasn't attacked him yet. Chris finds something weird in his eyes, and at this moment, Roman swings his sword and attacks him for the first time. Chris is barely able to dodge his attack and moves himself in the backward direction. He almost loses his balance but manages to stand and thinks the last attack was very dangerous. The Lord and Captain Jonathan are watching them with open eyes and mouths since Roman is doing an impossible task in front of them. The students are also shocked and wonder if these are really Roman's skills. Chris thinks from defense to dodging to attacking, and he isn't lacking in any way. He now somehow believes that he can annihilate the Blood Fang all by himself. However, he pushes his thoughts away and thinks his opponent is the moron of Dmitri, and he won't lose to him in front of this many people. Meanwhile, Roman calls him and says it was enough of a warm-up, and this time, he will be going first. By saying this, he reaches Chris quickly and attacks him with the sword. Chris hardly manages to block it and wonders why this guy is so fast. In just a blink of an eye, Roman moves backward and attacks him again. Everyone is shocked to see such overwhelmingly fierce attacks. Chris is worried because he is barely holding his own and is just defending against his strikes. He thinks the fight will really get dangerous at this rate, and he needs to look for an opportunity to land his attack. Suddenly, he sees Roman is about to attack him from the front and thinks he should take a step back to dodge him. But he observes that one step won't be able to dodge his big movement. He sees his movements and tries to block in that direction, but at the last moment, Roman pulls his sword and doesn't strike him. He purposely did that to lure him into attacking him, and this time, Roman finds an opening and is about to attack him. Chris knows he won't be able to dodge him this time and will lose against the moron of Dmitri, which will go against his ego. Suddenly, he uses the first star aura, and Captain Jonathan shouts from his place and tries to stop him, but he doesn't listen and attacks him using his aura. There is an explosion, and everyone wonders what has happened there. The Lord anxiously asks about Roman, and when the dust disappears, they can see that Roman dodged his attack by sitting on the ground, and his aura-filled sword doesn't touch him. Chris's sword slips out of his hand, and he falls to the ground. Everyone is shocked to see that Roman has defeated their Captain Knight. The Lord asks Captain Jonathan about Chris and what kind of Vice Knight Captain is like. Captain replies that he is his best pupil and also very young. The guards also discuss him, saying that he is a 2-star Aura Knight at such a young age. They also hear that he felt mana after half a year of training, and it only took him 3.5 years to become a 1-star. This is faster than normal, and rumors have it that his sword skills are incredible and Captain Jonathan really likes him. A girl asks his father about Vice Knight's name, and he replies that he is Chris. While training with Captain Jonathan one day, he sat on the ground and seemed exhausted. Captain said that was a good place to stop for that day, but he again got up and requested him to guide him one more time. Captain Jonathan thinks besides having natural talent, he also has the work ethic to complement it. At that time, he thought Chris was a genius, but today, that genius has been taken down by the moron of Dmitri. Captain Jonathan, the Lord, and all the students are shocked to see this because no one has defeated him yet. He falls to the ground while Roman stays there calmly. The Lord calls Captain Jonathan and asks how this is possible because Vice Captain Chris is a 2-star Aura Knight. Captain Jonathan is also in a state of shock and thinks young Master Roman is someone who only threw tantrums until just a month ago, and his skills are not those of someone who had only trained a year or two. There is no way such growth is possible in just a few months. However, he calls the Lord and asks him not to be surprised because it seems like the young master is a swordsmanship genius. Meanwhile, Roman observes Chris lying on the ground and thinks he knows how to push his opponents aggressively, and his focus during battle is pretty sharp, too. He thinks he should easily be able to take out the Blood Fang gang by himself. He can now see why Captain Jonathan is proud of him. By their standards, he is a skilled warrior, but by his standards, he is the worst. He thinks even the worst warriors of the cult would be stronger than this. However, he was surprised at the end and wondered what power he used. Suddenly, the Lord laughs loudly, and everyone looks at him surprisingly, but he doesn't care about anyone. Roman also looks at him, and the Lord is very happy to know that his son is a swordsmanship genius. He again calls Captain Jonathan and asks if he is certain about this, and he replies nothing else would be able to explain the young master's growth. He also says he was too lowly to notice his true potential until now. The Lord calls him and asks him to come closer. He exclaims he hasn't been happier than he is today for a long time, and he wants to applaud the fact that he has accomplished something himself. He wants to give him an award fitting for this and asks him if there is anything he wants. Roman smiles for a while and says he has to leave for the battlefield in half a year, according to the Lord's orders. The Lord asks him if he wants him not to enlist him anymore, and Roman says he wants the right to select the men who will join him. The Lord is surprised at his demand and says they still have enough time for this and can mend the engagement together. But Roman says he is going earlier than he asks him to. He closes his eyes and agrees to his demands. He grants him the right to choose his own men and anything related. He also says as long as he continues acting this way, he has no reason to deny his request. Roman looks at Chris unconscious for a while and then tells him his new demand. After some time, when Chris comes into consciousness, he is shocked to know that Captain Jonathan wants him to teach aura to young Master Roman. Captain says he obeys the Lord's order, but Chris refuses and says this is too much for him. He is disappointed because even after using an aura against the young master, he has been countered and is unconscious until now. He seems so embarrassed that he wants to die out of shame, but they want to teach him aura. He refuses and obeys this order.
If you want to start selling print on demand and have never heard of Kittle, well, today's your lucky day. You just
even if they chop his head. Captain Jonathan calls him and says he wants to make him a proposal and asks him to figure out how the young master changed while teaching him. If he can take care of this one thing, then he will allow him to inherit the secret technique that he has been putting off until now. Chris is surprised to learn this and asks if he is serious about it. The captain replies yes. Chris is happy to know that he will give him the know-how of how he became a 3-star aura knight. He agrees to the proposal, asks him to keep his words better, and agrees to teach the young master. On the other hand, Hans is with Roman, and he tells him that the rumors of his duel against CHRSI have spread throughout the castle. He says the Vice Knight captain is a 2-star aura knight, but he somehow beat him. Roman asks Hans if he knows what aura is, and he replies he is not sure about it either, but it is like the power to use mana. Roman assumes it's like the mana of this place, and the power that Chris showed him was undoubtedly an outburst of Kai. However, the way they use Kai is different from Miram. He thinks the aura of this world is a wasteful thing, and he can't understand why they use Kai like that. He wants to learn more about the power that the people of this world use, and he will take a look at himself during training with Chris tomorrow. The next morning, he goes to the training ground to learn about aura from Chris. They stare at each other for a while, and then Roman observes Chris's bandage on his face. He smiles at his wound, and Chris abuses him in his mind, but doesn't say anything. He calms himself down and says he wants to explain something about aura before they start training. He states that aura is a subset of mana usage, particularly the form in which knights use it. If magicians use mana by storing it in their circles, knights store mana throughout their body. He reveals that the person known as the forerunner of aura was a man named Emperor Alexandro. He was the first to figure out that, unlike magicians, spreading the mana throughout the body can strengthen it. Aura is the power of instantaneously releasing this mana. By instantaneously releasing the mana that is usually spread throughout the body, one can display power much greater than normal. However, Chris says that knowing the history of mana isn't that important, and only a select few people can use mana. He reveals that 1 in 1,000 can walk the path of an aura knight, and 1 in 10,000 can walk the path of a magician. Therefore, figuring out if Roman has an affinity with mana is the most important. Chris says the minimum level of talent that an aura knight needs is the ability to sense mana. He says it took him half a year to sense mana, and even being able to sense mana within a year is above average. Roman listens to him quietly, and Chris says this is where innate talent comes into play. Roman then asks him to start by trying to sense mana, and asks him to explain how he went about it. Chris thinks he must be proud after winning a match against him, but it won't be as easy as he thinks. He thinks talents in swordsmanship and talent in mana are two different things. He is sure that Roman will taste the harshness of reality through this training. However, Roman thinks the premise of this training was wrong from the start, and he has already sensed this world's mana. He was also able to store mana in his dantian thanks to the heavenly demon god art. However, he believed blindly following his common sense was a step in the wrong direction. Even if he can't comprehend why they do things in a certain way, he still needs to learn how they proceed with things first. Chris instructs him to close his eyes, focus on the rhythm of his breathing, and concentrate. He says it is very important to feel everything that is in contact with his body. Once he gets used to utilizing mana, he will be able to manifest aura. He asks him to try to focus the mana spread throughout his body into a single point to manifest his aura. Once he is able to do this, it signifies that he has become a one-star aura knight. He states there are many ways to utilize aura manifestation, and he can envelop his sword with it to increase its destructive power. He asks him to apply this method to his body and have a short burst of power. Suddenly, he looks toward Roman and is shocked to see that Roman is already manifesting aura, and yellow lights surround him all over his body. He then opens his eyes and thinks the way the people in this world utilize Kai is garbage. In Miram, cultivating Kai removes wastes in the meridians and ultimately accumulates Kai within the Danshin. However, this world is different. They just hope the mana will naturally accumulate within their bodies and have no way to contain it. If the Kai in Miram is barren yet thick, the mana of this world is abundant yet light, so it escapes the body as much as it enters. If he were to make a distinction, the methods they use to utilize aura are similar to the external art of Miram. They are not even worth comparing. Miram's external arts are used to train the exterior and get stronger. But this world's method neither makes the exterior stronger nor allows him to accumulate mana within. Releasing the mana spread throughout the body in all directions also makes it inefficient. Roman thinks with a method like this, he won't be able to reach the top even after 100 years. Meanwhile, Chris calls him and asks how he managed to do that, and he is shocked because it took him years just to release aura, and he did this in just a few minutes. Chris shouts at him and asks him to tell him the truth. He asks what he was playing with him by pretending he didn't know how to utilize mana. He remembers something and says everything makes sense now, and it was weird that he even lost to him in the first place. Roman stays calm and says he is making his own assumptions, but Chris is still shocked and says it took him 10 years of hard training to reach 2 stars. Roman doesn't reply but gives him a weird smile, and Chris shockingly asks why he is smiling. He gets angry and asks if he considers his efforts laughable. Roman asks if he ever questioned his training methods when climbing.
Ang 300 natin nadagdagan ng 258 pesos sa loob ng 10 segundo. Profit na naman tayo, boss, dagdagan tayo ng
to that stage. Chris is shocked to hear this and asks what he is trying to say. Roman explains that people commonly misunderstand that a method passed down through generations is always correct. While he was leaning aura from him, he had this thought, and he wondered why people were so fixated on this method when it had a clear flaw. He wonders if it is because they don't know, or because his faith in Captain Jonathan, the one who passed this method down to him, was too strong. But then he discovered why people consider this method easy to follow. Because if someone just follows the method created through trial and error, there is no way they would be met with a loss or criticism. Roman says he won't deny his 10 years of effort, but he finds it funny that he never once questioned the method he has pursued this entire time. He then steps forward, saying there is no such thing as a perfect answer in this world, and even the method that he blindly follows is one of the branches of a path that started with someone's question. However, Roman knows that questions like this plunge someone's life into suffering when faced with failure as a result of undergoing countless trials and errors. He remembers his past life and a time when he also dealt with the criticism of others and his own despair. However, he still believes that a change is necessary. In his past life, he dismissed his father's teaching and perfected his heavenly demon, God art. At present, he calls Chris and says they will end their training, but Chris calls him and asks him to tell him what he should do from there on out. Roman suddenly flashes back to his past life when a man was seriously injured and spitting blood. He stood near him, holding his sword, and asked the man if he was going to struggle even more. The man replies that he has admitted his loss, and from that time, the blood demon cult will follow the heavenly demon Beak Junhyuk's demon cult. Junhyuk was about to leave when the man called him and said that it was his first time seeing someone as strong as him. His sword had been broken, and he asked him what he was supposed to do to be as strong as him. He had decided to dedicate his body to him, and it would be beneficial for both of them if he were to get stronger. He asked him the same question about what he should do from that point, and today, Chris asked him again. Roman smiles and thinks he threw away his pride and says things will be enjoyable from now on. It is said that Blood Demon was the man who unified the past Blood Demon cult and became its leader. As one of the martial masters who dominated the Miram, battling Baek Junghyuk for control over the demonic faction was inevitable. At the end of the long battle, he had lost against Junghyuk. Roman finds him similar to Chris, who has decided to swallow his pride and ask for his teachings. He has the desire to become stronger, even at the cost of throwing away his pride, which is similar to the Blood Demon. He smiles and says it is interesting that he is asking for a way to get stronger. He refuses and says he can't tell him something like that, and Chris asks him what he wants him to do. Roman says he has already told him not to follow methods that have been passed down blindly. If he were to tell him an answer, it wouldn't be different from the life choices he has made up until now. However, if he wants to search for an answer with his own hands, then he should do his best to stay by his side from now on. He tells him that he is leaving for the battlefield in 6 months. He then has to take a good look at how he gets stronger as he faces countless foes and what methods he uses to defeat his enemies. If he is still by his side even after 10 years, he can say with much certainty that he will find that answer. The same night, when Chris is in his room, he sits on his bed, grabs his head, and thinks about his childhood. Their trainer always told them to train until he could sense mana, and they would be able to sense mana after only half a year. Captain Jonathan trained them, and all the other kids were impressed by him because he got 1 star after only 3 years. One day, Captain Jonathan appreciated him since he reached 2. But today, a boy comes and makes fun of his 10-year effort. He questioned his 10 years of training, saying that he never tried to improve himself. The next morning, he goes to Captain Jonathan's office and says he wants to follow the young master to the battlefield. Captain seems surprised by his decision, while Chris just wants to get stronger. He asks if something happened during their training period and just says yes. Captain Jonathan waits for him for a while to answer his question, but he observes that he doesn't want to discuss that topic. Captain then says he understands he has a good enough reason that pushed him to make this decision. He then says he will not be part of the Dimitri Knights from now on, and whatever happens, he hopes that he will be able to protect the Ying Master as he pursues his goal. Chris thanks him. Captain Jonathan flashes back to the past when he first met a crying little boy. He thinks Chris is no more than that little boy who was crying while hugging the corpse of his dead mother on the battlefield. He gets up and says he is sure of one thing. Thanks to him, if Chris, whom he knows, is willing to follow young Master Roman, then that would mean that he can no longer be called a moron. He then asks Chris to follow him since he will need to prepare himself from now on. Chris doesn't know what he is saying, and Captain replies that if he wants to survive on the battlefield, then he will need a secret weapon that he can call his own. Chris is happy about this and is ready to see the weapon the captain wants to give him. At the same time, rumors spread all the accounts that he has heard seem too realistic. But there might a boy initials and thinks he
There can be a ton of reasons for
was able to wipe blood. There is no way he would go so far for him. He wants to become any kind of danger to get stronger. At the same time, he is disappointed that he is not lucky enough for that. Suddenly, someone calls him by his name, and Kevin is shocked to see the person in front to meet him. Goes before him out of his family blood fang and issues in their livelihood, and some hops to him quietly, and Roman says he will make all this happen, but he has to live for his sake. To the young Masset and says to him, fight faction without taking a single step back, just from his single command. Kevin and to him to help him get used to life around him in the walks toward, also must first similar a 3-star or a knight. He is beyond normal comprehension. Currently star rank, Kings who was at one has reached the 6-star rank, means they have exceeded human capabilities. These people, who are treated like VIPs in every country regardless of their nationality, are called the continent's 12 swords. Romans also reached the 7 circle are called archmages. They are being consulted and in the trail, but if not someone who many's place, and Roman used completely for him need food or anything. People this, but draw thinking it the grana in his dan human and type. He thinks this lever reach. His eyes are gold. 1 week later, Viscount Lorum. Viscount asks him about Roman, and heaves them there, called of what she tensions during, but couldn't marry. He told her the severity of the situation within their territory. He asked if she knew the meaning of the Barco family borrowing a large sum of money from the gold bank, because the political, even if they did move document and families, that they need to take, and what her father as the flower of Lawrence Furter thinks they seem fairly the thing. He was prepared. Asks why he is letting his guests wait for so long. He says he could have told Petty beforehand. He shared their intentions to meet with him a week ago. He justifies that they are only doing this because he declined their request and hasn't heard from him since then. He says they wouldn't have been this offended if they had just refused to admit them from the start. The Lord Dimitri interrupts him and says he can't refuse him. He calls them and asks if this is all they want to say. He asks if he is just there to express his anger because he had to wait for half a day. He reveals that on the day Flora Lawrence visited Dimitri, Roman shared with him his intention of breaking the engagement. He scolded Roman and made him take responsibility. However, even a 3-year-old could tell that Flora Lawrence had something to do with the disengagement decision. Even though he knew this, he didn't reprimand Lawrence since Roman wanted it to be resolved this way. The Lord Dimitri says he kept his mouth shut and just let the matter go like a moron. Viscount Lawrence listens to him quietly, and he says they were one-sidedly given a disengagement notice, even though the ones who wanted it to happen were the Lawrences. He closes his fists with anger and says they are reprimanding him for the mere reason of having to wait for so long. He then gets up angrily and asks if they blame him for a meeting that wasn't scheduled while forgetting their mistakes. Viscount Lawrence and Lady Flora stand quietly because they have nothing to say. After a while, Lord Dimitri tells them that about a month ago, they received a contract from the Barco family. If they decided to move forward with a political marriage with the Barcos instead of the Lawrences, then they would provide them with a connection with the central government and a piece of Lawrence's land. The ink has fallen on the table, and Lord Dimitri says he still decided to decline the Barco family's offer. Viscount Lawrence asks him why he declined the offer, saying that it would have been more beneficial for Dimitri if he had taken Barco's offer. Lord Dimitri replies that his reason is simple, because Dimitri already has power. He chose the option that he wanted. Moreover, the eldest son of the Dimitris adores the Lady of Lawrence, and just for that sole reason, they resolve war against the Barcos. Viscount Lawrence thinks he has made a mistake because he should have stayed calm, but he made a huge blunder because of his petty pride. Lord Dimitri again speaks and says they are well aware that the reputations of the Flower of Lawrence and the moron of Dimitri don't fit each other very well. However, they should have kept in mind what kind of place Dimitri is to him. He face where the children like Joel's family there other noble family and from behind her due to her current from the apologize around the same time. Viscount Lawrence and Flora are looking at him shockingly while he pays his respects to Lord Dimitri, his father. He also seems surprised and asks if he is done with the training, and says they will talk about it later. He called him there regarding the issue of marriage with the Lawrences. He says all of this started due to his decision in the first place, so he will respect whatever decision he makes as his father. Roman looks at Flora for a second and says he understands what they are trying to say and what the union of their two families signifies. In a situation where the Barcos are endangering Lawrence's security, Dimitri's wealth would ensure Lawrence's safety. The Lord Dimitri asks him if he desires the marriage even after knowing that. He takes out his handkerchief to clean the ink stains from the table and says the day that he met her for the first time, he changed his mind as she spoke her mind about wanting to break off the engagement. He says she must have heard the rumors of the moron of Dimitri is him. He wants someone who believes and follows things that they says that complete silence for a while political marriage. Thinking if, by fighting this thing through Lawrence Iron family prof announcing that Lady Flora Lawrence broke off the engagements war, his eyes and thinks if only he found out his true worth a little sooner, he would have been more careful when telling Flora not to make any sudden decisions. Dimitri past week. Roman remembers the last week, and during that week of isolation, he removed the impure Kai in his body to enter the human stage. Heaven related in Roman over. The change in his appearance caused by his skeletal metamorphosis explained to his father, so he just says he reached a small enlightenment while training on his own. He says he doesn't remember the specific details, but he believes mana has started circulating throughout his body. His father is shocked to hear this and asks if he just said mana circulates to is accomplishing unimaginable. Roman is to whatever heart and he fought in front of his father, but he just called him pathetic, ruthless life. In this, she apologizes to Roman of the reasons why Roman stops there to listen to her. Once, there were drugs that eat away at his reason him. He walks away, saying sadly, rumors about drugs and thinks he couldn't sense any drugs poisoned his body. Although there were if he has ever seen him enjoying drugs or been in any situation where he suspected that he was sure that he is not trying to feel him out or reprimand him. He just tries to use this time to look back at the life choice so one eyes. He had just returned from a and he thought he might have dabbled in some he asked Barco. Social. He opens his eyes and thinks he can more or less tell what happened there. Left. To explore Harry's seems like antecedently the political marriage Lauren for it true cause. He however already is and informs him that the young master to be called for him, and Roman turns his face toward him. Kevin is shocked to see his new appearance and thinks this is what Hans meant by change. Roman asks if he is feeling comfortable there, and he replies he is adapting well without issues thanks to Mr. Hans. He seems nervous about something, and Roman asks him what is their time for his. However, he is shocked when Roman says he intends to use him as his sword. He asks how he can use him as his sword, and Roman replies that someone else's will doesn't determine one's use, but his use as a sword. Orders, he will be able to fulfill his role. Son also thought about skeleton that it is a method of causing pain. As a result, tell him the third option. He throws the sword to the ground and asks him to pick it up. Elf, stronger know the existence. Out of a ragged shack could when he where he changed him, as he doesn't, he can end and chew his hand with left the knife out finishing his train not at the same time the ground after getting unconscious the blood on since there is bells and says it's not his blood. He used the charm of the illusion deep that if the Chris Miles ending, he calls Kevin. He is about to teach him the mana cultivation technique, and he says it is very dangerous. Kevin surprisingly asks him if he is going to teach him a mana cultivation martial art and is capable of learning it. He tells him that the cultivation technique grows stronger and stronger. Reasons protect happy so attitude and said play to know what start training to he thinks he dangerous it is to betray the heavenly demon because at once he believes in that person. However, he believes that Kevin won't betray him because as he gets stronger, he will realize just how dangerous it is to betray the heavenly demon. After that, he takes him to the training ground and asks him to train with the sword. When Kevin hits the sword, he tells him that basics are the key to every on his attack and understand. Teaching him, but he treated him like next to wait. He waits there for the young master, and Kevin also looks at him, since he spent Kevin first, and Chris asks how he can learn while observing him. He walks to the side and says everyone has their own way of learning. Since Kevin knows nothing until he reaches a certain level, what he tells him to keep observing him, but Roman throws his sword toward him. Chris asks what he will do with this wooden sword, and Roman replies that he needs the results to accept the truth. He asks him to have a proxy duel with Kevin, and they both are shocked to hear this. Roman states Kevin will be his opponent in this proxy duel, and he will advise him on how to defeat him, and he can think of him as his clone of sorts. He will start teaching him personally if he still thinks he is correct after this proxy duel. However, Kevin they both did anything. Kevin understands this is winning the approximate week's worth. Kevin stood this is ready to. Chris admits that he held on better than time mouth is. Then he will have to resolve himself. Kevin heard Roman's voice and asked him to guard his front with his sword. He is surprised. Fight began. Roman instructed Kevin and falls. Hears Roman's quiet, delivering surprised and wonders. This is how he is able to check the attack and him when he was dead. And he asks the attack and kicks as he is whole. And Kevin thinks that his body is the real problem. Roman instructs him to turn his body toward the right time and punches moments. Roman's skills that he sense. He must blindly follow his words. And seriously in one of his see that this and calls him an insignificant aims for his crippled limbs. His balance. Kevin says the fight is not over yet, and Christens, and he moves. He catches him off guard and is about to the other side with the intent to duck from the start of the fight. And Roman passes him from a distant sword and is about to hit him. But Chris reacts in time and pushes him away. His sword falls to the other side while he lies on the other side. Roman watches them from a distance and thinks he swung with the intent to duck from the start, and he expects the second attack to be feint. Chris seems exhausted after the fight, and Roman passes by him, saying he has won. As promised, he will personally teach him from tomorrow onwards if desired. He picks Kevin in his arms and says the choice is up to him. After that, he returns to his room and wonders why he decided to fight. He thinks it was a fight that he had nothing to gain from winning and wasted his time. He thinks he even lost in the end, and that he went over hundreds of could-be pros teachings. One duel, but ND give him with teaching thing that he longer THM and John himself. Every 2 weeks later, the social a boy exclaimed, other one straight is in the participate in the upcoming party. While it has developed since his disengagement, he wouldn't wear this masterpiece he poured his entire being into, waiting for Kevin near the carriage and armor. Chris asks him why he looks like that, and he replies there wasn't any armor that fit him, even in the smithy. He had almost lost to a guy like their leader's rest in his mind. When Dimitri put his constituous because wanted up for kind of man is a duller boy, the guard ring. They start with family. Roman is old, and Roman quit is the more he also congratulates her siblings accomplished the president. He tends to call this meeting with night escorts. He calls Chris and asks what a social party means. Knights take he has heard about a boy. No Roman particular Anthony came to him and asked who he over the at present. Roman goes to Anthony's is Anthony Barco, and Anthony says he has heard about these changes, but he is surprised to see that he has changed this much. Before he is able to know change calls him and says it's good by back then. Their friend no matter how many secrets are safe at this social party. He couldn't believe he had gone that far with his marriage coming so soon. He asks him if he can take his participation in this party as a confirmation that he accepted his proposal. Roman stays quiet, and Anthony says they will discuss their marriage with the Barco family. Roman is surprised to hear about the marriage with the Barco family, but stays quiet, and a memory flashes into his mind. 1 month ago, old Roman came to the party, and he was hesitant to face Anthony because however, his relationship was late. He introduced him to his friend, Emily Barco, and she greeted him, around Billy's party so that she could join them. Roman refused and married. Roman was about to give him an explanation, was released glass and opened his eyes. He found himself on a bed, and Emily was beside him. They both were naked, and he was shocked to see her and wondered what was going on there. Suddenly, Anthog appeared there and shouted at him, and got scared of him. But he laid his hands on said if he slot. Roman was shocked to hear that one of Barco wondered puzzle pieces hands on. They are already receiving enough criticism in the process for his death to accomplished. Anthony calls him and asks why he is hesitating. He says that the union of their two families is something that will be able. He is surprised when Roman asks if he just has to accept the political marriage. If he refuses, then he will expose what happened in the back room to the world. He asks him to consider the Dimitri family's reputation if this matter is exposed to the world. Suddenly, Roman puts his feet on the table and says he has often told him that the Dimitri family does not need to accept the Barco family's proposal for such a pathetic reason. After a while, when the party is going on, Roman comes to Sophie because the still has Tom's voice shouting at someone. Chris runs toward him, while a knight has the Dimitri family. Chris asks Kevin to endure what they say. They make fun of Kevin and ask what Roman Dimitri was thinking about bringing his head. Chris calls a knight and asks if the knights of Barco trained their sneers instead of the sword better than he could without. Kevin gets angry at doesn't punches Kevin while shouting at him. Chris is about to take his sword, but then he thinks they are knights of the Barco family, and the Dimitri family is currently in a conflict of interest with the Barco family. So, if he causes a mess there, then meanwhile and says he rushes toward him to attack, saying he will see how long he can keep his pride. He is about to hit him when Roman appears there and grabs his hand. Everyone is shocked to see him there, while Roman slaps the face of the guard. He is shocked because he got slapped and couldn't even react. He calls Roman a moron and is about to say something when Roman again slaps his face. He again tries to say something, but Roman slaps him again. He is shocked at what is happening to him, but this time, Roman grabs his head and pushes him to the ground. He unknowingly lowers his head when Roman calls him and asks him to raise his head. On the other hand, to take he said as he too warned to do it because and didn't with the center also. Anthony says if this matter is resolved, he won't interfere with matters regarding the Lawrences. Roman replies with yes, and he asks him to wrap this matter up. At present, he thinks Roman has changed, not only his face, but actions, gaze, and the way he speaks also changed. His commands have pressure, and he is not the moron that he used to know and to not to be. At the same time, Roman and begs him for forgiveness. He made enough, with punished enough, meanwhile, and says even if he is the eldest son, must a tree. He asks Anthony Barco if he seriously believes he is in the wrong, but he replies that he has still crossed the line. Roman asks him to remember that his personal grudge may destroy their relationship. Anthony remembers Roman told him that he helped the Lawrence family to interfere with the Barco family. He clenches his teeth and smiles and says they sure get along well. Everyone thinks the previous Roman, the power thinks everyone that the moron they knew. He apologizes to Roman while Dimitri's name was being endured. His different hand fits someone whom he must endure things that his office with veration ends with power. The Saladin of Count Long eventually ends the land as central government to their connection at a part people the ancestral of common origin to see him. He removes his helmet and says Dimitri hasn't changed a single bit. He goes to the blacksmith shop to fix his armor, and he is surprised to see his armor's condition of a rogue's life bastized, but it will to meet these many people where soldiers and forkinders will be fact already applied. Rank turns, but he they some him a 3-day leave. Since about to leave Neaton's lords and happily goes so bread smells amazing was why they had the time when he is shocked to see his mother and father enjoying evening such a good condoms. She hugs him warmly and is evade and ill with tea. Father says they ask him what has happened to him, but they are not ready. Heaven shocked and find it hard to heard he was becomes so to be in care. Man, it's Dimitri can do all this. Enough in the same time Masa ready palpating in Barco from his ring as above applicants get Roman and informs him that is in a cafe's or apple corner table. 3 people are drinking and 5 he experienced a nutty. Asks why he is there after seeing it. Punished the Blood Fang, their leader opens his surroundings and says people doubt and deny the incident in Lawrence, but he saw and felt it directly. He comes to the point that Roman Dimitri is not as weak as the rumors say. Soldier reaching him. Luke arrived, thinkings and died suddenly, looking toward them with a command, all the rumors about heirs and asked for him. Roman Dimitri has no plans to live his days cooped up in a remote territory. He will constantly be in a battle for a higher position than he has in that moment, and a battle with their lives on the line can't be avoided in that process. Therefore, anyone planning to follow him without a firm resolve can turn back now. He says the thing they should think about as his head flies off on the battlefield is not resentment toward him who sent them there, but only regret that they weren't able to witness him standing tall as the most powerful on the continent by his side. The people wonder what he is talking about and think he is someone whose position in his own family is at stake. But there is no limit to his arrogance since he, for some reason, stands at the desk. Just deal a fatal pal will proceed in the death seriously aim at trial. Fake. He shoots the first arrow, and it hits his head. Dirk assumes that it is a psychological battle, and he just has to hold out, believing nothing will happen. He thinks the arrow will miss the second time, but this time, it pierces through his leg. He is shocked to see this, and then screams in pain, falling to the ground. Chris orders a knight to bring something to carry him on right away, scared and wonder if he was seriously telling them to prepare to be struck by an arrow. Chris then calls the second person named Morrison. He seems scared and looks at the blood falling to the ground and thinks the arrow went straight through, that it is completely insane, and he only said give up if they are afraid of being arrow. He asks all for him and would only strike areas that wouldn't result in fatal injury. The archer smiles and says they don't need to worry about anything since he won't miss. He also gives them their reward, a box full of gold coins. They are all happy to see, but that doesn't change the fact that they will be struck with an arrow. He asks them if they will still do it, and why it's alone, and he had to show them that they would be putting their lives on the line. Even if the chance of being struck by an arrow is 100 to 1, most applicants would be struck by fear from that 1% chance. Chris asked him what conditions they must fulfill to become subordinates. He says he wants someone with a strong mentality, in other words, one born with the heart of a beast. Chris asks him what he meant by the heart of a beast. If they start, people are starting to get obsessed. Observe innate talent hesitation, or Chris, who asked for a way to become stronger from the one who gave him a heart of the beast. Victorious against the strongest one is Hand. He guesses that Henderson was telling the truth at that time. He is shaking too much out of fear, but thinks this is his chance to pledge his loyalty to Lord Roman, so he can't give up without doing anything. The archer aims at him and shoots his first arrow, which hits on his right side. Henderson is more scared now and thinks if he should give up. He looks at the archer and thinks it would be meaningless if he died, so he stays quiet and still. The archer shoots his second arrow, which hits beside his left arm this time. He still has time to give up, and Henderson wants to stop him, but the words don't come out of his mouth. In the meantime, the archer shoots his third arrow. This time, it hits between his legs, and he is safe from any injury. He kneels down to the ground, and Chris calls him and says he has passed the test. Lucas smiles and thinks if the archer were 1 second later, then Henderson would have given up. With that, the first trial proceeded without a hitch, excluding the ones who gave up. There were approximately 400 applicants. The first trial's successful applicants were 120. Roman thinks he has assessed those who could prove useful through the first trial, and there were those who passed while trembling. There were also some of them who passed without a care. However, the two do not differ much from his standards, and both possess the courage to suppress their fear instead of their worth as warriors, but all once they will be able of a predator. Roman steps down and says they will now proceed with the second trial with a duel with 120 of them against the asks him about his name. He replies his name is Vulcan, and Roman asks if he is fine with the wooden sword. Vulcan thinks Roman Dimitri's confidence is overblown. Pause ready. Vulcan thinks he will pass if he lasts a minute. He rushes when Roman and the pressure overcoming him, while Roman makes him fall to the ground and puts his sword on his neck, indicating his defeat. He then calls the next candidate. Lucas is also shocked to see his movement, thinks he is in a different league, and is evaded by such an insanely swift and will be incomparably more difficult than the first because they have a strong opponent. The moment the Vulcan was lost instantly to Roman, people thought one thing, that Roman was strong. However, as the duels repeated and time passed, they expected that it would be easier to face him as his stamina ran out. An hour has passed since the second trial had begun, and 60 duels have been done already. However, they all have lost, and Roman calls for the next candidate. Roman showed absolutely no signs of fatigue, and what he had said to live in Roman is a predator for sure, and is now, if time. But the question is how they are supposed to doesn't. He is the 61st applicant and is a monster with an immense head, but he can inflict such pressure with only the atmosphere. He thinks Roman Dimitri is completely different from how he remembers him. Just as he said, he won't stay rotting away in a remote region like this. He is sure that Roman will move on to dominate the entire continent. He thinks he doesn't care about 8 silvers, but he will confirm whether what Roman said is true or not for just 1 year. Chris sets the timer and asks them to start the fight. Lucas rushes to attack and thinks he must first pass this trial. Chris observes that Lucas charged in without hesitation, and no one else besides the first applicant was able to make the first move. Not only that, his attack strategy slashing toward his head with the sword while aiming for his heart with the dagger. Their attacks collide with each other, and Lucas observes that he has taken a step back to evade the dagger and has parried his sword. He intends to use another skill and tries to attack him straight from the front. Roman isn't ready for such an attack and can barely dodge him. Lucas thinks it wasn't enough, and an opening is usually bound to be formed as long as he keeps rushing without rest. But Roman is like an impregnable fortress. However, he thinks he can't stop there and grabs his dagger, thinking it's over for him as soon as he hesitates, even for a second. He must keep holding onto the initiative to endure for 1 minute. He again rushes toward Roman to attack, and he smiles, thinking he is not that bad. His action is not a good decision on the battlefield, but it's suitable for the duel. He observes Lucas possesses instinctive senses. However, he doesn't plan on just letting him hold out for 1 minute. He thinks 1 minute is a wall to show them just how amazing the liege is that they will be following. He dodges his attack, thinking the purpose of this trail is to etch that into their minds from their first meeting. He blows his last attack, intending to end the fight, and makes him fall to the ground in just an instant. Lucas falls thinking he is a B-rank mercenary, but yet he is at the limit of his effort. It is said that a normal person can surely become a B-rank if they work hard with their lives on the line. But as long as they can't use mana, they are never permitted entry into the realm of a rank. Meanwhile, a rank must possess enough power to overpower anyone, and the fundamental condition for that is to awaken mana. This is why Lucas reached his limit, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape the realm of B rank. However, he survived, and on battlefields where countless people perished, again and again. From that, he realized something. He discovered that to survive and win, he must use any means necessary. So, he applies the same method to Roman and sprays sand in his eyes. He thinks there is no other way for him to last for 1 minute. However, he loses his balance and falls to the ground. He gets up again and rushes to attack him, but is shocked to see Roman has reached on his head. Lucas can observe that his eyes are red from the sand, but he is continuously staring at him. He laughs for a while, then leaves the sword, saying he surrenders there. In the heavenly demon god cult, before the cult begins to teach them martial arts in earnest, changing blows, internal energy, all trained to keep their eyes open, and his opponent tried. At present, Lucas admits his defeat and surrenders. After that, Chris offered him some water, and he washed his eyes with its help. Lucas feels ashamed and thinks he would have never used the sand if he knew it would turn out like this. He tried to use any means necessary to pass the trail for 1 minute, but he got pathetic results. He thinks Roman must be disappointed in him or probably had no expectations of him from the start. He looks at Roman and wonders if he will punish him. However, Roman doesn't say anything and calls out the next candidate. Lucas is shocked and thinks he is not even getting mad at him or asking why he committed foul play. Meanwhile, Roman already knew of Lucas's plan and saw him reach for the pouch as he flung himself backward to evade, but he went along with it to see him at his best. He doesn't know how much bloodshed Lucas has seen in his life because he used any possible way to survive. He does not doubt in his mind that the blood he has seen as Baek Jung-hyuk overflowed enough to create an ocean. This is how the heavenly demon was created. He calls Lucas and asks if there are no more applicants, and suddenly, a candidate appears and attacks him. Roman dodges his attack, but he sits to the ground and throws a rock toward Roman. Roman thinks Lucas set a precedent, and now every applicant uses any means necessary to last 1 minute. The boy again gets up to attack, but he hits him with his show and defeats him. Lucas thinks foul play is not a condition for disqualification, but as soon as they cross that line, he shows no mercy. Roman counterattacks him and calls for the next candidate while he screams in pain. The situation makes no sense since the trial. No one wants his brother him in and then breathes out in certain time. Back when he was conquering the Miram, when he had been in from such a Chris announces that the number of people who have passed the second trial is 0. However, that doesn't mean there are no successful applicants and 30 out of the 120 of them will be selected there and informed at a later date. They are full applicants. He also says he will be in charge of treats, and Volkan, the man who challenged the young master first, is also on the list. Chris thinks he must have put his courage in high regard. However, he is surprised to see Handren's name there, and thinks he is nothing special at all. He wonders if the young master saw something he couldn't see him. Aside from them, everyone else is understandable. He then asks him if Lucas has passed as well, and Roman asks if he has any problem with that. Chris says he admits that Lucas is more than talented enough as a B-rank mercenary, but not only did he commit foul play during the dueling trial, but he also decided to surrender without fighting until the end. He gave up the moment he judged that he would lose. Chris thinks such a man would only bring them harm on the battlefield. He also thinks he is a typical mercenary who would abandon his comrades and do whatever it takes to survive, and Roman says this is why he passed him. Chris asks what he meant by this, and Roman says Lucas may be a coward who knows no honor, but in a situation where no one even thought of committing foul play, he thought of a realistic way to face him and acted on it. He says these kinds of people actually shine on the battlefield. They constantly look for a way to survive and find a way out, whatever it takes. Roman asks Chris how he can be certain that Lucas would betray mates like them who can use aura. He is for it. He was too yet understood like why he has so passed. However, because they betrayed their honor as the nerve to declare that from the pits or goes. Chris is shocked when Roman says they will start preparing to barge into the war between Barco and Lawrence. On the other side, at the Lawrence residence, Flora sees a dream in which Roman breaks off the engagement and says they will go their separate way from then on. Words that is the answer. Someone who believed and followed her brought and is worried about her. Flora has lost because Ron soon. It smiled that her father not she think Ron of her room should hire daring action for his resolved title. As this blood he asks him extra family said he dead until the war. No, all they had said they would. They had to ask because leaves mine now into the situation. The war between Barco and Lawrence is a legitimate battle with Lawrence's daughter, and they have no reason to meddle in this matter. If Dmitri intervenes, the nobles of the Northeast will sever all the connections with them, and in the worst case, the central government may send soldiers to subjugate them. He holds his head and asks if he is planning on helping Lawrence because of a simple change of heart. Roman calls him and asks how he would like for him to live from now on. But his father angrily asks what he is talking about out of the blue. Roman replies he is not trying to meddle in the war because of a simple change of heart. He reveals that he was recently threatened by the eldest son of the Barco family, Anthony Barco. He did such a thing since his marriage with the Lawrences Willie House of the North, and he is just like how Chirua is toward it. He will couldn't how is a commoner doesn't change, and he felt that those weren't the eyes of a person thing more over a smile who can be persuaded. He looked much thing. There is when people say the street kingdom, and the supplies on Mr. Black needed his help. He said he wanted armaments to equip the soldiers. His father asked him to go and see Master Hendrik, but as their family are not only trust of the considering Romans to Roman replies that his father sent word he wants. Rick grabs a sword overblown. Dimitri's ironwork prides itself on one head when his yonder brother is true do stands his rest. This can't. Master is shocked at his observation and asks what he is saying. He says one of his soldiers who couldn't slash the enemy with his trash of a sword died, and the blunt edge of the sword couldn't cleanly cut through the flesh, and the soldier, who couldn't pull out the sword stuck in his enemy's muscle, lost his head to his enemy with a baffled expression on his face. He asks the master what he thinks about this injustice, and says, protect the body from an enemy's attack. Even once, the heaviness of armor is worth bearing. However, a soldier that wore this chain mail that he gave him was betrayed by the Amro that he trusted and died. He throws it to the ground and says his soldier will trust that the finely stitched iron pieces would protect him. But an experimental Pisces of a nameless blacksmith couldn't block the enemy's attack. He sketches its danger that it bore to understand what he is saying, and he understands. Roman says if he didn't realize that those things scattered all over the floor are trash, then the soldiers who follow him may have entrusted their lives to those pieces of trash without knowing a thing. He pierces through the armor with a sword and says this matter is not simply his retaliation line. Asks in front of him and says because of those pieces of trash that he tried giving him due to his personal feelings toward him. People who have done nothing wrong almost died. Master Hendrik seems worried now and says this wasn't his intention. But Roman says his intentions are unimportant and he says he is aware anything and become retained they overstep continues past your word. And when his master slapped him, he made him one goal to pay him as he had a sword that he made was of help to someone in that least of he heard people saying that he died during a mission escorting a merchant. They commented that he would have been alive if only his sword didn't break while fighting the bandits. He was so guilty because he thought he was responsible for his death that he wouldn't let some didn't let that if he is willing he is well aware that he is a great blacksmith. Master his father perfectly all that to him for his quality turned to Smiths tells Roman that he stole Master Hendrik's sword. Roman doesn't remember this, and the blacksmith says he desperately stole just to design with his one hoop them. He was the one Cleveland Lord would take the workshop, and all the he was in the of the demon cult would open whimsical his brother or a disfavored set the heaviest hard way not firm. It's the op or face he restricted from a rash's other baton will have or to do multi love it out. She asks them to give up on all the year's produce and set fire to the fields. They will also stock up on as much food as possible and endure until winter. Lord Lawrence asks her what she meant by saying they just have to hold out until winter. And central power is not over quick. Exgol Nebway Otter says muscle special salamander and said family arrived at the he has come as to the second is to have an all-out in the service. Lord no word tell Dest there the war has at once. Viscount Barco is shocked at their dareness because he always thought they would surrender. But now they attack them instead. He expected the battle to be different missions for this battle. Restricted number of supply can't believe Lawrence chose a desperate resistance. From the calculation. In his he seems is not that strong-willed of a person. He sold his precious child over to the Dimitri family, but he could not handle the pressure from Barco. He is the kind of man who soldiers to hurry. Fist must have been flustered as she. That is the path she wished to walk her for 4-5 she will make the. It causes a large hole in the case rate. See that the Barcos launched a match shot costs the government 2 ways to boy it. A maid calls her from her usage that name magic call and asks how he tends to be the family follows family will name of his knowing promised him by has to protect while wrong choice but to break off the meritocratic she can obtain a crucial cause that in one of her people says she will those Barco to hold mercenary but he is about to attack him again father and asks what she is talking about. Troy replies that she has no time to explain that was used for the magic call. Chris worriedly says Lawrence may fall if they delay any more than this. He tells him about the flare weapons that are powerful enough to destroy the castle walls. They must attack their rear immediately if he intends to get in the way of Barco's plans by assisting Lawrence. But Roman rudely asks him why he should help Lawrence's family. He exclaims it is not important to him whether Lawrence falls or not. He says rather than the death of hundreds of people that he doesn't know, he will make sure not even one of his people sheds blood is more important to him. He is sure that Lawrence will lose many people because they followed an incapable lord. However, unlike them, he doesn't intend to force anyone who has sworn allegiance to him to become a pointless sacrifice. Chris simply replies he understands his intentions, while Roman leaves him there. At the same time, the Lawrence family opens their gates at their lord's orders, and he orders them to punish those heinous people from Barco's. He charges all of his soldiers, and they rush outside to attack the Barco's soldiers. Their captain smiles at this and says they all don't know their place, and he kills a soldier in just an instant. It is revealed that he belongs to a Burge mercenary company and has torn away many soldiers in just an instant. The other soldiers are scared of him now, and they start running behind, asking each other for help. Flora instructs them to keep holding until the end and thinks if they can't even serve as proper bait, then Roman won't appear. On the other side, where Viscount Barco is staying, they see Roman heading toward them with his soldiers. Roman thinks about war, and that the time for his soldiers to risk their lives has come earlier than planned. They have uncertainty as well as anxiety in their eyes, but this is the reality they themselves must face. He thinks if they all survive as his soldiers, then he will promise them the life of a predator. But in the end, it will be their own strength and willpower that decides their survival. A few moments ago, he revealed to his soldiers that their main priority in the operation would be to attack Barco's rear and destroy their siege weapon. He said Lawrence would not be able to act as a proper bait, but he didn't expect much from them in this operation. He stated that he would take the vanguard himself, massacre the enemies at the front of their forces, and open a path so all they must do is follow him and sweep the remnant. He asked them to keep in mind that their main priority was to destroy the siege weapon. The Barcos are watching them from a distance, but they don't get scared to see a few soldiers. Viscount Barco makes fun and asks if they seriously think they can take them on with such a few soldiers. He orders his soldiers to prepare to take on those crazy guests immediately. His soldiers block them with their shields, but Roman jumps upon them and passes through their barrier in no time. He thinks the people of the Miram's Orthodox sect once had a saying that the heavenly demon is always at the vanguard of the demon cult. He leaves his horse and again jumps upon them to attack, but he is the invincible heavenly demon and takes them down in no time. However, he also knows that facing him head-on is but an act of suicide. But people always wonder why the heavenly demon appointed himself to the most dangerous role, even after becoming the heavenly destroy the enemy's morale from the vanguard. The soldiers are scared to see him, but he says he will come to them if they don't come at him. A soldier commands his companions to attack him, and a few of them appear on horses from the sides. Roman moves swiftly and kills many of them. They get so confused that one of them stabs the other's horse. In the meantime, Chris also appears there and watches his liege fighting. He is also ready for the fight and thinks he is just a little closer to his liege side. In the meantime, many soldiers face Roman and think they have to stop this monster. Roman moves swiftly and beheads one of the soldiers. He looks toward the flare and thinks that thing is their operations target. He moves quickly after killing many of the soldiers and heads toward the flare. The Burge mercenary captain recognizes him and wonders what Roman Dmitri is doing there. He thinks there is an immense reward in line for this mission, since the fate of the Burge mercenary company is on the line, so he will take care of him by himself. He takes out his sword and is ready to face Roman, who is heading towards them. Burge, and a rank mercenary acknowledged by the kingdom, and their sword collide with each other in order to dodge their attack. Unlike B-rank mercenaries, one can only attain a rank by knowing how to utilize aura. It is revealed that Burge is a 2-star aura knight, and he doesn't even budge at Roman's attack. Soon, however, he is shocked to see Roman's strength, and he pushes him backwards. Burge thinks his opponent is far too strong than him. He attacks him multiple times in just an instance, and Burge finds it difficult to dodge them all. 5 seconds was the duration that a rank mercenary could ensure against Roman. He beheads him in just 5 seconds. The other soldiers are shocked to see their captain's body, while at the same time, Chris and Kevin smile at Roman. Viscount Barco shouts from his place and orders the remaining soldiers to kill him. But they seem scared and say they're a product of magic that doesn't exist in the Mirum. He uses the heavenly demon god art and stabs the magic flare using the heavenly demon sword technique. He pierces through the flare while Viscount Barco is shocked to see his most important weapon's conditions. He then calls Lawrence's and declares that he, Roman Dimitri, has destroyed Barco's siege weapon. Flora is shocked and sees him with teary eyes, thinking he has really done it and fulfilled his choice but to retreat. In this battle, Chris used aura in a different way than before. He did his best to condense his aura as much as he could, as Roman had done. As a result, his mana consumption was not high, even during the fierce battle. Those around him ridiculed him for following Roman, but Chris was growing. He smiles and thinks he has no choice but to acknowledge it now that his liege's method is the correct one. He puts his sword back and is shocked to see other soldiers' conditions. He chased after the liege while gritting their teeth, though he is exhausted and thinks there is only one reason why they were able to stay safe. They had a monster that defies logic behind them. Roman appreciates them and says they all did well to stay alive, and now their role in the war is over. After that, they enter Lawrence's castle, where everyone is cheering for him. Lord Lawrence also looks at him. He has given birth to a tiger. Thinks it's unfortunate. And also, she says they weren't able to end there. He only did his part as promised. She still had to speak his to make sure through the door and rooms like this, they should also accept. They think Barco still has many soldiers. Listen or of him quietly. He gets up and says Barco is currently under financial pressure, and to pay back the huge amount they borrowed, they have no choice but to conquer Lawrence, and that does not change, even if Flare was destroyed. He predicts that they will receive the messenger's head in return. Everyone knows he is right but stays quiet. Roman says their soldiers are still carrying corpses outside and asks Lord Lawrence if he felt not as he bore witness to that scene. He says Barco must not be forgiven, and they must show everyone in this world how they will take revenge against the brooded who dared to lay their hands on Lawrence. Lord Lawrence asks him what they can do when they are so lacking in strength, and Roman replies there is just one way. Lord Lawrence finds something unusual in his eyes because he seems to demand something from them. It is said that herbivores have no choice but to become a savage beast's prey. This time, Lawrence will become his prey. On the other hand, Viscount Barco is beating the table angrily and wondering what cause he possibly has to meddle in this matter. To turn this disadvantageous situation around, nothing is left but single combat. On the other side, Roman also suggests they should hold single combat. It is said that single combat is a duel between representatives of two families to decide where your battles have go, and they are connected with the central no means as what nothing be the whether he able. It doesn't mean anything if he wins once and then signs up the third victory. She wonders he free of party battle parties must roll both parties. Roman thinks that weak is an issue. Purpose Lord sleeps how he wants to change it. And the of overpowering. So entered him since they have heard Captain Jonathan's pupil, Chris, and that he is the genius of the Northeast region. They wonder why they have sent a 2-star knight against a 3-star, and it looks like a talent is going to die for no reason. Meanwhile, Chris is calm and confident and rush thinking he realized one attack him first with the speed. That is the risk whispers about his opponent introduces himself as Jansen, 3-star or a knight. Every G-star calm he left fight, and Jansen rushes toward Chris to attack him first with the speed of light. Chris dodges his attack, thinking he realized one thing when he first sparred against his liege: no matter how powerful his aura is, it only matters if he hits his opponent. So, he intends to hit his opponent rather than dodge him. However, he has to dodge him for now and then finds an opening to aim for a single opportunity. Jansen shouts at him and asks how long he intends to run away. He has a powerful aura and attacks Chris, intending to kill him with this attack. Chris is shocked to see a wide area aura, and it's his first time seeing such a thing. He gets scared, thinks he can't dodge it, and wonders what he should do. Meanwhile, he hears Roman's voice in his head and asks him to distance himself from the world's logic. He now realizes that Mana's thoughtless outburst can't properly display the full force of aura, just like the strength that his liege showed from a tiny amount of mana. Roman instructs him to focus the directional plane into a line and then the line into a point. He asks him to focus the power of his aura on a single point and then aims for his opponent. Chris understands his instruction and then beheads his opponent with just one blow. His head falls to the ground, and everyone starts cheering up for Chris. He is shocked at thinking that, as a 2-star knight, he has defeated a 3-star knight. Roman smiles at him while they call the next warriors for the second round. The people of Lawrence are happy and shocked at the same time, thinking a 2-star knight defeated a 3-star. Lord Barco glitches his hand out of anger and thinks he was planning on wrapping this up on the second match, but now the final match has become the most important. However, he thinks he doesn't need to worry about the second match since he has a surefire card that he spent a fortune on. Surprisingly, a soldier wakes up that sleepy man and asks if it is his turn. He gets up and walks toward the sparring ground while yawning. He introduces himself as Homeros of Barcos. He is a 4-star Aura Knight, and everyone is shocked at hearing his name. They have heard his name and that he is a rumored wandering swordsman. The people are also surprised to see a ranker there and never expected to see a 4-star Aura Knight there. He is ranked 49 in the Empire. He thinks if only it weren't for the Guildmaster's request, he wouldn't have come there. It is said that the ranks originated from the Valhalla Empire and the Sanctuary and the Straholic grew. Lord Lawrence is shocked to see he hadn't heard of his name because he wandering force. They thought this would be a tough match, and it would be a shame for the Lawrence family to lose when they won the first match. Meanwhile, Roman smiles and thinks his opponent is a 4-star knight. He investigated Barco's moves through an information guild, but he only managed to obtain superficial information. He guesses Himoroa's is the trump card that Barco's been hiding then. He smiles and thinks he looks forward to fighting him. Just as his opponent hid his strength, they also realized how powerful he was. He walks toward him, thinking this is his chance to fight against the strong he has only read of in books. Suddenly, Flora grabs his arm and asks him to surrender immediately. She says eyes to her. To win are like he is absolute, and they will send back explain everything to himself. He is still enough to destroy Flare. He is at least a 2-star Aura Knight, saying he will end this fight soon. Chris and Kevin seem worried about his speed. Roman dodges his attack and then moves to his side after releasing his aura. Homeroas thinks his opponent is very interesting. Roman uses another method to release his aura and tries to attack him, but he dodges him and asks what method he uses to manifest his aura. Roman thinks he was hoping for a decent battle after so long, but he underestimates him and does not go all out. Homeroas then uses 3-star Aura Extreme and says he will face him seriously for now. Everyone is shocked at such an overwhelming aura of pressure. Meanwhile, Roman thinks he can't believe a man like him is ranked 49, and there is no longer a point in dragging on this battle. He then calls him and asks him to block his next attack if he can. He uses the Heavenly Demon Sword technique, which is a formless technique. Suddenly, a black wave appears there, and Homeroas happily thinks he had never expected to be utilized like this. In the meantime, the moves collide with him, and Roman thinks there are no names for the moves. After a while, the colors appear again, and they turn purple. Roman stands there holding his sword and thinks the moves are only referred to by their respective number. He then closes his eyes and uses the Heavenly Demon Sword technique, the third move against his opponent. A few days ago, when Homeroas was at the guild master said he was well aware that he was looking forward to his match against Fernando, and he begs him to take their position into account just this once. He mercenary to of Cairo as well as the audience, but at present, his blood is all over to the ground. Flora, as well as the audience, is shocked to see him lying on the ground. The superstar of Cairo, who rose in the ranking before even reaching the 4-star rank and was aiming to break the rank 30 barrier, was killed with a single slash. Roman stands there holding his sword and thinks he is a man who hasn't even reached the peak and dared to be so arrogant. Roman's standards are not based on this world, but in his past life, the Muram was like a death. He calls the judge and asks him to announce the result, and he is also in a state of shock, but announces that the winner of the second match is Roman Demetrier of Lawrence. The soldiers are also shocked to see that Homeroas is dead. Chris shockingly wonders if this is his liege's true strength. He wonders if he already possessed this much strength before their first duel, or if it could be that he achieved drastic growth after their duel. He is certain that his liege wasn't strong enough to overpower Homeroas at that time. As for the latter, there hasn't been enough time, so it is logically impossible. He wonders how something like this is even possible. After defeating Jansen in the first match, he thought the day he would surpass his liege wasn't too far ahead, but that was pure foolishness. It is announced that there is no need to go out of the way to wait. After discussion, the judge announced a state of shock because they have lost the war. He wonders how Homroa's lost when he was a 4-star knight. Unlike the average, the mercenary guild must have sent him a fake Homroa's. Meanwhile, a soldier comes to him and says they have to send out a warrior, and he replies they can't afford to lose any more of their fort. But the Lord says he caused the Barco family's reputation to smack, telling him to die. To think, therefore, he will allow him to redeem family's rep. The soldier is shocked at his order, but the Lord says he caused the Barco family's reputation to fall during the social party. Therefore, he will allow him to redeem himself through this match. The soldier thinks the Lord knows that Benson is a null-star knight, and he is telling him to die. However, he obeys his order, and after a while, Benson afraidly introduces himself as Benson of Barco. The people whispered about him, saying they had never heard of his name. Chris and Kevin recognize him from the social party, and how he humiliates Kevin. Kevin appears in front of Roman and says he wants to face him. Roman thinks that in a world of survival of the fittest, he smiles and meanwhile, Benson is scared and thanks Northeast. Kevin as his opponent. He wants to take revenge on him. Liege is nothing more than a sword that protects his liege. Benson rushes to attack his first, but Kevin dodges his attack and puts the sword right under his neck. But before he can hit him, Benson kicks him and makes him fall to the ground. He falls to a distance, and blood drips out in their build is hits him again and seriously injured. The voice asks him to take his revenge, and meanwhile, Benson hits him again and seriously injures him. He heard a voice in his mind asking him to kill him since that man was hurting him. The voice asks him to take his revenge immediately. He remembers when Roman told him that ever since he cut his own hand off, the demonic spirit art settled itself inside his mind. He asked him to drag out the demon inside him. At present, Kevin drags out his demon and has a devilish smile on his face. He calls Benson and asks him to watch out for his moves. Kevin's inside voice asks him to tear Benson into pieces because his head is almost split in two because of him. Kevin thinks his head is so loud, but he just wants to become a useful sword to his liege, more useful than Chris. His inside voices say a vortex of emotions, such as inferiority and loyalty toward the liege, is racing in his mind. He then uses the demonic spirit art and rushes toward him with the intention of killing him. Benson is shocked to see his aura and thinks it will penetrate through his armor. Kevin reaches near him, and he is about to hit him again. Benson starts crying to see that he is not stopping, and that this guy has lost his mind. In a moment, Kevin penetrates the sword through his armor and kills him. Chris and Oidance are shocked to see this, while Kevin doesn't seem to be in his senses. He stabs him again and again until his body tears into many pieces. Flora and Lord Lawrence are shocked to see his beast mode, and there is blood everywhere. He then comes back to Roman, bows before him, and says he has returned. Roman smiles and appreciates him for his duel, and he now smiles like a child while his face and armor are filled with blood. The results of the warrior battle between Lawrence's the bars discuss the war, and one of them,
Is this the time? Do we tell them?
This is exactly when we do not tell them.
another one says his relatives are all from Lawrence, and they say that Roman was Lawrence's savior and hadn't been playing Roman's face. Lord Barco is worried at Barco's castle because everything is over for them now. He receives 2 letters, one is from the principal and an interesting reminder from the Golden Bank, and the second one is the compensation of manpower for Homroas and the shifting of responsibility from the mercenary guild. He slams the table angrily and thinks of all the nobles who were behind them when they were the true house of the Northeast. If only Roman Dmitri hadn't interfered, done something that must never be done in the aristocracy. Suddenly, he wants to express his sincere gratitude to the still bright. With a vow, he says the purpose of this war was to have Lawrence pay the price of St. Oz. Barco lost flair due to his ambush, and not only that, there was not a single warrior from Lawrence among the warriors who participated in the warrior battle. Absolutely no. This moment, Roman Dmitri had no demand solved. Lord Barco is shocked to see him there and wonders why he came there. Roman looks straight into his eyes and asks him to say his complaints to him. A few hours ago, Chris shockingly asked him if he seriously planned on going to Barco. Justly thought his relationship mortal and says it may have been that Barco's money him but refuses and says he will go there alone. Viscount Barco glitches his teeth and thinks he is a snot-nosed boy who hasn't even inherited the peerage. He says since a man of common origin like him does in all, they put forward a call and declared it because it says that being unaware of aristocratic law is no excuse. He asks if he understands how foolish his actions were. At this rate, the Dmitri family will suffer massive disgrace because of his actions. He states that the Dmitri family won't be able to avoid the northeastern noble's criticism for the sin of having an inept son. It's time to tell him of his cause. He starts the conversation by saying Lawrence and Dmitri had planned to be connected through matrimony, but now he is considered nothing more than a disengaged moron. He asks everyone what they think about the reason for disengagement. He asks if they think it was due to his reputation or his experience with women. He exclaims none of those rumors are true, but he points toward Viscount Barco and says the truth is that he was threatened by the eldest son of Barco, Anthony Barco. After listening to this, Viscount Barco is shocked, and Roman continues to say that it happened during Barco's social party. He was close to Anthony Barco then, and attended the party at his invitation before engaging with Lawrence and falling into his trap. When he came to his senses, he was in the same room as Emily Barco, and Anthony used that as an excuse to threaten him to cancel his marriage with Lawrence. He looks at everyone and says it was a thoroughly planned trap to separate Lawrence and Dmitri. Now, all the nobles whisper something about Barco. Roman smiles and thinks that once a weakness is exposed, it no affects them the fact that he is tried and molested one of his people, his betrothed, Flora Lawrence. From the shock, she ultimately chose to break off their engagements with Flora saying, "Everyone gathered there and thinks there is nothing more for sits the lady has to offer their two families." He says if he doesn't choose right now, he will go back to his family and reveal all of this to his father. Viscount Barco is shocked to hear this and thinks they absolutely must avoid a war against Dmitri. Still, if they go against Dmitri when they are already on the verge of collapse, the Barco family will be exterminated. He holds his chair out of anger and says the issue between him and Anthony does not need their two families to involve themselves. He says he will have his eldest son, Anthony, apologize to him on his knees. But Roman interrupts him and asks when he said he wanted Anthony Barco to kneel. Viscount Barco is shocked and asks what he meant by this, and Roman asks in what world the perpetrator decides the method of punishment. He exclaims he will be the one to decide how he will be punished. After some time, Anthony is crying by kneeling down in front of his father and says he can't have a judgmental duel with Roman Dmitri for him. He cries and says the bar intertwined, thinks about Roman's evil smile, and calls his father to help him, and says he already knows that he liked Flora very much. He apologizes to him, remember that he starts to pay this debt for the rest of his life. The other noble talking about from will be able to clean up after his atrocious act. But the bark threw into a trap and whispers in his ears that he has no reason, and then stabs the sword in his stomach. Anthony bleeds by his mouth while Roman stays quiet. In his past life, Jinhyuk was once in a brotherly survival state. If he knew what his problem, that man received someone at lightest. At that time, Jinhyuk thought his brother was an amazing man, once completely trampling on, and he shut out all forms of variables. He grabs his body and starts crying if he has any problem. The Viscount Barco shouts at his soldiers and orders them to kill the demon who dares to kill the eldest, and he will do the same thing to them as he did to Anthony Barco. Viscount Barco shouts at him and says he was planning on doing this from the start, and he didn't bring along a single guard as he visited Barco to pretend he was willing to come to a compromise. Roman stares at him and says he can no longer live under the same sky as the Barco family from the moment Anthony Barco threatened him, and this is the result of his revenge. He then turns toward the other nobles who are already scared of him and says if there are still others who have yet to let go of the thread-like connection with shouts at him again as that it has unhelped to the government. Viscount Barco thinks they messed with someone they shouldn't have. A few days later, Viscount Barco, who couldn't pay his debt to the Golden Bank, attempted a moonlight flit but was found dead on a nameless hill. The Barco family, who once wielded power in the northeast, suffered a trifling end. The same night, Roman returns him with blood on his face and clothes. Han says the moon was bright. To Han, he has been acknowledged, but he keeps himself in danger with things like wars. He advises him always to take caution since he is worried about him. Roman says he already tells him he is one of his people, and Hans replies that he remembers when he said this to him. In his past life, Baek Jung-hyuk massacred countless enemies and poured his best uproar over the no family anyone central family from years her. Meanwhile, all the thing Baron Romero was not inclined to all there because every station and Helena will be saying marriage with Bitters that he was the eldest and a would nuisance but really get his rocks. Realistically speak last. However, Roman predicted all those variables. Get to know a little else anything to meet a relative of the to her Dimitri. She showed he couldn't then anything Sylvia some other apply because he will go out and she'll that his son singles rumor. Then a monstrous prodigy for himself. A few days later, and they slept and don't what she has seen Smiths in the mine. He removes dirt. Hans rushes toward him and says he can't stop him from going to the mine. He removes dirt from his face and clothes and says he can't work while slightly minding his appearance. He removes dirt from his face and says the handkerchief is black from just a little rub. Hans is worried for him because he is covered in dirt all day. The girls turn toward them and are excited to see Roman. There's a word that it's highly likely he will take the second-born seat of the sword. They can give him their sincerest answer from there. He ignores. Hans says they have him help in the Smith blood and sweat of but understands he's teary-eyed and experiencing the war against Barco brings about the soldiers' blind loyalty. To the soldiers who followed him to war, Roman taught them the heavenly demon Kull's fundamental training techniques. The Asura cultivation technique and the Asura could not enough. He needs his own intelligence force that can have the leewise that they all possess impressive zeal. And he calls Chris and says it's time he taught him a new swordsmanship as well. Chris is shocked to hear of a new swordsmanship. Roman says he started earlier than the others and has already formed a world within his bubble before. So it wouldn't have been easy for him to accept any new fame of the sword once ruled the Murim, and was a secret art of the man once known as one of the 10 heavenly masters. He starts, Roman's the party, they wanted to finish. The rumors, the most one where was netted, and there is she kind of at mind's position with them, says thinks he can every ending he has like her later the about his work progress, and much that if the Dimitri family spent dozens of more years mining from it, in my half miles at running that idea, and then he had learned the and told that he would everyone safety or completely of everything about Dimitri to they are through with an equal allotment of work. Dimitri ironwork is so since but Mings and is more. Meanwhile, Master Morcanopy does not. He will focus on his work. But they don't even talk to him other than when he asks question, comes to him and sits in front of him. He says he has watched him work this past week and has become curious about something. He asks him why he is working there. He thinks no one, not even Rodwell, the second-born and most powerful successor of Dimitri, has ever once come to visit the iron mine. The eldest, Roman, came there as a pretext for successor training after all this time, and he naturally thought he was making.
This is how I'm able to create best-selling designs using AI. I've used other AI tools to try to get images
in light of what he expected. He observes that he was more zealous in his work than servant in the castle, who answers, an ideal answer and a realistic answer, both answers. Roman smiles and says he will tell him the ideal answer first. He exclaims that Dimitri is a mining city, and many people work in the iron mine for a living. Rather than statistically understanding the people of Dimitri, asks if there is any need for her to do such a thing. And Roman's by him and thinks this is definitely an ideal answer. It's something that after that if Dimitri had iron. Morkan laughs at his answer and says he now understands that he wants to demand his share of his father's wealth rightfully. He thought Roman had come there simply because of the battle of succession imports. After that, more surprised the highest initially if everything up to said the mining slavety, but mining mountain, they feel an earth, a miner in collapsed shatter, house Dimitri. Even if he is an Aura Knight, it Roman looks to carry the up the moves with tears the doctor. He also says he will pay for the treatment potion if he needs it. After that, when they take these incidents, do anything against a sudden disaster. However, he says there is a way, albeit difficult. As one who carries the Dimitri name, he is going to resolve the difficulties they are facing. He says using any means necessary may not take much time either. Lord Dimitri Willington lost house Septus says he take accident Dimitri and understand why he made such a choice in this. Roman exclaims that Warren implies there is punish any incident can to use that thing he is aware eliminate of safety to Lord Dimitri group's noble clan on iron fits the rank. Chris tells them they are from the liege to all of them, so they must give their all to this training. However, they are surprised because they never heard of any mana cultivation technique. Chris tells them that it is a unique method of controlling mana organized into a systematic form, and if it is not, some garbage is passed around the technique that someone imitated. Lucas thinks this technique is a treasure. Not even a father would teach his son a mana cultivation technique. He is sure Roman teaches them something he found lying around the market street. He thinks even if they are soldiers who swore loyalty to Roman, they have not gained enough of his trust for him to grant them such a treasure. Meanwhile, Chris declares that the cultivation technique is called the Asura cultivation technique. Lucan can feel his mana, and from just a few minutes field. After a few minutes of training, Lucan can feel his mana, and from just a few minutes of cultivation, their drastically heightened senses can even feel the wind tickling their skin. He trained while thinking the Asura sword technique is organized into 108 different combat styles, and they perfectly utilize the power of the cultivation technique. He thinks if he had sole possession of the Asura cultivation and sword technique, he would never have taught this to his soldiers and kept it a secret from his family. Lucas once spent his entire fortune trying to learn a mana cultivation technique and spent each and every day experiencing cataclysmic changes in his life. He was happy during his stay there with Roman Dimitri. One day, Roman calls him and says he wants to make him his bill, but Lucas refuses and says he wants to stay with him. Roman is surprised at his refusal and thinks he has wide personal connections, the adaptive capabilities he showed during the loop. Then he will have to leave his side, but he says if he ends up managing an information guild, and asks him something. He asks him why he thinks he taught him all the Asura cultivation and sword techniques, and Lucas replies he doesn't know the reason either. Roman says he gave them all a gift as a reward for their allegiance to him. He asks him if he really thinks the man known as Roman would give away his everything just to acquire his Soliders' loyalty, and says he doesn't wish for loyalty from them all for no reason, and that was simply a reward for him risking their lived by following him to war. Taking that into account, he asks him what he thinks he will give to someone of more value than a simple soldier. Lucas is shocked to know that he would give something greater than the Asura cultivation technique and immediately agrees to obey his order. He bows before him and says he will do his best to create the greatest information guild on the continent. Roman observes that Lucas is a calculating and realistic man, and he is the only one who can be the head of the information guild, the ignoble clan. After that, when he goes to the mines, all the miners greet him warmly and thank him for making arrangements for their safety. An only man comes to him and thanks him for saving his son's life. He bows before him and says he such an atmosphere would fight for succession. Arranged a fall out, not as men to go. If they and Barco had gone against each other, it's more by one loss. He experienced judgment of Roman, which continued to change rapidly, was brought to a full conclusion through this event. Says he chose young Master Rodwell to be the decision has changed nastic. Even impartial competition is in Roman ability to compete against on the succession matter requires the agreement of key individuals, the vassals, the Iron Mine Master, and Hendred in the assumption he had current to be to him under the someone who cares about his incident. He asks Jacob who is behind him, and he replies that he heard he wanted to hear about what happened in the iron itself, but he got to tell after the young master started working in the mines. He said he didn't have a favorable impression of the young master during the incident. The young master stated that he bows before him and says he wants to say that young Master Roman is a successor that Rotten to Hendrik, and says several items have been requested. He asked him to in the dock to see a sword right blacksmith's honest mana and story all the weapons in note. The blacksmith says something like this: "There with made that sword, this," and says the truth and said able to. He judged Flamel as if this Master Hen starts hammering and thinks the standard of handling iron is mana. Those of the Miram fundamentals so while Master about his etching and can't be and apologizes to. Therefore, he wants him to take Salamander as a gift. 3 years ago, Master Hendrik came to Dimitri House, called Lord Dimitri House a moron if Rome and talked about the second-born Rodwell. Worth those years, Hendrik said. He said, "Section of that is the whims from the foes the made such an incredible sword decision he more, and from now on, it looks like he will be going beyond theory classes and gaining experience as a royal academy. Show Dimitri a new future, talent." Throughout the entire Will comes by himself, welcomes him, and asks Peter to confirm whether he needs from the smithy tomorrow on the king with Hans if he can observe the training for a bit. Hans allows him and says he can see them from a distance. He then asks if his body is going to last with such complete disregard for defense. Kevin challenges him and asks him to say that after he wins. Pucky asks him to come to him, and Willis is shocked to see that both soldiers are Aura swordsmen. It is revealed that among the 30 men recruited as Roman soldiers, not a single one of them was Aura swordsman. When he meant by that back then, get strong and says direction, fight serious now. He is shocked to see them and wonders what he is witnessing right now. Sure that they are not regular soldiers, but knights that Demeter was beyond the scale of a countryside family. That they are not regular soldiers, are not feels that they are simply young Master Romans private Hans how Aura swordsmen can be treated as mere soldiers. He asked how Kevin was a commoner, whom young Master Roman especially took in, and Pucky was a C-rank mercenary. They simply grew stronger through young Master Roman's mastery is. He wonders his appear adequately relaxed expression warmly and in the war has accomplished to age of history of Cairo. The ranking procedure before conferential after the rank however spot becomes vacant. Granted 100 for of area they have decided D is because they wrote him to defeat best way to prove his procedure is impossible. Once he infuses stars, and anything 4 stars and above will display a green color. He says he has defeated a 4-star Aura swordsman, so he must display at least a 3-star yellow to meet the qualifications. Roman puts his hand on the mana guad, thinking this world is highly developed in mana, unlike in Miram. He wonders what sorts of beings made if they are like swords. He can't the logic of the two worlds, Guaj, and Willis is shocked to see an immense amount of mana surrounding him. He wonders what in the world this is because he has never seen this before. First, the gauge takes orange colors, and Willis is shocked at such a fast result because the measurement usually takes around 5 minutes. Then it turns yellow, and Willis thinks even if he is a 4-star or a swordsman, he never expected to change the color so rapidly. Roman thinks the methods of this world can only take him this far, so turn Guaj. It is said that Aura Guaj is an item created through the color the Aura gauge is defective, and Willis shockingly says he cannot give him a clear answer that has Easter in Kingdom of Cairo. That's his glasses and says he built a Valhalla temple after that, he was life before aviation is a fit and has the intellect to use it effectively. Why the green color was displayed under he recruit praised by combat knew how the was praised he asked by fat rank the central government. Marquess Benedict also calls his subordinate and asks if the ranking of Roman Dimitri is true. He replies with yes and says Willis of the Valhalla Temple went down to Dimitri and confirmed that he was a 3-star swordsman. And the rumor that Roman defeated Homroas also seems to be true even if the aspect or fattened for Dimitri to get share. Kronz, one of the 2 superpowers of the continent, on pressure the Dim asks him if he is alright, and he thinks about like there's aim or 3-star. Else pull his informs him of royal allowed to a knight. Is an king off become a royal noble. If the Mr. Pupi offered him a mansion in the capital, land that is several thousand pyong wide, and the man so eat appointment and asked trying called the battle, making it difficult him the same question if he will please support his majesty. Facts none of the 4 off Tetum will wait for an hour is to his practice intelligence unit. Roman is surprised to see a Valhalla agent wearing Dimitri's servant attire. He angrily asks him what he wants when he has already conveyed his intent through House Denver a few days ago. Macon still smiles and apologizes to him for visiting in such a disrespectful manner. He says they had no choice but to act formally back then because of the eyes around. He states that they in Valhalla have come to admire his potential. He even to it. One thing is to become stronger. They will specially permit his entry into Valhalla's sword techniques, and their ancestral of their first entire is death. Shocked when Roman refuses his offer, because the offer is lacking. Knight, Marquess Benedict says his life raise his single fallen, but they witness for their that place. He is referenced at and comes outside. Knew what place. He slum noises. He comes downstairs where a noble is humiliating his soldiers. The boy introduces himself as the second son of House Alberts, and he wrote that he heard Roman wish to the and been going to go at the Valhor where the second sister asked them to get out since he would like to use this in. And Roman thinks he is drowning himself in their former glory when House Albert is no longer a prestigious if he is claims that Hadley did. He resolves him his sword when his soldier asks him to stop immediately. He tells him that the man is Roman Dimitri. He reveals Roman is the swordsman who recently rose to become the youngest ranker in history. Henry is scared of him now, and he never thought this man would be Roman Dimitri. He remembers he is Cairo's youngest ranker, and in the war against Barco, he killed their eldest son in front of his own father. He looks at Roman's flashing eyes and thinks he is a demon devoid of blood and tears. He is scared of Roman and asks him to come forward and attack him. Henry thinks he is dead the moment he draws this sword. He then makes an excuse that he also had an arrangement and asks him to wrap love nothing more than to punish runs away from. Similarly, Roman's named with Hex to go and there will 48 days conferring of the training to 3 actions. And in there, the thing Henry Albert stands and is scared of him. Well, meanwhile, a soldier Roman he heard Roman and instead his leave a king here has messed up with the wrong the sub that information into is out asking who'd happen saying love for a maiden. But to commander, neck go since he is going. Anders sits before him and asks affectionately he want them from to the no follow his in private thinks life amp general to fan to a commander who led an honored man. But only he started from common origin. He volunteered to fight on the Western Front out of protect man, West searing pain, to acknowledge and Cairo from there. He the exact work of the 3-week base training. McBurney, he decides to leave the training and wonders Lionel don't know much about the Southern training camp. He goes to Roman and says the Southern training camp doesn't force nobles to train, like the others, between status on the battle to perform his role in various terrains. He needs at least a bare minimum level of stamina. Give or training camp. McBurney is receive any form of training. Himself, he was going to make some compromises, do the best he can. As this training aims to prepare them for the restless war zone by bestowing upon the ability to make quick movements anytime and anywhere. McBurney's other nobles are tired and it will end. And sleep. After that, when they had some time to ramp was while, Henderson calls them from aside and asks them to lower their tone. He says there is a gap because deceived, and he replies they have only trained for barely a year, and didn't give it their all. Roman Dimitri's subordinate. He thinks it's just being a private soldier. Talking. One day, he went to Chris, who had been nothing. He told him Kevin had grown into a warrior and he changed through the Legion's guidance all and choose him longer. That day onward, no up to his pair for he stepped down to them get quiet as well. Stuck with the training to different if this were the Westers Dimitri lost in his thought while training it will work itself out and says that for the past year, such strength has other not be with the Crofens kingdoms up. The king's war aim make war needs but for Heckman accord some strength for such words backing on. And life more as rich as his McBurney front in the same reserve will be saved under his leadership. Suddenly, they hear loud sounds of what is going to have gone. But the 5th defense line, while Barkin Bruce, his 5th defense line was considered the paradise of the southern front of years. Barren like this is live no matter what happened going. Exactly. They head toward the 5th defense line. Still makes hours away from the line. Roman thinks they must reach the 5th defense line in at least 1 hour. He comes to Roman and asks the commander recognizes him as Baron Bruce, and him that way. The fact that he is there means only one thing. A man who calls himself a commander has abandoned his soldiers and run away. He asks him if he understands that law. Deserters can be executed on the spot, regardless of status. He takes out his sword and beheads the commander in just an instant. He says if he had retreated with his soldiers, then at least he wouldn't have died by his hands. On the other side, at the 5th defense line, like this would come, an enemy attacks now. Meanwhile, 2 enemies rushed to attack him, but Roman appeared from behind and slashed them in an instant. Stephen is shocked to see him, and Roman tells him that Baron Bruce is dead, and he is the one responsible for this place now. Roman thinks he is on Lucas's list of names, and he tells him that Stephen is the only person who would be useful on the 5th defense line. He says they have been guarding the 5th defense line for years, so he will trust his judgment and asks him how they can protect this place. He says if he says that there is no hope, then he, Roman Dimitri, will have all forces retreat as the commander of the reserve corps. Stephen is shocked and wonders if he is the famous Roman Dimitri, and he tells him that the flow of battle is highly strained. For now, retreat would be the correct decision, but they would then yield an advantageous position to their enemies. If Hector occupies even once, in must use the railings to ball his reckless plan, and says this die time, an intruder tries to attack him from behind. Roman takes him down without turning back, and says he is not some moron who risks his life over a plan that he thinks is impossible. He kills another intruder, and Stephen is shocked to see that he evaded without even seeing the attack. Meanwhile, Chris comes to him with other soldiers, and Roman tells him they will clear a path to the gate. He asks all forces to follow him, and they follow their leader's command. Stephen is shocked to see that they don't even have a shred of doubt, and asks him to make his preparations since the war has only just. They often wonders been high. There are many ways of terror because he missed his life on Hunter's bravely. They are using their auras to follow him. When magic filled with Hunter's commander, Baron McClear, is shocked to see the situation and wonders what is happening to them on Earth with them. But they're soldiers at the same time, and his eyes meet him even though they are far from each other. He is scared and can see that Roman is charging alone just to take his head. He orders his soldiers to kill him before he rampages any further and asks them to stop him. They all stand in front of him, and Roman can observe that their commander has let his guard down. Now, it's time to end this war quickly, and by saying this, he rushes to the army of intruders. He knows from the numerous battlefield enemies is toward everyone to step aside, and in an instant, he cracks the ground in two parts, where he seems to care for him, but he takes out his sword and says he is Baron McClear of Hector's army. But before he can say anything, Roman swings his sword and beheads him in just an instant. He then grabs his head, calls the soldiers of the Cairo kingdom, and declares that he has slain the enemy commander. But if they spare the rest of them, they will definitely return as their enemies. Even though they may have lost much blood there, he orders them to put their lives on the line and slaughter all of their enemies. Henry also watches him from a distance and is shocked to see him, and he now understands why his uncle told him to get close to Roman no matter what he had to do. After Hector's soldiers lost their commander, they began to run away in different directions. Roman reports that no casualties were incurred for the 30 soldiers. Stephen is surprised that Roman supplied potions to all his soldiers. It is revealed that the potion is a medical liquid created in the magic tower. Stephen observes that on top of being immensely strong and able to make bold decisions, Roman deals him and asks him to take care of the battlefield and prepare for a second round of attack. Stephen because the war is not over yet. After that, Stephen takes him to a boy named Kobe and says he will guide him since he is native in the area. He also shows him a terrain map of some around. He wonders how he speculated his wonders why Roman chose him as a guide. Roman says when Stephen called him, he probably thought he didn't know much about the Southern Front, but he has studied the basic information in every code front from each other, and he informs him that 30 soldiers, including himself, are prepared to depart. Suddenly, Roman feels someone's presence there, and Henry is coming toward them when he looks at that side. He asks him what he is doing there. He stays quiet when Roman again repeats his question and asks what he is doing there. Henry thinks that if he says he has come there to become his friend, then he will probably ask him to get lost immediately. At first, he apologizes to him for his previous help and identify one thing. He warns him that he will leave him behind without hesitation. Head toward the Southern Front. They find an injured soldier from the Southern training camp on their way. They help him sit, and Roman asks him what happened there. He informs him that the Southern training camp was attacked and requests Roman to help them and die. Roman is surprised to know that the place that got attacked was the Southern training. In that case, the Hector kingdom must have attacked all 5 defense and the soldiers, but they make fun of his left arm and say he will die painlessly also. He says he will kill at least one of them, even if it will cost him. He would have killed many people. Only person who didn't human being on. Intruders are shocked to see this and wonder if Cairo sent reinforcement troops already. Roman stands in front of them, and they ask him who he is and how he knew to come there. Roman is surprised to see that McBurney is still alive. Chris ordered his soldiers to eliminate the enemies and rescue the survivors quickly, and they immediately headed, but Roman captures both of them together and blocks their vital points. They fall to the ground, and Roman thinks he has blocked their acupoints toward the other side to he grabs his neck so tightly that he dies and falls on He asks him to leave the rest to him. McBurney smiles and thanks him. After some time, Chris reports to him that they have taken care of 12 soldiers from the Hector kingdom and rescued 5 survivors. Based on what the survivors said, Viscount Bay thinks Hector's main force attacked the Southern training camp and went somewhere else, and the main force had applied the bill reason Hector used of them and says he will give all of them 3 minutes starting now. They don't tell him anything and ask him to kill. One of them abuses him and doesn't answer his body, and he started crying in pain. Roman says he names this technique the body crusher, and as they experience the pain in their muscles and bones being distorted, they will die a very slow death. He is sure they have received torture training, but this is nothing like they have ever experienced. He shouts at Roman and asks if he really thinks anything will change because of this. He never expected them to tell the truth, and thinks they used the southern front line could be considered in the southern training. They were preparing they were slaughtered Bale wearing. And he replies they are all wearing light equipment, predicts the face covered with scars from the countless stand why didn't they, and they continue for warp and can enable movovers to transstruct or go help the rich for now, including them, are totally isolated. On the other side, at the Hector border, to read and yet, and walls truly of the southern used to do is the exit preparate this on the they must succeed longer as Thrash he got into times within a year Azure Corps secretly infiltrated the completed tunnel and got their hands on the gate as he will be in charge defender. Urgevin replies talking about down the film at McClear. He wears the enemy. Count Dimitri contacts him as the 5th Defense Line's reserve squad. He's into war. They must abandon them as they will decide what's. He orders his after he is net and the nearings if they can hang on but are surrounded by Hector's army. The commander is worried because he never expected they would steal their warp gate and send additional troops. They also prepared all. He asks them not to expect any reinforcements from the kingdom right now, and they have to hang in there until the reinforcements are there. Suddenly shocked to see a flare ready to attack them. The Hector instant, and Hector's army in the mountains, and gather the remaining forces. They had to Roman says that before Hector's army completely isolated the front and rear, they had to abandon the fortress, take refuge in the mountains, and gather the remaining forces of the south in the mountains. Suddenly, someone attacked him and severed his head, and in his last moments, he thinks Roman was right all the time. Edvin Hector enters there saying thanks to getting a head start with Flare, they were able to occupy the fortress without much loss. All of the surrendered soldiers in a play row will follow his commands. This due to some communication is enemy attack. As soon as to destroy the saw it with own, and completely unable, shocked at his repetitions, checked the 5th to on Edvin family he little bit able to. In order to mobilize troops and enter that over that lid to take risk there when he thinks this said be a trick also late in repaying. The enemies have taken them have it at the or Lex said the King of Star pairs a prior about Reaper's kingdom over the opposite direction, while Henry is dead, scared to see him quietly but wonders what Roman's knight is doing there. Follow him. Henry follows him quietly but wonders what Roman's knight is doing there. He wonders what they are doing in the middle of the mountains, but he is already expected the fall of the rear camp him there. They behind and crossed the mountains to defeat their enemies in order to protect allies like Henry gets scared to see him and thinks he is also a monster like his liege. He wonders how the Dimitri family comes into possession of. Chris tells him that he is currently alone and is the first of soldiers to survive. He mercilessly slaughtered, but Roman appears immediately surrounded to pieces. Roman Bant running away. He is Roman Dimitri, who advised them to retreat and come to save them instead of running away. He tells him that the 1st defense line has already fallen and they won't be able to last long either. Roman asks him if he is suggesting that they should give up. Bant acknowledges that he is a strong swordsman, but this is a war between kingdoms, and fighting the Hector kingdom alone is impossible. There's current rush period of time in over the southern family. The Hector player comes from nowhere and interferes, and then it shouldn't become into attacker. The 2nd and 3rd on to report. Jackson comes to squadron. The S thinks his worry instead says Roman there won't interfere and test with what he's time after. Is Javro Edvin Heda Southern Mountain for enemy. They plan to slowly drive the enemy. Asks the soldier about the right side, but Roman also takes the soldier on the right side. Suddenly, he realizes that he is left alone and all the soldiers in his surroundings have disappeared. He thinks he needs to blow the whistle quickly, but before he can blow it, Roman appears behind him, twists his neck, and kills him, too. He is left there alone and thinks Hector's decision-making is bolder than he thought, and he was thinking of gaining as much as possible to stop blows. Their comrades are still around. Suddenly, Roman moves swift. He felt this sensation. Heard beak Jongyuk to Hook away. However, his missions became more and more. He had considered how to make he was here later. At present, the soldiers are scared of the situation. One of them even cried and thought he couldn't believe something ridiculous was happening, and he needed to report this immediately. He tries to communicate with the commander and informs him that a phantom has appeared, and they will watch his message and asks him to calm down. The enemies anywhere the ghosts without scared far more developed than the average person, is completely unable to detect the enemies. One's magic needs darkness by Roman in the meantime. Isaiah calls formations and from the as bait for them. Suddenly, he hears Roman's voice from behind, and he says he has hidden in the darkness and hunted his enemies, and after a while, they all start to think of the same thing. Thompson suddenly gets up and attacks in the backward direction, but there is no one. He is scared when Roman steps toward him and says once they discover an enemy they weren't able to see previously, they would be mistaken and think they can win. Roman appears there and asks if he thinks he really subdues him easily if he discovers where he is. Thompson releases his aura, thinking he must end things there. He tries to attack Roman but blocks his attack, and then pushes him away. He gets seriously injured and falls to the ground. He then shouts and calls his allies to come there, saying the enemy is there. Roman says his attempt is futile because he has blocked off all the surrounding sounds with mana, and his voice won't reach his comrades. He then stabs the sword from behind and kills him there. He knows what they are thinking. Foreseen fam of them risks a huge dietary ration. Effectively, as he won't deny and has reached they had understand. Imperial family that if wear them and will negotiate to get someone who has ideas that Edvin scored to stab this guy's thigh, and Edvin asks him to kill him if he wants, but he can't torture him. Roman replies he gives him an unexpected emotional response instead first. Therefore to him, and he wants Thompson and declare this the Dmitri asks what he intends to do around the location of orders the other soldiers to treat ill, effective, fish and feels like all his 5 senses are being denied. It was definitely in front of his eyes until a moment ago, but Roman's existence is hidden right now as if God is playing a prank. It is revealed that the name of this technique is trap formation. On the other side, Hector's soldiers are looking for them harshly ready to sacrifice themselves to take out the enemies. Suddenly, Chris appears from behind and beheads him in just an instant. He smiles and thinks it is happening just as their liege said. Hector's army isn't able to detect them. He calls his allies and orders them to attack the enemies, and Hector's soldiers are shocked to see them and wonder where they have come from. After the single combat, Chris had been reborn into a completely new person. He worked hard to become stronger as he trained with Roman. However, he couldn't absorb Roman's teaching properly if he had been distracted even by a little. He hung on with grit even if he was about to collapse, and as a result, he was able to use the sword techniques of the top 10 strongest martial masters that ruled the world of Miram in this place. He uses a skill named Lightning Flash, and soon, they take down all the enemy they need to move to the next point and Kevin stronger the fastest. He has observed how his liege deals with enemies by his side, so he intends to follow the values that he follows. He considers the ways of his liege to be absolute so that he will follow them. At the same time, Falqui and Vulcan completed their missions in other locations. The surprise attacks by a total of 4 groups were launched at the soldier reports to Edvin that appear out of nowhere suddenly and then said high circle scroll would have such an they never says they can magic tower because in the magic and he with the falls in that they detect his movements and ask each other to encircle him. An artifact has exploded its pieces direction. A soldier informs the second squadron that the rat is heading his to the limit of his stamina. Thousands of soldiers are surrounding this place right now, and no matter how strong he is, he will still die at their trap. All of them are charging towards him recklessly in hopes of trying to stop him somehow for 1 minute or 30 seconds. He says it is interesting that they all have become more careless than ever. He says he will play with them as long as they want since him is full of scars. Definitely. Jackson rushes to attack him, but Roman blocks his attack, and they both spread an immense amount of aura. Jackson shouts at him and says they have finally got him. It is said that Jackson is just a 4-star swordsman and isn't even within the rankings in the Hector Kingdom. He is only known as the leader of the Ranger Corps to the outside world. However, Roman Dmitri, and the news that he was a 3-star swordsman was all a lie. Jackson thinks starting from 4-star onwards, one would be a walking disaster, and he now understands why the soldiers went down so helplessly against him. He tries to push him in the backward direction, but he is so strong that he is unable to do so. After a while, Jackson himself is pushed back. He acknowledges that Roman is so strong, but he tries to push him back, thinking he won't let him run away. He blows his whistle and informs other soldiers about their location. The soldiers rush toward them, And soon, they all surround Roman from all sides. Jackson asks him to surrender, but he smiles and says it is interesting, and that they haven't figured out their situation yet. He says they are mistaken about a few things right now. Firstly, fragments like this would never adhere to him against his will. He uses his aura, and all the fragments leave his body. Secondly, Roman says he is confident of escaping any kind of encirclement, even if it surrounds him. Suddenly, he moves swiftly and appears behind Jackson, who is shocked at his movement and wonders how he got behind him. He calls Jackson and says he is the captain of the Ranger Corps, someone who is one of the strongest currently within the Hector Kingdom. This means that Edvin Hector has no one at his side at this moment. Jackson is shocked at this and realizes they are the ones who fell into his trap. Suddenly, Roman escapes in front of them, and Jackson orders them to go after Prime Edvin, who is in danger for now. Roman is moving quickly and thinks there is only one way to end a war when one has a lesser fighting force, killing the enemy's commander. If he follows the mana flow of the communication soldier, but shocked to see that his method of using mana is different, meaning he is a mage. Edvin uses his magic skill, Inferno, to create an immense amount of force skill named Entangle, which causes huge destruct stop him. Suddenly, another mage attacks him, asking how he dares to go after Prince Edvin, and says his arrogance knows no bounds. Roman is surprised that another person possesses such a powerful aura, which means he is not an ordinary man. That man is known as Hector Kingdom's ranking number 2 Royal Knight Order Captain. He removes his cape and says to Roman that he won't be able to get away anymore. He is a 5-star swordsman, and his name is Butler. Meanwhile, Edvin thinks mage. At the same time, Butler uses his powerful that they thinks he expected there to be a trap. But he never expected Edvin Hector to be a mage, or that he would bring a 5-star swordsman disguised as a normal soldier. He smiles and thinks it is interesting because it looks like he stands before his death. Meanwhile, Butler is shocked and thinks Roman is at the level where he can survive the combined attack of his and Prince Edvin when he is only in his early 20s. He wonders where such a monster came from on Earth. However, he is relieved that Roman is not yet at the same level as him. Edvin shouts at Butler and asks what he is doing and asks him to attack Roman since he is tired. They double cast a spell on him, but Roman rushes toward Edvin to attack and uses his Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Butler worriedly moves and tries to save the prince, but Roman uses his third move, which turns everything black. However, Butler manages to nullify the skill and stands in front of Edvin. He then calls his prince, asks if he is alright, and replies he is fine. Roman bleeds his mouth due to the immense usage of mana and thinks a 5-star swordsman is indeed different since he is able to block that attack. His stamina is also at its limit now that he has used a Heavenly Demon Sword technique twice. Unfortunate that if he disappears, he won't be able to survive as he has done today. After saying that, he disappears. The Hector army has suffered great humiliation because of a single person and has almost lost their commander. They couldn't accept the reality as the truth had taken place right before their eyes. Edvin glitches his fist and thinks it all happened because of him. He overestimated himself and judged that Roman Dimitri would be a variable that they could handle. He always thought to be the lesser of the worst scenarios, but the situation has become the worst possible scenario. Edvin is so disappointed that he thinks this battle is not Hector's defeat, but it is his defeat. He then orders other soldiers to move the corpses of the rest of the army, because their foe is simply too strong, and they ask him to lift his head, but they still believe him. Opponent was strong. However, he says if any one of them thinks that his decision might lead to defeat, there's that the defense camp comes to Roman is a dangerous foe, but fighting on mountains where there are geographical advantages asks if they will rise to the count. And Pullman kindly attacked them. The job and that means such is the use to produce out he or had to take some throughout the continent. And complete dude camp wasted no time and climbed the mountain to build a secret camp. If the Southern Front's commander listened to all this. At the same time, Henry intentionally puts Roman's success on a pedestal and talks louder because he knows that Roman's subordinates in the vicinity would hear what he says. Henry continues to brag and says they fought side by side. Have claims that Roman Dimitri already as known as Roman sold dared for the Cairo without the Roman Dimitri. That was the moment they had all decided once if there is some to take it. but Henry insists on him to of them. Henry doesn't bother him. Gave in the south. 100 Hector has been removed by times kingdom in order consisted of 3 tutors agitated in the southern Tyrian's army. Its line has been reformed. Defensor is thing absorbing the territory even more powerful mage. Then has the situation. He thinks risk and attacked Bong and a fight to risk his life. He has a new challenge and a formidable foe in front of him. He thinks he is someone who can't live a comfortable life and be satisfied with it. He gets up and starts practicing. He swings his sword into the air, inducing aura into it. He repeats his steps multiple times, and after a few hours of training, he has completed the preparations. At the same time, Henry comes to Chris and asks when Sir Roman will come out. He tells him that the royal family is urgently looking for him and requests that he let him meet with him. But Chris refuses, and but Roman lines have fallen within a sync of their enemies, and yesterday, after Hector had taken all they are have done what they Romans with the king and introduces himself as Roman. He has been prepared. Lines have even they had some Lutler is a mage. Swordsman is a mage. Roman says mages have overwhelmed has no butler's war. Their main force is there. After King is there is only one way out of this, a full frontal attack. Your gate if he helps Hector saying Rear shocked at his citizens. Oil fans the reading hope back to Hector no match after some time staring at each other. Hero must limit or the man and what needed since separate that information is right him. Still pratters to hear about his challenge to their time is the calls the Heck King him and wonders what he is up to now. Roman calls him and says he doesn't wish for any more senseless sacrifices, and he is sure that they all feel the same. He says Cairo will quietly accept Hector's proposal if this duel ends in their victory. On the other hand, if he wins, then they must leave Cairo's territory. Edvin thinks the current Roman Dimitri is not strong enough to defeat Butler, but he doesn't understand why he is insisting on a fight with him. Roman again calls him, even if he with a wolf asks him to trust him this once, and he will cut off Roman's head and return with a way for the Hector kingdom to him. He can still smell the burning corpses of the soldiers from when they creamed him. He has served him all his life and asks him if he looks like lose him, leaves the castle. But he had no what eyes that from the moment their swords clashed in the mountains, he wanted to fight with him until only one victor square. And both of them one is considered very strong within the continent, and that one person would be able to change the whole outlook of the battlefield. Butler unleashes his aura to drag out the fight from heads with uses so much pressure they don't spore, and Roman seems to be at a disadvantage. He appears from behind and attacks him, but Roman moves swiftly and dodges him somehow. The attack was so intense that it penetrated through the ground and made a huge crack there. The main force commander seems worried and thinks he agreed to this fight unwillingly because he wanted to curry Roman's favor. But if he loses now, all the efforts to try and recruit him would have been in vain. Another commander, Baron, calls him and asks if Roman will lose this fight because they think Butler is much more powerful than him. Butler pushes him away, and Roman finds it difficult to land a single attack on him. Meanwhile, Hector's soldiers start cheering for Butler, and they ask him to avenge their comrades who died at Roman's hands. But Butler observes that Roman is getting faster at intercepting his attacks, not just blocking them but slowly reading his sword's path. He gets worried when he realizes that he is actually gauging him. Meanwhile, Roman now can see where he stands in this new world. When he was able to cut down Homiers, who was at 4-star in an instant, he couldn't win against a 5-star swordsman. The current him has to fight Butler in order to see where he is, climb to the next level. That he is at the stage of the aura explosion because it is the weakness of the indiscriminate eruption of energy. Aura Knights don't exercise elaborate control over mana, and instead, their powers erupt like an explosion, which means not every area of the sword is equally strong. If the blade has 120% to uses his Heavenly Demon's sword technique's third move, which blow on both sides have gone beyond just being surprises, but were even shocked. They wonder how this could happen when Roman Dimitri is only a 3-star swordsman, and how he can fight on equal ground with Sir Butler, a 5-star knight. Edvin, who is watching them, realizes that Roman just wanted to fight to see how strong he was without any traps. If Butler loses to Roman Demetrier, that would be the ultimate worst situation because they will lose their strongest fighting force and have to retreat from the rear camp. He still trusts on Butler since he hasn't given his all yet. Meanwhile, Butler is exhausted by now and thinks he is really crazy. He thought he had prepared traps while using the fight as an excuse, but he is seriously trying to defeat him there without any traps. The reason that their plans, which they thought were perfect, had started to fall apart, and it was because of a crazy person like him had existed in the southern front of all places. He thinks if he let Roman Dmitri get out of there alive, then the Hector kingdom may eventually have to face a monster that it's unable to handle. Therefore, he decides to give his all to this attack and thinks he must kill him right there. He induces his mana. There have only been 2 people that have blocked this attack from Butler, and his current abilities, then he will definitely die. In that case, he decided to focus his everything on defense. He thinks heavenly. His sun ball is going toward Roman. Explosion occurs there. The situation stood on the other side in front of each other. Roman is still smiling, while Butler is shocked and thinks not even a 5-star swordsman can block his attack. He used up too much mana in that one attack and is now exhausted. However, he thinks he can't give up there and rushes to the other side of the ground to attack him. Roman blocks his attack and pushes him in the backward, who has experienced all sorts of clash. Give up face along with him before he threatens the prince. Suddenly, he induces so much mana, and there occurs another explosion there. But Roman is still there, and he is about to attack him in his place and asks him to stop. He uses a skill named Rune Flare and attacks Roman. He didn't expect Edvin to attack like this and immediately jumped from his place to dodge him. Edvin orders his army to save Captain Butler, which is how Hector breaks the rules of a duel. They gave up how the people of the world would view them and chose to save Butler instead. Meanwhile, Roman beheads the soldiers in just one slash who came to attack him. Roman thinks the fortress gate is left wide open, and they must not lose this opportunity. Asked him if such a miracle and reply having even though they weaved as his catalyst that fulfill the return Butler, that will be the start of their army. Roman starts killing battle some safe place. Meanwhile, the main force commander is shocked and thinks things are happening. Is the greatest talent to whom shoot him no matter the means. Be able soon as pathetic and a loser and should have maintained his rationality as at Butler and closed the fort flare forward for his help and distances is opened. They will out the Sears enter with Captain Butler them to its closing. Kell stop him. Fortress should charge forth the remnant them. But it's now Edvin Hector, but your camp. And it was proven that his decision wasn't wrong. His overall plan was perfectly fine until Roman Dmitri appeared, failed to take over the 5th defense line because of him. He remembers his people and thinks that if a god existed, then he would like to ask him why he allowed his birth, as the Sman called. He will bring him along with it the second form Edvin to prepare a heap for Roman to attack place and that easily to his attack is powerful, but their fight Callan comes in the way and gets stabbed instead. He has tears in his eyes and requests Edvin to run from there. Edvin is shocked to see him dying for his sake and screams loudly. Roman puts a sword on his shoulder and says he will accompany him soon. Meanwhile, a few soldiers come to save their prince, and he starts fighting them all. Suddenly, Jackson appears from the side, lifts Edvin on his shoulders, and starts running. He asks Edvin to get a hold of himself and asks if he really intends to die there, and to sacrifice Dimitri's motive in killing all his soldiers. Says he has already warned them all that the moment all of them see him again, he will kill all of them. He says they were the ones who started this fight, soldier, and after victory, shocked to see that all of the Hector army has retreated, and it is clearly Cairo's victory. Meanwhile, he is sitting for to happen again, as they the Hector kingdom from the south to conscript Cyril first, but somehow tries to keep the fight. Suddenly, he tries to forcefully. He and says he could best and student when Vincer maybe he says go by saying think friend words inside that under Hector had run with just Lord whom he knows of. Soldiers and also defeat and Herbert seems very happy as her successful fairly death of the previous but not need and says no he like in his to say wherefore are if he open night one him to be sure because one can lose one's life in ranking battles if something goes wrong, which they cannot discuss easily there and now. However, he is surprised by Roman's decision.
Puro yan. Kalungkutan to.
Decision because, in this situation where he can choose to go after incredible wealth or fame, he chooses to give them up and take up a new challenge. He thinks Roman truly has great confidence. However, other people are happy with his decision and look forward to the ranking battles already. They think no one can stop him because he even defeated Hector's butler. The Marquess Benedict is also surprised at his rejection of the king's proposal to become a royal knight. Furthermore, he thinks Roman will insist that when the ranking is full of surprise, Hector was a good experiment. Therefore, he will challenge the open ranking battle. There was a time Steph died real sick. and minded of talents like them. He has the ability. His daughter, both of us, and ask and with him. To take to gain possessions. Yuck is in the capital to tend to Roman's needs and is worried about him as after he is and says he might be right after that for a while. But since Hans raised both young masters, so happened people Hans told him, and the war with the Barcos, the front this, been quiet. Roman would arrive as the master, but he needed to among ever and thank her son in recruit. Only Roman. He especially wants Chris because he is a talent that any noble in the capital would welcome with open arms. However, he thinks if he hadn't gone to the southern front line himself, he wouldn't have known that though. He observed that his subordinates were all definitely worth recruiting. He might within his reach had already arrived in a whole different followed him months. Lord Roman one day. He says he wants to recruit him, but Chris refuses him immediately before he can say anything. Fabius tries to ask as they can give him some and in the sense worried that certain as it is the natural course of action. Has no idea what Lord Roman is like at all. His thinking of recruiting anyone else, but he angrily says his lord is his whole life and would rather die than serve another person. He asks him if he has come to an agreement with his lord. His lord think like that when he already loudly after hearing his offer, and on the other side, Lauren is practicing. He wonders just what exactly happened to Roman, and how he went from being the fool of Dimitri to the youngest Rared, and thinks if Rome's will aim. Meanwhile, Roman comes to him and asks what he is doing there for him. Doesn't want anything, calls him from behind. Rumors about him would bot has not been calling him unable to. He wants to become a son that his father is smilements barely 18 years old image, giving him a second chance. What he has to see says that will cause both Dimitri's and his own reputation to suffer. And the Akers had to give her calls the students for the sword, while the confident never early lose from youth. Lauren firmed teams under show and hits on William's chin and become like his brother, where his skills are arm. Is a close man and done so, says he talent competent. The instructor says he would already on him as he will break that of Cairo. William of the no matter when is to he orders his friends to bring to his brother. William's friends are scared of him, while he seems confident as he will show him that his family will mean nothing in front of true authority. But before he can complete his sentence, Roman grabs him by his neck and asks if he knows what he just did wrong. He says he can let that he bullies Lauren, but the problem is that he heard what he said. He heard him scorn the Dimitri name and say that he would bully Lauren. He stares at him angrily and says all of them look down on his family. He asks him to bring him to his family estate right now. He leaves William, and he asks him what he just said. Roman replies that if an immature child makes a mistake, his parents should take responsibility for it. He exclaims he loves to experience what true authority ID like for himself. On the other hand, he tells him laughs and he also whispers if behind him. William tells his father that Roman Dimitri dares to threaten him, to punish Roman immediately, but he shouts at his son and asks him to keep quiet. He grabs William by his collar and asks if he has any idea whom he has messed up with. He says Sir Roman is a hero who saved Cairo and slaps his son, asking how he can say something so disrespectful to such a person. He apologizes to Roman's son Roman a cup of tea so to apologize because this is something for him. And he wants to overlook this matter or relationship. Roman replies he wants him to go to his brother, Neil, and apologize to him in front of everyone. Furthermore, he also wants him to drop out of the academy voluntarily since he doesn't wish for his brother to be in the same space as such trash. He also warns him, saying there will be a war if he refuses to do this. Count Castro is shocked at his demands, while Roman gives him two options, either do as he says or go to war with his family. Count Castro gets furious at this and humiliates Roman, saying he is lowly birth and causes him a headache. He asks if he thinks he is great just because the Marquess is paying him some attention. He shouts at Roman and says he is not even worthy to be his footstool. He intends to use this chance to show him just how powerful a central government noble is. He calls Fabius and says he has witnessed what happened from the they have no choice but to throw out appropriate punishment on Roman for crossing the line. While many people possess exceptional abilities in the world, the ones who actually survive until the end are people like Fabius. He is the one who has an eye for the current state of affairs for Castro. However, the problem is that Count Castro is now against Roman Dimitri, and it would be correct to stand on Castro's side. Roman Castro up his calculations. Thinks their family will fall into the abyss if they go to Raccoon instead of covering up his mistakes. Count Castro is shocked to see that Cairo's Raccoon has already done his calculations. He has already decided that standing on Dimitri's side will bring him more profits. He thinks their family will fall into the abyss if they go to war against Dimitri. He thinks he can't allow his pride to cause his family's fall. Therefore, he immediately changes his tone and bows before Roman, saying he has realized that he has indeed made a mistake. He apologizes to him since this concerns his son, who has monetarily lost his rationality. William calls his father and asks him to stop doing this, but no one pays attention to him. Romans think the nobles are always mistaken and think that they are superior. Armed to give an example his hopes that Roman would understand him. Castro thanks him for his generosity that made him that his brother has gotten into a quarrel with Will, but his brother heard him say it. Lauren is shocked to hear this, and the boy tells him that William got into a fight with his brother, and he dragged him to meet with Count Carming his brother. Roman is in danger. He also gets his wife what they should, and because the actual government will reach to gather all the vassals of their family, that the family will not just sit idly by and watch this situation. Therefore, he has called all of them for their approval. Jonathan raises his hand first and says he agrees with him. He says although going up against someone in the central they are Hendrik, he asks him young Similance each to meet the Northmaster called they more work more with Antenor, and from his father of a lobby. Apologize. He calls Roman, throws William to eyes quickly, and he closes his eyes and have done that, and also promises him just happen there. Quickly treats them at him. Lauren demon he won't brother to their family immediately. At the same time, Count Castro slaps his son and says he never thought someone like him would be his son. He asks him if he has any idea what kind of mistake he has committed today. He exclaims that Roman Dimitri is the rising star of Cairo, and that all the powers of Cairo are dying to recruit. Even though knowing this fact, his son went and brought harm to his brother now, that eldest son of the Castro family has gone down on his knees, which ruins the reputation that their family is head only, a guard hall where Baron Dimitri faces him and says that, as one of the nobles of the central government, he might think they are weak. They pay tomorrow, they will submit their request for a territory war to the providing all supplies to the Castro family. Their final towards the Castro king. Every family has to pay the price for what they are doing. Does Dimitri truly him to Dimitri family right now, down and apologizing to him. He asks him why he still wants to initiate a territory war. He has already resolved that problem with Roman and will do his utmost and comes to the one with the ability to lead. He orders them to begin to prepare like all around the capital. Deal Castro family. Furthermore, the scariest thing is that as soon as that incident happened, all the big money in Cairo leaned toward the Dimitri in the borders. They have concluded that the Dimitri family has a higher chance of winning. A man exclaims within time, Roman has moreover his own family, has the head. However, he seems happy that his life this time is different from the past. As soon as he wakes up, he finds Butler and Jackson conscious a while ago. He was lost in Roman's memories, and if he emerged into the sea of disappointment, the court of Bob in his stead and Hector give up like this, looking at him inquiring that it's been a week, and wonder King diary bugs in a well. King asks him about his body's condition, and asks if he has heard the report from Jen spotted in one of the van. It seems like that is a curse from that have struck the Hector there. Edvin explains kingdom. They will need at least someone on the level of an archpriest to dispel it. His father gave up. Edvin fights in front in the Cairo of one, but there thanked him and greets him with a smile. He intends to get straight to the point and asks if he is willing to follow him and join Dimitri. McBurney is shocked to hear this and wonders what he is doing there all the way. He is thankful for his offer and says he already can see that he has lost an arm. He lets down his head and asks what a person like him can be of any use to him. He says he is someone like him who has lost any value as a swordsman, and he is worried that he would just hold him back. Roman is still confident in his decision and says that it doesn't sound like a rejection to him. He asks McBurney if he has heard of the story of the left-handed swordsman. The left-handed swordsman, Song Beak, was a royal bodyguard for the royal family. He lost his right arm as he devoted himself to the country while at war. The imperial family gave him wealth and honor for his efforts, but Song Beak, who lived his life on the battlefield, wasn't able to accept a peaceful life. He decided that even if it was a vain death, he wanted to die as a martial artist. He swung his sword for a few years so that he could get used to having only his left arm. He began a journey of duels with the left-handed swordsmanship that he had created. The slanted body At the end of his life, he met Baek Junhyuk, and his end was at Baek's hands. Roman smiles and says if he follows him, then he will teach him left-handed swordsmanship. He also promised him that he would make the best use of him. Tree cripple, he will be able to do anything. He bows before Roman out of respect and declares that he is satisfied with John, and on that day, Henry Albert has also been sucked into the whirlpool. However, he enters Albert's territory. Many famous happen of his life. Tree is world life as capital, where all the people inside eastern region when they pass through the Conrad hears some anxious farmers are them what's that there isn't much in the bring those people to him them to and family and for they would said the most even of the land that they have leased belongs to the Conrad family. Moreover, it is revealed if Roman says doing nothing only worsens the problem. His eyes are telling a dangerous story, and he exclaims before they get even more puffed up. They need to uproot the source of the problems. Their lord has Dmitri territory and hugs him warmly prepared a grand party for him, and they will enjoy themselves. He related to the farmers while time around. Roman asks his father if he really thinks their farmers' land would be taken away like that if they were from the Benedict family instead. Marquess Benedict possesses great authority. The already fallen, and there aren't any groups that are strong but because Dmitri already holds true power with it and because they aren't being protected by a large power like farmer in the northeastern. Baron sits in his room. He requested his father to let him wield his sword. Now he went through his life as a farmer with Isbar, but the decision of its later, the northern daughters noble Dmitri if he remembers her. Roman happily replies that he indeed remembers definitely Viscount of Hecatire farmers. He think on Conrad to Dmitri territory one-sidedly and took away their farmland. Eyes that Romans merchant that wanted to pay much more to use this they are here to congratulate him. Now that he has been treated in this manner, he warns him that if he chooses to end the conversation and leave right now, he will take that action as an act of hostility towards Dmitri. He points his finger toward him and asks him to come and stand in front of him again. Count Conrad gets angry at this and asks him to say what he said a moment ago. He angrily says while he chases away the farmers of the Dmitri territory that the land strictly belongs to his family. To Dmitri, while the Viking rule on in the same is said or to turn them into obedient he with and says the farmers he messed with are his people. They reside in the Dmitri territory, pay their taxes to Dmitri, and offer their loyalty to Dmitri. He asked with his trie, and he already received his father's approval to take charge of this incident. Therefore, he doesn't intend just to overlook this matter. Everyone starts watching them stakes within Dmitri's face, and they difficult situation, considers Roman good at fighting with a sword and as crafty as a fox. However, he doesn't intend to stand like Oct. Says processes are treated without emphasize. Went against Barco and declared Roman right now. Actions pride and bows before Roman goes to visit. He clear retiring and North staying in mind. But they all get quiet at this at all. Consequently, Dmitri has a much stronger fighting formal methods won't be able to. He contradicts him if he is suggesting he uses the central government's power to make they are religious and asks him for a half with the Dmitri all. He asks them to connect them back quickly if they have gone deaf while living in the border. He sends to disturb him. This is how the conflict with the Cezanne and make a Eastern alliance simply out of pulling in the central government. Things stab. Then the second tree will be hosting a source will be spit all soldiers. Therefore, they intend to use the competition to produce of that date. And that asks everyone the Northeastern Alliance Association request for all the win since there are many others who are showing interest in this competition out on thought and says the competition will have 6 different groups compete. It would plan if you're heard about the competition until this point doesn't matter, and what they do in the coming month will determine their ranks. Roman thinks their war hasn't ended. Although they have returned from the front line, he needs his subordinates to be like a sharp sword that can be drawn at any time. He needs them to pursue strength, and what he is doing right now is for them to have that desire for strength. He also reveals that he will appropriately reward those who represent the Demetris and claim honor for them. Moreover, if any of the 6 chosen swordmen wins in the swordsmanship competition, that swordsman will be taught advanced techniques, so he will help them get to the next level. Some of them. If they get to learn advanced techniques from him, it would be an incredible objective. The situation infinites 1 month to make his born from his hell is to go into isolated training for 1 month. He also asks him not to disturb him unless there is trouble within his family. He hands him over his sword and says he will be entrusting him to sell this sword off. He also changes the name of the sword from Flames to Blaze and asks Lucas to find a new owner for it. He says he doesn't care how it's sold, but forbids him from telling the buyer that he is its owner. He also permits him to use the profits from the sale to fund the Intel Guild. Lucas observes the sword with a smooth blade and an incredible metal. He asks why he wants to sell it when it is an incredible artisan sword. However, he will now look around from now on and find out where he can sell it. He thinks he should try to auction it anonymously, and if the buyer is someone who knows what a good sword is, they will definitely bid a high price for this. A few days later, Lucas visits Adelion. This city has been able to go through and points to a light artifact. This artifact is giving out a blue light and thinks it is a top quality at the 7% processing house. The weight of this sword is also perfect now, and it's at a pointless level break if house Claire's some of the young men seem excited to sit as Needle was shown to have also possesses the option at the man 150 gold, but the number 12 deed to with a weird smile on his face. Alien auction house. Someone in the political fuck that his bidding offer solely based on experience and a magic sword. As for swordsmen, no words market. It is a collection of the audience are quiet, recklessly. Asks him how he would like to make his payment. Way for 15 applies. Of course, after of the art it would. Morris has made study to never to find the Adelion auction house is Mitrino want Roman's isolated training, but his foot tangles with that guy. That guy turns his face and looks behind. Chris says while he commends his effort, his attacks are not sharp enough. Thinks the unfalcon unusual. At the same time, when Roman was in his isolated he on memories from and was not wave center sigma and observed to use Roman ticks. Let's at the same time for the he has converted partly lies in the same the large bludgered bad life. In the heavenly any of them this world me. Chris and some other guys run towards Roman and this happened. Roman looks back slightly, whole air, who said, and Chris says in awe and the Lord has gone on to the next exhaust care for standing there. Their faces to the op. Roman raises his sword and says, it's truly beautiful. Salome. Then he would like the third existence. Days. Nabal says that Vulcan, Bernie's names in this to that, and said Blue replies, of course, the prize is 100 gold, and he can all by him from the sub need to avoid the four of these, and they're not must barrel from looks nice listening the client's hard to parts that so Max looks at Chris and is surprised. He feels a strong killing. After listening for second, Max sees Chris on the floor unconscious difference in abilities announced all the rumors beat Mitri families the hand he won. Everyone had their views on each of them, especially the Flash and Devil of Cairo, Chris and Kevin, because many had seen their skills and Lemur who looked at them to tremble in fear. Compared to those four, McBurney and Henderson, a one-armed swordsman and a former farmer, were considered pathetic. A guy in much trouble of the Replies Association come to submit a guy forward, basically over. Henderson. Taylor says the last time he saw him was when he went to help with the farm. He is supported advice since they are adamant. One listening to Taylor, hands out his sword and says that to defeat him starts between them. Sword. He thinks this is really a heavy attack. To fing his lord. It took him of the line like after saying this round says Sarson actively sees him and remembers the past moments. And the others accept it all grown up. He prepares because of his attack. Taylor fell away. But suddenly Taylor's winner he won against Take actively. That guy replies he 5 has trust in him. After 5 reply, Chris. He shall now put some opponent first, but he moves down at Miles again trust let knows. Miles wonders condition. Miles Nester like that. Land Group 2's a guy. This competition said be proceeders as becomes opponent is. He group Chris fights around and there and thinks it's nice compared to goingly. He looks as that conversation over. Both participants come to the center defeat for exactly 1 minute. By using his powerful his group member, Group 2 starts. Chris attacks Farrell within seconds by using his powerful sword. Jonathan and his group members are surprised to see his attack. Miles's group members also wonder if Chris is actively attacking them. Standing there, a guy says he did not even see him swing his sword. With this, Chris has become the victor of Group 1. Everyone, please cheer and applaud the winner. Chris fought 5 rounds in only 27 seconds. That result was enough to send the Northeastern Alliance Association into horror. Group 1, Chris, hastened victory. In Group 2, Kevin came out as the victor due to his overwhelming ferocity. Group 3 by 4, Vulcan and Falqui defeated their opponents with their overwhelmingly strong physiques. Group 5, Henderson broke everyone's expectations of him failing early on and seized his unsing the well. Gabriel, Viscount Conrad family is that as he since no Baron looks aside, ran of Gabriel as since he lost an arm. Gabriel thinks a commoner knight like him, who could not even dream of becoming the knight of a family when he had 2 arms, would take part in this to start the fight. They both attack each other, and Gabriel thinks he doesn't even need his aura. He will show him just how tall the wall of reality is. Gabriel's opponents attack him repeatedly, but he saves actively. Gabriel smiles and thinks in order to stop this attack, he will definitely have to dodge to the right. The fact that he uses only 1 arm means that one of his sides is totally exposed. After thinking about that, Gabriel raises his sword to attack him. That guy actively sees this and blocks his attack by using his sword. Gabriel wonders what this strange movement is about. That guy rotates himself and attacks Gabriel repeatedly. To see this, Gabriel becomes aggressive, and a huge aura revolves around his body. That guy jumps to the backside. Gabriel thinks he did not make it to the 3rd round by luck. His sense of balance is not off in the least. He is intentionally using the imbalance caused by the lack of 1 arm. Roman said the basics of all sword techniques were about using one's sense of balance. However, losing an arm was fatal for a swordsman. The left arm sword art was a sword technique that transcends that fatal crippling with a unique movement by making use of the imbalance. The creator of the left arm sword art was also one-armed like him. He wondered how he came up with such sword techniques. Unlike him, who gave up on reality, he kept trying to find a new path and was able to create the left arm sword art as a result. He was just a cripple that was nothing like this hope that he had barely caught a hold of. He decides that he will win this competition, and his life is a swordsman. After thinking that all, he takes a high jump to attack Gabriel and then says the fight is not over yet. Because of his attack, Gabriel fell on the floor badly. That guy happily thanks Roman Dmitri for giving him a new life. The swordsman of Dmitri claimed victory was achieved by every group. Those in the Northeastern Alliance Association were just full of words. The Northeastern region now rightfully belongs to Dmitri. With this, the reputation of the Northeastern Alliance Association has fallen to the ground. Viscount Conrad wonders what kind of a monster did they mess with. They will Conrad angry that Neshman is strong. Ability to lead and groom swordsmen. Taylor says the perfect first swordsman who led Dmitri to become a reputable swordsman. Great job, everyone. He says to them that among the people who swore loyalty to him, there are some who need his strength and some who respect him, while there are others who have no other choice but to leave. He doesn't like complicated human relationships. They could forge a tight relationship with just to get continuing smiles and says he looks upon those desires to grow stronger, victorious. Lead to him, thanks to him, and says it's truly their honor to serve him, that after as an opportunity arises. Sitting on the chair, Roman says it's impossible to have complete control of the world. Even if a wise ruler reigns over a country, there will be people who will still go against him. Since they don't know when they will get into a conflict with the central government, they must reduce any losses that the Northeastern region will incur as much as possible. That means the Northeastern Association Alliance is a necessary evil. That guy understood him and thought they had provoked the Northeastern Association Alliance and forced them to face reality. Next would be to use power to subdue his big shot. Count Douglas, his band with the Lawrence family is suffered defeat because of Roman. Because Viscount Barco died from confidential his meals with reporting thing it allowed to take here away. And Donovan who alliance is so then he is certain they as Amber the servant who after cry dreamed of the kind of change that was brought about within them to contact as they be as the one who tried now that they give up arguing about since call repear. So please explain him and elation as the to that but attack northeast trouble. Count declared war against the Alliance Association. That man is not the type that would not cover all of his white rumors every other side in the northern Cairo every while. It to dragged into it. Their harbor puts their hand on the forever thing of that sort. Not for their to them against Vi and he and what the matter is, obvious no ridicule asked one of them and will help and 2 of them fought. Assistance from Dmitri. He holds is not to help the Northeastern Alliance Association. But he doesn't wish to lose the bigger picture just because he could gain a small victory by not helping. Dmitri and the Northeastern Alliance Association will have to listen quest within this a common reason to discuss. Go have to be clear says the Northeast he brains, but he doesn't attack his opponent winning recklessly against of the name. Loudly says he did their efforts in a losing war, active prize to field. After to join, told them all aggressive when listening to him. Roman says loudly, he will now give the Northerners a choice: close combat or simple all-out battle. He asks him how he would like to proceed. Count thinks he cannot believe Dmitri is joining the battle. Now that he has declared war, he cannot back down either, but an all-out battle with them would result in complete defeat. Even so, it's not like they can choose the close combat battle. While they have more troops compared to the Northeastern Alliance Association, Dmitri is a fearsome foe who is strong enough to put to rest the Southern Front Lines battle. Then, Count does not understand what they have to do. He would like to propose something. Viscount looks at Roman, who asks how he fights 3 swordsmen at the same time. He arrogantly says if they are really that worried, he will even increase that number to 5. After listening to Roman, Count becomes more aggressive. He thinks, yes, he admits that he is strong, but to think he would propose something this absurd. Roman says he hopes this war can be settled with as little mess as possible. Roman asks them what they say. Count replies, giving them some time to think it over, and Viscount looks aside arrogantly. Discuss this proposal with other team members and accept it. Roman might be strong, but there are 5 of them. He asks if they think the strongest person from each of their families would not be able to defeat just one person. The blonde-haired guy replies annoyingly, that's too dangerous. The blue-haired guy says that's right because the fact that he defeated Butler means that he could be a 5-star swordsman. Count asks what other choice they have. No matter what they choose, they will have to face that monster. The twin swordsmen under him have defeated a 4-star swordsman by fighting together. Count says offensively that he is sure he is strong, as the rumors say. But this is an opportunity for them since he is making a reckless decision to show off his strength. If they end his life while he is running rampant and unaware, they will be able to completely devour the northeastern region. His employees replied that they would go along with his decision then. Sir Count will make Roman regret acting with such arrogance. After a while, a central government observer says the battle will be 5 against 1 at this time. Ventel says the twin swordsmen of the north and his brother approach from either side and aim for his blind spot. Says no matter how exceptional he tells, he will be to their opposite sides. They both take a high jump to attack Roman. Roman actively looks at them and draws out his sword. Roman not only blocked their attack, but also attacked them at once. They fell away on the floor, and blood came out of their bodies. Count becomes surprised to see this and thinks Roman defeated the twins with a single counterstrike. Standing there, Roman says that when he heard that Count Douglas declared war, he had various thoughts. The people who always tried to talk things out when the Barco family was still around and asked why they did not try talking to them at all. He had one conclusion. They all become afraid to listen to Roman, who says the northern lords, including him, Count Douglas, look down on his family's existence. And so he was deeply disturbed by that fact. Right now, he gives them the last chance to withdraw from this fight. He asks if he would like to fight it out normally instead. Count becomes afraid to listen to him and thinks if they do that, countless of their soldiers will die, and he would rather only sacrifice those 5 instead. After thinking that all, Count says the rule is a rule. Since they have decided to go with this, they will see it through to the end. But Count's members seem offensive. Roman replies that they will proceed as planned if that's what he wants. They are near to move towards Roman, but a guy says, wait a minute. He says to his companion the fight is already over. He asks how about they end the fight here now. Roman says to think warriors of the north would raise the white flag like cowards. He will give all of them a handicap by not using his sword. After removing the decision he has made and thinks if they back down even after this handicap, they would be the shame of all swordsmen. The senior guy do some attack him. Because of anger, he attacks another guy, kicks the other guy badly, asks if he has any objection, bows his head in front of him, and Count of them made clear to all. Roman says to them his father has given him full authority on this matter. I am headed in the most commanders of the sun on his so that the soldiers war is in need for a retirement and tie them together, eastern their central government, but shows them a map and more mountains, thinking he intends to use them to plant crops so that they can be self-sufficient. Previous life of Roman, the Mount terrain as Roman turns the page and says already they succeed. After listening to Roman, was making him put his hand on his alliance, going in the right direction, existence that no one can replace. Last month, Marquess spent his days in frustration. He reads a page of a book in which Hendrik says he has never sent any of the swords he made to the auction house. This sword, no one in Cairo received Dimitri to bring him to the black straight to the point. Reply. That's capable of taking. He has smiles and says to him, looks like he recognizes it. Sits quietly to wait a moment. Hendrik thinks a collector like Manwha says he can feel the chills on the inside just by looking at the sword. More accurately, Salamander was an initial product, and Blaze was made afterward. Says this and his present. He hired Baron Romero, the sword of 8 years sword is to Dimitri. He speeds up his steps actively, suddenly attacks on Roman. Roman actively holding a sword. Roman says to Chris, that was a good one. Roman puts his sword against Chris and says such instantaneous bursts would inevitably create openings. He must have a card up his sleeve that can definitely run his opponent's balance. Chris replies, okay, his lord. He will bear that in mind. This is the Marquess who comes there, looks at their fight, and thinks this is how strong Roman Dimitri is. He was also a hot topic within the kingdom recently he would receive within Cairo. After seeing a Baron says to Roman moves his hand. Roman looks at that inordinate man, the wealthy who possesses absolute intuition is. After listening to him, Marquess becomes happy. Behind him was blacksmith. He says it seems he got his talent in blacksmith now. Roman replies he named it darkness. Marquess thinks both Blaze and Salamander were unprecedented. Darkness resides, is on another dimension. Simple. Firstly, if he is going to sell swords, then please give him the chance to purchase them. Sorted or a remote from his. After listening to him, Roman thinks they will leave up that knows they like finance. Pledge their law is prepared in front of him, smile that he is. If he did listen to him, standing there, Marquess says, before. Roman longs to the thanks to the increased family. Some Roman's department, Mackin. He says to him arrogantly that he has also created an independent organization by uniting the northeastern region recently. He is someone whom they can't ignore as a dangerous element to the future of the Valhalla Empire. Please choose if he will follow Valhalla or become an enemy of it. After listening to him, Roman smiles, looks at his hand, and asks why he should follow his decisions. Mac asks him if he can take it and that he will be honest with them. Roman replies, let's get things straight. He is the one who tried to threaten him first. He doesn't have the slightest intention of forcing anyone to swear fealty to him. Roman thinks the Cairo kingdom is prey that the Kronos Empire has groomed for years. If Valhalla attacks Cairo, the Kronos Empire would not sit idly by. After thinking that all, Roman says if he does not intend to become his enemy, then please wait. The group that he chooses will definitely reach the peak of Cairo, and the people shall see Dimitri as the kingmaker. Mac clenches his fist and says to him he is certainly bold in how he handles things. If he walks with his head held that high, it will be a matter of time before someone brings it down. Even Butler, whom he had a hard time defeating, is a nobody in Valhalla. The continent is a vast place. Mac says to him that he will give him more time, and the four faction employee asks about the last year is constant, where Phoenix the demonstration identity, a problem that only the he somehow to inherit the burning grim wounding. He ends the letter and he doesn't have the luck.
So ayun. Profit agad, boss. Ganun lang. Profit tayo.
Land of a black teen magic located in Arlen. Cairo is likened of the northern trying the sick. After a while, he reaches the destination and says, so this is the Dimitri estate. An employee says, Felix of the Phoenix Magic Tower system and strong relucting himself happily. Felix shakes hands with him and thinks he is no ordinary man. Felix replies that he is Felix of the Phoenix Magic Tower. Felix says he would not beat around the bush. He asked him if he was certain about the terms written in the letter he sent to him. Roman says, of course, as mentioned in the letter, that as a reward for being his daily sparring partner, he will pay him 1,000 gold a month. A total of 6,000 gold. After listening to him, looking for why he is the strongest in terms of attack magic. He fell hurt or dies while regret. Roman says to Felix first, and throws the identical relief this gated firewall air power. Felix looks over there and suddenly, Felix is surprised. Those six disappears and Felix uses his tens by using his why he is fire flame. Roman suddenly, tomorrow only foresaw him. After a while, lying on the ground, Felix thinks Roman definitely foresaw what mage he was going to use since he was able to count it. He thinks, no, he magic. Sistered same place. Magic of the sea extreme and Felix looks at himself while Roman stands near him and says he will allow him to use every means at his door. Felix surprisingly listens to Roman. He is never even thought of as someone who is near his level from the start. Dimitri beats and tries to use a magic wand, and he has to forsake this meaningless pride called all fake. Is the way they but Dimitri adds his life. Those mages reached Rome's fire wave magic, and after a while going to not work on him in that condition. Felix says to them, wait here, he will be back, and he can test how he is able to predict magic him exactly how he prepares for his fights. After listening to him, Felix is surprised and thinks something. After a while, Felix looks around and grimoire. There are different types of magic is cast that depending on the amount, form, and attribute of mana, one can tell what magic is being used and be able to react quickly to it. Firstly, the senses read that resonation. Secondly, the knowledge is needed to recognize the type of magic that exists after seeing the form of the resonation. Information his face aside and thinks he is a monster. One that even the word genius is an understatement. Here he is not a color. He must prepare to the fullest for though the much more as Roman. Time talked to Felix. He heard that all from the master blacksmith. When young Master Roman is forging, the flames of the brazier will the flame. He grew closer to fire every time to be reborn again as in creations. He has heard that he does shave his straight to the magic tower needs his final why he should do him such a favor. Compensated him quite handsomely in. After a while, Stan Dimitri joined them. Felix asks if that is so. That four of the Phoenix magically. This thing 4,000 things like Grimoire is told is to hear out. Looks over there and says, taking into consideration that the Phoenix Tower will be expanding its forces, they have built it to be able to contain 100,000 members. Felix says he is still a little puzzled. They were not expecting Sir Roman to do all this for them. Chris says their lord somehow takes care of his own people more than anyone else. Felix is surprised to hear Chris say that this is something he will have to get used to. Sir Roman to go off his routine, wipe off, but he will probably be. Murphy says, please, as indeed falls on the floor, and here Roman sent them. Harrison becomes shocked to see them all. Luke sent them his birthday. Harrison's father, Dimitri was the time when Harrison heard this and listeners another lady and two existing here who become and hugs him tightly. It's now time to open the gift. What a pretty. Everyone becomes surprised. Harrison wonders why all those snobbish nobles would send them these. He asked him a connection to like he can. Hans all this recommendation letter for that he is thankful for his father. At Dimitri's he feels excellent satisfaction doing Mad Demon, and the Mad Demon smiled and said that just knowing the fact that he trusted him made him want to serve him for the rest about the life he died comes loyal Roman. A guy wearing glasses says he is so bored, battling each other, and instead spent a year preparing
Bills? Easy. Bilihin. Easy.
For their fight with Roman Dimitri. Roman Dimitri's position is pretty vague. The number 2 of the Hector won the moment Roman Dimitri starts to move only about to start finally. In cross, which especially since it's a war, the aristocratic fight. After thinking that is on the other hand, the glasses guy shows the paper and lit up to say there would be no need for him to waste his strength on the lower ranks. On a closer look, he looks pretty young. Jaden stands there to fight with Roman and thinks, from what he heard, that he already arranged for the next ranking battle. He will go all out from the start. Jaden becomes angry to think that all of his blue aura revolves around his body. He moves his step fast and takes a high jump attack on him. But Roman not only blocks his attack, but also counterattacks him instantly. Jaden fell away on the floor badly, and Roman says that it was such a one-sided battle that it was almost pointless. That glasses guy asks if there is a need to fight, and why don't just start from the top 30 instead. Roman smiles and replies people call him a hero, but they continue to doubt his skills. He is going to defeat all rankers and prove himself using just his skills. That guy is surprised to listen to him and then smiles, thinking that's the Roman Dimitri he wanted. The media was convinced that it would be impossible for Roman at clear to be defeated. Next, makes him unconscious. They are the lowest running, but they take away to Jaden, who tries to save himself from the dangerous team. Meanwhile, Jade's situation. A physician looks at him and replies he underestimated a strong opponent. After listening, while taking a bottle of medicine, the body has been torn to shreds. Doesn't know what's Jaden angrily claims who he is in. With Jove, he fights with 80. After a week, the first talent. Then asks why he is being so rash. Rank 28 says Roman Dimitri is at least a 5-star. Only those ranked 10 and above could possibly be a match for him. Keeper. All of Fernando rage means not make up with him. Rank 28 guy says to his companions. He wonders if he will hold up even struggles in the world he lives fight. Fernando swings his sword, but suddenly, Roman bends himself downward and saves his attack actively. Fernando flips himself and moves to the other side. Roman sees him actively and then gets up. Fernando thinks he is dodging only. He guesses he does not think he is a match for him. He clenches his teeth and thinks it is okay if he wants to tramp. Fernando wonders if he is talking to him magically. Standing there, mana from Roman contacts Fernando without speaking because of magic. He says to move his mana from now on. Fernando wonders if he is talking to him magically. Standing there, Roman looks at him and says secretly that the reason he is weak despite being a 4-star is because his aura output is not stable. If he keeps fighting the way he has been, he will never be able to improve. A normal way of aura output is by taking in mana and imploding the mana through the path it was being output. All swordsmen in the Cairo Kingdom and the Salamander continent use a standardized mana path system. However, there is more than one mana path. Fernando wonders if there is not just one mana path and what he is talking about. An outburst of aura to explore mana using the mana's pathway. The circulation method that each uses could be different, but building pathways following the same steps is the only known and standard way. Roman says to him that it's hard to cultivate a new pathway when there is an existing one. He wonders if it would not be worth it to give it a try. Fernando thinks he doesn't know what's going on in his mind, but it is alright. He will give it a go. Since he doesn't care about what others think of him or honor like the others, he will trust him even if those words are only the lies of a demon. Roman says he should suppress sand and bring in the energy of the mana. If he does that, the mana will open a path on its own. Once he feels a new path, he lets it all out and pushes through it. After listening to him, Fernando closes his eyes and thinks he can feel mana. Meanwhile, a bright light shines, and he thinks he cannot believe this is really possible. Roman smiles and says, "Let's wrap things up now." That's why Roman raised his sword to attack him. Fernando sees Roman swinging his sword and attacking him. He unconsciously lies on the floor. His one companion laughs at him and says, "This is another complete defeat." He was supposed to be the gatekeeper for rank 30 and above. He only served to prove how strong Roman is. Well, that's just how different their class is. Meanwhile, Fernando becomes conscious, gets up, and looks over there. He sees that Roman goes, and he calls to him and says, "Please wait a moment." Rank 3080th asks what he's doing. Fernando goes near him and asks him whether he may ask how he knew what was wrong with him. He thought he had zero talent in the aura. He never imagined that his outburst of aura was the problem. Araman says the fact that he is using a 4-star aura means that his mana's quality has reached that level. But his outburst was abnormally weak, even though his aura was a 4-star. In that case, there would be a high chance that his aura pathway was the problem. After listening to Roman, Fernando clenches his fist and says he will be honest with him. He has seen a light of hope from what he has just told him, but it's only a tiny ray of light. He thinks it would be hard for him to advance further with his own strength. Fernando asks if he would be willing to teach him how to open up his aura pathway. Roman replies that teaching him the method is not going to be a problem, but he doesn't like making deals that don't benefit him in any manner. Fernando puts his hand on his heart and says, "Please tell him what he wants." Roman says, "Follow him and live for his sake." Roman thinks there is someone who will guide him onto the right path. Fernando kneels in front of him and says Fernando, swears his fealty to him. This is an aristocratic faction, with Old Mount Nix is a royal knight and the strongest. Another guy asks, if Roman rejects their proposal, there would not long. After listening to him, Roman looks. On the other hand, in rank 10, Geron belongs to the Kronos faction. He kneels and says he surrenders in front of Roman. After listening to him, Roman looks over towards the people angrily and says this is disappointing. He declared a public ranking battle 1 year ago. Everyone becomes shocked to see him. Roman says he had hoped that the rankers of Cairo would be prepared to fight against him. However, he realized this after defeating rank 10, Jerson. The only person capable of facing him is Count Nicholas. So, he will pass on going through meaningless procedures. 3 days from now, he will fight rank 9 to 2 in this very place. He will defeat all of them. Then, challenge the strongest swordsman of Cairo. Roman's declaration of war and says she is to the second 10 fight public as on the line and everyone. 3 days later, Bruno and Oscar were there. Anchors in this thinks that this is reality. On the back, 8 of them will try to drag them out as much as they can. Meanwhile, Roman attacks him with his sword, and blood comes out of his body. After that, Roman again attacks him, and blood comes out of his mouth. Roman looks aside and calls to the next one. Roman quickly fights with an 8 ranker and attacks him actively. Then he fought with the rank 7 guys and defeated him. After that, he fought with rank 5 and then rank 4. In short, he defeated all of them easily. Roman fights with the rank 3 guys, attacks him actively, and falls on the floor unconsciously. Oscar starts to shiver to see this, and he is not ready to accept this. Roman looks behind and says next one. He says it seems there is only one left. On the other hand, a soldier tells the king that it was an overwhelming victory. Cassius asks if there is no way to avoid a fight with Roman now. Nicholas replies, in opposite direction, action. Someone who was born what royal family. On the next day, how dignified his sword, who draws out his sword and says to Roman that he, the strongest swordsman of Cairo, will show him the harsh waves the red flag to start the fight. Nicholas becomes angry and moves towards Roman with full force. Everyone feels the high-intensity power around them. They both attack each other with their swords. That guy looks at them and thinks this is really incredible. The air itself trembles with every clash of their swords. The guy wearing glasses thinks, yes, this is the kind of fight he has been waiting for. Nicholas says to him, very interesting. Roman smiles arrogantly and says he lives up to the name of being the strongest swordsman of Cairo. Nicholas swings his sword to attack Roman with full force. A guy from the audience says, so that's what the strongest swordsman of Cairo is like. Another guy says it's amazing. Roman looks at him actively and attacks him with full power with his sword. That's why Nicholas's steps drag backside forcefully. He thinks he is actually losing in terms of strength. Roman sees that after his attack, Nicholas is standing there in good condition. Roman smiles and thinks this is making his blood boil. That's why Roman runs toward Nicholas with high-intensity energy to attack him, but he barely blocks his attack with his sword. Nicholas thinks he cannot let it carry on like this, but he is a really pragmatic person. Nicholas swings his sword to counterattack on Roman, but he takes a high jump and moves back. He thinks if he wins here, there is no reason for him to take the royal family's side. Nicholas becomes aggressive and thinks he cannot lose here. Roman looks over there and becomes suspicious. Nicholas uses a secret art technique. A huge amount of yellowish rays appear there, and Roman is surprised to see this. After that, he uses the demolition technique. Then, he uses the heavenly demon sword technique. Roman stops this high-intensity attack with his sword. A considerable blast happens here, and after a Roman spreads there. Nicholas sits on the floor and wonders if he just lost. Roman looks at him arrogantly and sees that Nicholas gets up barely and says, let's continue. Roman asks him why he is going this far. Nicholas smiles and replies, that's because he is the strongest swordsman in Cairo. Even if he crumbles pathetically, his will shall not be broken. Nicholas moves his step forward and raises his sword to attack Roman, but suddenly, Roman attacks him, and blood comes out of his body. He feels a lot of pain and falls on the floor unconsciously. Cairo's strongest swordsman was the man, wearing glasses, looks over there actively. Roman Dmitri has become ranked one of the Cairo kingdoms. Dmitri? No, it's just that the monster has exceeded all expectations, must not be left alive. Cairo. Someone is rare of the aristocrat. He has had this thought. He now growing asks him if he will wait. If he asks what his choice will be. Roman does not reply to him and starts to think something. He remembered the last scene. Beak Hoyol, heavenly demon divine cult, asked what he decided now would determine their relationship. Now, made his decision. He asked if he would enjoy fame and wealth like his other siblings alongside him, or if he would stand before him as the successor of the heavenly demon divine cult. The white-haired guy named Beek Junghyuk looked at him arrogantly and wondered what was best. Hoyol looked at him suspiciously, says he is unable to live a life for the sake of others. After listening to him, Benedict says this is a foolish decision. No matter how strong he is, he will not be able to do anything in this situation. Benedict orders from now on, under the name of Benedict, the leader of the central government, that the Dmitri family that's been attacking everyone recklessly will be deemed as the cause of internal strife, under arrest. to Roman Dmitri, for the sake of a thorough investigation, quietly come under arrest. Meanwhile, blood falls on the face of Benedict. Roman kills a soldier who tried to attest him. Benedict loudly asks if he just goes against the government's orders. Standing there, Roman replies, "Get things straight here. He is not going against the king, he is going against him, Marquess Benedict." Roman confidently asks if he is the one who is truly staging a rebellion. Benedict angrily says he is completely out of his mind. The central government represents the Cairo kingdom, and thus also represents the will of the king. That arrogant decision shall cause Dimitri's downfall. Roman says the king is the one who decides who among them is correct. Meanwhile, Roman orders Kevin and Chris to open the path. The two quickly run and reply, "Yes, Lord." Chris and Kevin fight with the soldiers, kill them, and spread blood everywhere. To see this all, Benedict becomes shocked and says they have all gone crazy. He thinks he never imagined they would dare to kill troops so openly in the middle of Kairos. Roman puts his step on the blood, swings his sword, and kills another guy. A blast happens over there. Benedict runs to the opposite side and says, "Everyone attack. Anyone who brings him his head will be rewarded tremendously." A guy loudly says to Roman, "Stop, this is Cairo," and asks if he thinks he will be allowed to do this all.
FlexJobs is the #1 job site to find remote, work from home, and flexible job opportunities.
Suddenly, Roman cuts his head and says, "All of them, do what they need to do, for he, too, shall do the same." It's the time of purging. This is Cairo Kingdom. At the imperial castle, a soldier kneels in front of the king and says, "His Highness, a battle has taken place in the middle of the capital. Roman Dmitri I committed a one-sided massacre against the aristocratic faction." After listening to him, the king holds his head annoyingly. Royal Knight Vice Captain loudly says gather all off the Royal Knights and Imperial security troops, since they don't know when the rebellion will reach the Imperial castle. The safety of their king is the top priority. The king wonders if this is really an inevitable fate. Meanwhile, the king actively looks over there and listens to Roman Dmitri, who says he has requested an audience. He kneels in front of the king and greetings to the king. The king says let's skip these formalities and explain the situation. Roman says that after the public ranking battle ended, Marquess Benedict led hundreds of troops to look for him and tried to pressure him to follow the aristocratic faction. But he rejected his proposal because he followed no one except their king, Daniel Cairo. Roman says to his king that if he gives him his word on one matter, Dmitri shall become the sword of Cairo and snuff out the lives of everyone within the aristocratic faction and set straight the chaos of the balance in power within Cairo. After listening to him, the king wonders if he will get rid of the aristocratic faction for him. The king asks him if he is trying to make a deal with him right now. Roman replies that when the Hector kingdom crossed their borders, he was on the southern front line. Despite the fact that there was time to defend against their attacks, Cairo's defense line fell in an instant. The fundamental problem of Cairo is that there are 4 factions within the kingdom. If only the hierarchy of power was correct, the occupation of the southern front line would not have occurred at all. Roman asks if Cairo has experienced any changes in the last year. The Salamander continent's political scene does not look great right now. Roman asks how long she intends to sit idly by and watch. Roman says, the core person to untie Cairo as one is not Marquess Benedict, who controls the central government and acts like a king. He thinks that person should be his king. After listening to Roman, Bentner does not mean he is willing to serve the king. That guy angrily looks over there and thinks he is not staging a rebellion. Sitting there, Roman says he might think he is acting suspiciously, but Dmitri has put their lives on the line this time around. He asks him if he will make use of the stage that Dmitri has prepared. After listening to all the king says before he decides, he has a question for him. The king asks what Dmitri wants in return for preparing for this stage. Roman replies he is hoping for the independence of the eastern region. If the eastern region is declared an independent territory and also declared a dukedom, then they will never forget the roots from where they came from and will always lend their power to Cairo. The king is surprised to listen to him. Roman says when he is unable to get everything, he needs to make the best decision for the sake of Cairo. The king asks if Count Denver and Count Gregory joined forces and what he thinks the empire would do. Roman replies the chances of the empire making a move immediately would be unlikely. Valhalla is restricted in many ways since it's far from the borders. In Chrono's situation, it's with the Kingdom Alliance from the south recently. Their top priority would not be Cairo but to wrap up what's happening in the south. The king says his plan is able to take on many enemies in a short span of time. While Cairo needs to get rid of them, the void they will leave could create new problems. After listening to him, Roman is surprised and says they would simply be making the best decision possible. They must take on the risk that comes from getting rid of them. The king thinks he is not just leaving this to luck, but he is making a move because he has figured out the current political situation of this continent. The king smiles to look at Roman and thinks he is really incredible. Meanwhile, that guy tells the king they cannot do that. The Demetrios are trying to profit off this by using the artistic faction as an excuse. He must not agree to this. Roman asks if there is another choice, though that guy becomes aggressive when listening to Roman. Roman says angrily while everyone here has kept quiet as the aristocratic faction committed atrocities, he shall point his sword at them. They only want to be rewarded for their sacrifices. Even if the Demetrius become a dukedom, they share the same fate as Cairo as they choose to establish their roots here. That guy angrily thinks he is not a rebel but is drawing the lines in the sand. What is wrong is that the incompetent king can only watch as his land gets torn away. The king is annoyed to think about this. The Dimitri family has already become an existence that the Cairo imperial family cannot control. In that case, he needs to make a choice. The king clenches his teeth and then wonders if he will be satisfied with the present, or if he will give up what he cannot have and create a new Cairo. Even if they have impure intentions, compared to those people who control him as their puppet, he would rather take the hand of Roman, who has publicly shown him his ambitions honestly. The king raises his hand and says to that guy, "Enough." Roman becomes happy to listen to the king, who says that the eastern region, including the Dimitri territory, shall be declared a dukedom, and the title of a duke will be bestowed upon Baron Dimitri. So, he must make sure to punish the traitor Marquess Benedict, who has wrought chaos upon their country. On the other hand, this is a guy, Count Denver, who belongs to the pro-Valhalla faction, who reads the paper and says Roman Dimitri is truly fearsome. Now that Marquess Benedict attacks him in the capital, Kairos, the Demetrius, and the aristocratic palace. Smile situates Denver there is trouble. His head on the floor, and someone grabs his neck tightly. This is Roman, who hits his head on the floor, and, after that, releases him by calling Denver's name. Roman looks at him arrogantly and says, "Accept the imperial orders." Denver becomes angry to listen to him, and thinks he has appeared here instead of appearing where the aristocratic faction is. He stands up and thinks he has to calm down. Denver asks him what nonsense he is talking about. Roman says he has conspired with Valhalla and stolen Cairo's top secrets, so their king has ordered him to arrest him. Roman strictly says to him if he tries any tricks, he is to be considered an accomplice to the rebellion, and he is to execute him right now. Denver clenches his fist because of anger and thinks everyone knows that he belongs to the pro-Valhalla faction. Denver asks if he thinks he can handle the aftermath of doing such a thing. Valhalla will not stand idly by and watch. Roman holds his sword tightly and says he better be careful of every word that he says from now on. Denver curses Roman. That's why Roman drew out his sword and said, lowering his voice, it seemed he still had not grasped his current situation. Roman moves his sword blade near his neck and says, in this time's fight, it would be meaningless to only subdue the aristocratic faction. Those who follow Valhalla and Kronos will uproot all of them as traitors. Count Denver, he will be having quite an interesting time starting now. On the other side, someone becomes annoyed and asks if he thinks he will be unscathed after doing something like this. The name of this guy is Count Gregory, and he belongs to the Kronos faction. He looks at Simon and asks if he knows what will happen if he messes with him. The Kronos Empire will send in troops with a justification because of what he has done. Gregory asks if he thinks Cairo can handle that. The name of this guy is Simon. He belongs to the Royal Knights, and he is vice captain. While moving towards Gregory, Simon thinks he is right. The Kronos Empire is dying to conquer the whole continent, but now that the king has made the decision, Cairo will no longer be able to turn back. Gregory smiles and says he guesses he understands his situation now. Simon attacks him and says, shut up, it's do or die in any case. He aggressively says if Kronos crosses the borders, then he will cut off his head and hand it on the walls. Simon thinks it's just as Roman said. They must be. While passing by the on which, if they were able to gather most of the forces of the aristocratic faction, Demetrius would not, and asking them to send their coming to Fabius and become to be honest with each other now. He is betting that Roman will win in this fight, so he is no longer that pushover who always does what he says. After listening to him, Benedict asks him if he is sure he will not are numbered. Interesting, it starts to think about the downfall of the aristocratic board for Demetrius has bought up all of Cairo's other guys. Roman says a few days ago, Count Fabius, who was in the aristocratic faction, and a few other Septuagint Romans put their finger on the three-dimensional lead to cut full support with ply. One of the guys says if the guys fight, another guy fight hollow. That's a fairly, at least now, if he is still alive, intending to kill him. Nicholas remembers the past scenes when Roman of Belial says to him he thought he had died, and he is happy to see him alive after he is acting command. Nicholas tells him to be there, all the soul respectfully. Roman looks at him actively and thinks, so this is the person who represents the army. Nicholas steps on the floor full pain as they kill their fellow countrymen. So they put their that they end this war quickly. He says they have chosen to use flares. Cameron looks there smilingly and thinks, a very strong has been cast upon the Benedict castle. Not only is it strong enough to take tens of flares fired, and say, preparation this. It's the Phoenix Magic Tower's role to bring them down. Felix comes there, calls to the members of the Phoenix all why the Phoenix is the 13th tower of the them magic. Huge blast happens there. Cameron becomes surprised to see this. An employee says to Cameron that the defense magic circle number first durability is dropping rapidly. On to looking over there, Cameron wonders what is with those numbers and how they are so powerful. The leader says to activate the emergency defense system. They must do where so many mages came from. Chris looks over there and says, not long ago, the Phoenix Magic Tower established itself within the Dimitri territory. Suppose the Demetrius have decided to become the Sword of Cairo, no matter where they go on this continent. Simon wonders if they have sworn their loyalty to a mere noble family, has already come into a position all down to the agapeting Owens of the ass 100% action. Benedict says that another guy's towards pro-Dimitri factions that have existed in the northeastern region for a long time. So contact will his route. If there's a trap that the elites of the Dimitri family are all on the Ariston in all direct charging front line, that many flares are that Marquess Bennett he guy is says loudly he becomes aggressive. Winston calls that man to please pal and be fire. A huge amount is souls. Winston is powerful. Winston sees that something is moving towards him quickly. This is an aura sword technique that moves toward Winston. Defense says they would not be able to is Baron annihilated. Baron's nobles. The asks are this is Baron Charlton from the Kronos Empire. He says he is sorry, but the one they are working with is Count Gregory, but not he, the gunfire, the Astern 12 hour to act in their country. Please make his choice as the king of Cairo, turn front lines and protect Cairo. The king is surprised to hear Benedict, who says, please think carefully. He hopes he makes a wise choice as the king. After saying that, Benedict disconnected the call. Standing there seriously, the king thinks he once considered Benedict as his uncle. But now they are fighting each other to death. No, he is fighting against the kingdom. If he stops their attacks on Benedict and the aristocratic faction and protects the faction will likely act even more brave. He wants to tell him something. Oh, he is a betrayer of his country. The king tells Saman to contact Roman for the aristocratic faction is important. Definite Eastern front lines from those who conspire with their sacrifice. Was born in a peaceful region so that he might have been a good is. There are quite a lot of troops unable says that if they are able to buy his king says, alright, night street wrapped its limit. Has please allow him to be the vanguard. This is Fabius, who looks at Roman and thinks what he has seen. Roman Dmitri rewards and punishes him appropriately. Fabius tells the Romans he is a part of the aristocratic faction, but he refuses their orders to gather and instead follows him, so he is given an opportunity to prove his loyalty. After listening to him, Roman thinks they are so similar. The Mad Demon was known for his excessive loyalty. The Blood Demon was known for his excessive desire to become stronger, but the Strange Demon, in the process of climbing to become one of the 4 heavenly kings, changed sides between the 3 masters. He was a unique old man. He had survived by remaining on Baek Junhyuk's side, who was the final victor in the end. Baek Junhyuk was killed and said he did not show him his fake smile. After thinking about that all, Roman tells Fabius that if he is able to prove himself useful, he doesn't care about what past he has had. Roman smiles, pointing towards Fabius, and says he shall be the vanguard of this war. After listening to him, Fabius says, full of determination, the renegade of the aristocratic faction, Count Fabius, swears to devote his life to him, empire with a guy. This is Felix, who becomes aggressive and thinks this is the secret technique of the Phoenix Tower. He uses blazing magical skills so Cameron looks and smiles to see him. The guys standing on top of the building are surprised. Magicers run to the opposite side to save themselves. Count Fabius aggressive on the opposite team attacked his haste and took on him. Fabius huffs and thinks the battlefield the is a tremendous monster. Someone on the call says they have a huge problem. Family listen to that guy who asks ever have a chance. Oh, their actions of his. Through the common leave followed Chrono. Pharmacies lived if the advanced techniques had treated her of the Empire's direct. Raised his hand and said that the nobles of the Cairo followed him. Fact began wrong. Roman Dmitri was the one who foiled his plans. Chrono's to see. This is Kevin, who smiles arrogantly and says he has been waiting for him. Marquess Benedict. He points over there and orders his employees to attack him and kill him. A soldier moves towards him. After that, short, but Benedict runs to the rushing off too. In a very short time, Chris sees Benedict running to the opposite side. While running, Benedict thinks whatever, mock him all he wants. He will survive no matter what and get any revenge. He comes out of himself. Some soldiers also pinned him. Everything humiliation. Feels like some. Benedict looks as Owen looks over there and says, please come out. Owen asks if he really thinks he would be following and trusting a leader, as, please he knows where he is. He is getting closer. Owen looks over there and says, please come out. Owen asks if he really thinks he would not know he was hiding in there. He starts to cry and says he finds himself so pathetic for following and trusting a leader like him. Meanwhile, someone penetrates the sword in his body, and blood comes out. That guy puts their hand on the cave and says, come out. This walks slowly, think he not fair to him. He such invaded them to tell him Cairo did have a chance to be free of the Empire's grasp. But look at the results. Romans asked him what he had achieved. Even after forming the aristocratic faction, it did not bring any change to powers in Cairo, and he never considered the stability and safety of the country at all. Roman asks him if that is the great cause that he is talking for one first life. Roman says he is too late for this. Roman swings his sword, request imperial family, Roman timed, the king loudly said, sending his orders to Roman Dmitri, he Penseline, the Westborough, then admitted into the Royal Academy and tiered, knowledge her speaking, namely, it will take 1 to 2 days for them to get them. After Sandberg, Sarah says she Sandberg with Roman, found it as one but when they need magic tie their defense will and listening to her, Flo tries to listen moves. Vandenberg asks and cause the mana density in that happy who to choose for the very he will take this. Guys, alright, the rooftop of this building. Flora asks why he is always so eager to take on such dangerous tasks. She unearthed. He is just he puts them in field everything he can to surpass him. He same pulled. She hoped El Dimitri of the and F. Where any 3-star are soared into the world they lived in, and unable to narrow the gap but Smile thinks he will meanwhile attacks on him because blood also comes well, injured, smiles to see him. The name of this guy is Count Fabio. Then the trap they act together. High ankle. Count Fabio says team trident soldier. Flora also attacks them by back the moment plunge the Kronos Empire back over time. When the Kronos Empire saw the army led by the Romans they are snap to fall. Vanderberg asks him why he is gathering the troops. Roman their peepitudes and prepare to open and wonders if he is really Roman. Rodwell remembers the past scene when his last memory of Roman was dragged away by the security of someone. While he is not the same as he was in and to able to render everything he is just. Neil says even if they chase down the Kronos that is all of them they're no longer enough still the same. Think I heard been for him. The Western Front line would not have lasted until he arrived. Rodwell Dimitri is his blood brother. Rodwell becomes surprised and asks what he is talking about. Just like how he has built relationships with the people around him in this life and the new people he has met. He will reach out to Rodwell. Roman says to him he probably still dislikes his presence, but remember this one thing. Roman says if he follows him tomorrow, he will show the world what price they will have to pay for messing with one of the Demetris. Roman says angrily that the price of taking his eye will be numerous lines in the Kronos Empire. So remember that he is his brother. The name of this guy is Baron Chalton, belongs to the diplomatic bureau. As to Count Fabio, Crete's rebellion. Fabio Woodnayer is currently focused will enter listening to soon. An employee says to Fabio, "Sir, they will be leaving some for action," and the soldier looks back and sees those guys current prized. Fabio to the soldiers the night before, while sitting around the table, he would forces up that way. Wonders they must keep driving them in to pull themselves. They can skills of the ambitious van. Some guys use the Asura cultivation technique to attack the opponent team. Those guys become shocked to see this. Ending over there, Roman sees the fight. Rodwell wonders what is on the earth. He thinks against the Empire soldiers, who are famous for being strong. The soldiers of Dimitri are completely overwhelming them. That soldier is not special. It's just that all the soldiers of the Dimitris become monsters. And all of this started because of his brother, Roman Dimitri. Rodwell remembers the past time when Roman asked him to follow him. Standing there, stands at two groups as planned. He will bring their troops to the rear. He will stop the rest of the Kronos army coming over here. After listening to his plan, Rodwell attacked those soldiers. Implies that he understands are the ones who attacked them first, and wondered why they got down this shield wall tree's strength, and thinks, as expected of a knight of Dimitri, that they are pushing the Kronos. He is Kronos. Meanwhile, Chris swings his sword and separation made known. The opponent team, who is Kronos' 10th Knight Captain. Gustavo loudly says he will take him on continent and ranked 35 within Kronos. Gustavo take a high jump to attack at Roman with his sharp. Roman looks behind slightly. Gustavo becomes surprised to see this and thinks he cannot believe he can stand unfazed. Then Gustavo puts his hand on his belly and thinks even if he has to risk his life, is to see this and wonders if he is using the innate energy within him. Innate is a power that cannot be accumulated through human efforts. Roman thinks he studied about the continent previously. He would energy and throws it towards Roman. Gustavo becomes aggressive when he sees that he is blocked that easily. Roman put his steps hard on the floor by using the heavenly demon sword technique. Gustavo sees a lot of water moving towards him and sinks into it. He cries loudly, but no one is there to save him. This is actually a tsunami, and Gustavo fainted, fell on the floor, and was defeated. Meanwhile, Fabio appears there with his horse. Roman attacked his legs, and he fell on the floor. Fabio aggressively asks whether he thinks he can handle the consequences of killing a noble of the Empire. He will have to live his life in fear of the Empire's attempt to kill him. Roman replies he knows the price he must pay for his decisions. Fabio tries to stop him by saying he surrendered, but Roman says this ends here. Fabio thinks it seems he really intends to kill him. After that, Roman swings his sword and cuts Fabio's neck with his sword. Vandenberg looks over there and becomes suspicious. He asks what that explosion commander here. Vandenberg wonders how Chris is so certain. That is Cairo Kingdom. In a hurry, Anting contacted Vandenberg. Kill only asks help his employees to meet in Eastern Plains. He replies, yes, sir, moment of his time. He bowed his head in front of him and said he would like to apologize for only giving opinions that opposed him. He really wanted to apologize to him and says to Neil, it's all right. Blind trust on the battlefield what they have those prisoners of war. Knowingly that the Empire will never allow negotiations to take place. Not just of strength. A similar country, defeated, will have to take on all Arrow Kingdom. If Esther has been defeated, they thought they had made their stance clear, so they killed one of their Charlton. Pay the price for that. Tenzin smiled, even if King is surprised to hear Charlton. To them was, he could decide to speak Nilkyret to everyone here and all order Roman about that situation. The Empire, and if he goes to Christ, if it would not be Daniel's, that's right, really be the perfect working distraction. Genuino's Empire, who gives what he thinks towards him, and says he is after. Roman calls to Fabius. Roman turns his face towards him, and says he is after something by volunteering to be an envoy. Tell him what he is after. Fabius replies he knows he would not be able to ask him to trust someone like him who switched sides blindly. He closes his eyes and says he promises him here. He, Fabius, only serves him from now on. Please think of his volunteering to be a part of the envoy as his act of loyalty. He does not expect to be treated the same as the men under him. However, please feel free to make use of him and his title as the Count from now on. Fabius arrogantly says if staying by his side means that he can become someone powerful, rich, and famous, he shall do anything for him. After listening to him, Roman thinks his proposal is so ridiculously honest. Fabius kneels in front of him and says, "Please take him in." Roman looks at him and thinks the fact that he is able to suggest something like that means that he is completely aware of how he treats his people. He likes him more and more. Roman smiles and says, as one of his people, he will receive all that he desires. A few days later, Count Fabius moves towards his destination with some soldiers. Roman sees him standing on the rooftop and seems happy. A guy calls Fabius and asks him how he managed to survive even after betraying the one he served. He says, honestly, he doesn't understand it. It would have been normal for him to be in a rut right now. He asks how he not only survived, but also stood by the side of another powerful person. After listening to him, Fabius replies that people never seem to understand this. Even in betrayal, there is a certain beauty. Those who rise up to power already have faithful subordinates before they get to where they are. That is why he always swears his loyalty and shows his sincerity. He says there should be someone who would boldly sacrifice themselves in a situation where even loyal subordinates would waver. To Fabius thinks it's Dimitri and his employee. Powerful energy despite being in the 7th night. After reaching arrived, one of the Xiki emanates such. Fabius died and look at the builders' loyalty. But maybe Fabius and his employee stand outside and look at the building. A soldier says to Fabius to please follow him. Fabius follows him and is surprised to see the pattern. To think he emanates such a powerful energy despite being in the 7th night. Fabius thinks he can tell from his energy that he is stronger than Count Nicholas. After reaching and arrived beyond the heavy immediately if he misspoke even one word, feel the pressure that is suffocating. Guy applies force to already told Kairos to send rock. He orders to not wish for an all head dead. Fullness spoke while treading. Roman said that even if the 6 kingdoms exclude just hurting the pride of those who are treading very close between the lines of not sounding servile, but not hurting the pride of those who listened. He mentioned that the Kronos Empire did not have enough justified reasons to interfere with Kairos. Roman said that even if the 6 kingdoms formed an alliance and went to an all-out war with the Kronos Empire, they would still win. The problem would come after the war. Roman said to Fabius that Kronos, whose strength is weakened, would have no choice but to be worked about going to war with Valhalla, a situation where they had no choice but to think about the moment Valhalla was mentioned. This is the best choice they can make, so Cairo wishes for peace. Fabius says respectfully if the Kronos Empire still desires a war in spite of this, then please cut off his head. After listening to Fabius, the king says he has put some thought into this. Fabius listens to the king, who says to him, if they release the prisoners of war they captured from their empire, they will overlook what happened this time. But the punishment for Roman Dimitri is a separate matter. After listening to the king, Emperor of Cronan did this and try to assassinate Sir Roman. He will not work his ability. He did great. Fabius asked if he had foreseen that this would happen. Roman turns his face, looks at him, and says the Kronos Empire had never backed down from what they wanted before, since their goal was he from the start. Fabius asks if this is really okay. Life of Kronos set country by conspiring with the Kronos Empire. Implies if there was anyone in this country says he is far too smiles the Kronos Empire has Kronos Empire. Then the wrath of the Daniel permits blood. Gustavo, Count Gregory is way less insignificant. If peace has a future stands, Ocean's Empire. country. Count Denver looks at the hanging ropes and annoyingly says he empire to the Empire. Compared to the Empire, he is a complete nobody. If talking about Gustavo, he is only ranked 78 within the continent. Standing near the hanging rope, Denver says that within Valhalla, there are countless stronger people that he would not even be able to ignore. He asks if he thinks he can handle those monsters. Denver says aggressively that even if his talks with the Kronos Empire are adhere, the soldiers put ropes on the continent are both hanged because of their sins. That was how the three factions of Cairo walked to him, who says he drove away the Kronos Empire title risked their life. Kneel, he shall raise not. This is a war that was got power gave them. They must stop how they're on their own fees. Roman Dimitri is not someone that Cairo can contain. Instead of treating the Demetrius as a dukedom, Daniel Cairo will gladly, as Daniel says, he declares the Eastern onceless. Someone is talking long who could look someone in the continent the top. All people, even higher that begin next the whole know of Sir Roman. No, reducedom. Review for him to become the hero of the continent. A guy standing near the window looks outside and says that for him to become the hero of the continent, Roman Climb lived his life so far. As he gathered people who were interested in what Roman did, Henry Albert's value also increased, but not even dare to look at in the of him and stop reality. It was thanks to the devotion of the heroes of Cairo on the thankful. The reason people are so obsessed with him is because it was a simple reason. They know that he has contacted the royal family on behalf of Sir Roman. If even the professor of the royal how the names of heroes who talked, his mission was to spread the achievements of Roman Dimitri throughout the world. While taking a drink, a guy says to Roman tell the world. A guy stands at the Dimitri territory. This is Rodwell, who looks up and wonders how many years it has been. Because of a newcomer's mistake, at real those guys thinks he no longer. This is Romero's office. Father says the reason he has called the two now ability and says he would like to is more. They're saying that kind as commoners well become this could act him become Roman the favor holder. This is his last request yet. The target into the ground for a while. Roman since to had so distant moves towards him and something that he help him. It's why he should look about. Kronos Empire not protect themselves. Roman looks down and says that up until now, he may have been able to plow through with his own strength, but as time goes by, that will inevitably hit his limits. If the Empire leads its army to attack them, he must go onto the battlefield. Roman says to him that Roel Dimitri is his brother, his blood. If another person is needed to lead Demetrius while he is away, he puts a hand on his shoulder and says he hopes that he will be that person. After listening to him, Rodwell starts to think something. The four kingdoms that are in the southern part they Roman Dimitri Royal Pharaoh Empire must know the serv and if the and says this asked the Dimitri asks if it of Umberto. She graduated from a asks if the country. He says smilingly. Ringo bowed his kingdom. Find their the only kingdom on the same level as Dimitri's dukedom is a smilingly. They do not need to discuss that here. He puts his hand on his wife's hand and says, as long it's a woman that his son likes, to him. Felix turns his face and sees that this is Baron Larson. Felix asks him if he is representing the Frank king. Suddenly disappeared. They came there. Larson Felix says they have found someone active standing over there. While reluctant, there will be clashes between them by them master, the Hector guest, Edwin Hector, and he belongs to the Hector kingdom. He says to Roman, it's been too long. Edwin contracts with Roman to establish the Dimitri dukedom. Roman sits and listens to Edwin, who says he is truly incredible. To think he would resolve the rebellion within Cairo so quickly and even drive away the Kronos Empire. Roman says he doesn't think they are in a relationship where they would speak of embarrassing there and says he is right. Make that. He knows that this does not make it an excuse for starting the war. But right after the war ended, they discovered that the famine had been created artificially. There were reports that the land turned black. Hackers found out something that the black magic Hector in the future. So, to stop the ambitions of the Kronos Empire, the Hector kingdom would like to join hands. Country's intelligence barely found this information, yet he already knew of it. Roman says he had information from his own intelligence, and it was pretty obvious who stood to benefit the most from the bloodshed between their countries. However, Roman asks why he should agree to a proposal suggested by Hector. Roman asks if he is rejecting their proposal. Roman says he is asking here whether Hector is in a position to make such a proposal. Hector has been driven into a corner. He needs time to restore the dry lands in their country. with only the fines provided by the heavenly palace to Hector, knows about each other happily. Lies he would not deny the fact that it not their plan. Roman asked her if he can guarantee. Edwin does not reply to him, which is a sand castle if he was the Empire. Human relationships are complicated. Side their faces are starting to be shaken. He has tried to behind slightly, though she thinks her ages, instability, hero, and a Hector as well. After listening to him, Edwin thinks he is correct. The Kingdom Alliance is just a sandcastle that no one knows when might collapse. Roman looks at him and says he does know that Hector is sincere about this proposal. Unlike the other kingdoms, he has enough reasons to seek revenge upon Kronos. Sitting there, Edwin listens to Roman actively, who says the question now is whether the Hector itself has any value since he is currently in a weakened state. Let him ask him this again. Roman asks if there is a reason for the Demetrius to join hands with Hector. Edwin replies smilingly, he knows as well that Hector will crumble from within at this rate by themselves. As he has said, Hector does not deserve to lead this plan. But that does not mean they intend to give up on their revenge. Edwin says to Roman he asked him for the reason. Edwin stands and says wars are all about attrition. Even the Demetrius will need sacrificial lambs to open up a path for him. He bows that Hector will always stand at the forefront of this war. Compared to the Kingdom Alliance, which only looks good on the outside, Roman says, please remember the vow he just made to him. Edwin opens the door of this room and says to Roman that when he first met him on the battlefield, he knew that he had met an unexpected variable that he could not handle for the first time in his life. Because he spent time in the heavenly palace and worked himself to his bones so that he could become an unexpected variable, just as he is. Hector will definitely become stronger than they are now. The explosive mana that's seething within him. He has become incomparably stronger than he was before within it. Flora sat with high result. He of the fit there and capture that he could from such her from the did not if she cannot come in gold experience as child. Chris asks what he intends to do with her. Sitting there, Roman replies Flora Lawrence is a useful resource, but to let her into his army is a separate matter. Tell Flora that in a week from now, if she joins the training and proves that she is suited for their army, he will officially accept her. Chris understood him and thought he was basically rejecting her. Early in the morning, many guys run fast and huff. Flora also runs fast and thinks angrily. She cannot believe that running alone is an hour long. It's really too much, and even so, it will probably be done soon. Chris runs so fast, and she is surprised to see him. Chris looks behind her and says to her that she will be ranked according to the sequence of her arrival, so she runs fast. She sees that they all run fast, but she is still slow. She huffs, stops there, and thinks if that is the case that she has to run fast. It means they listen to Chris actively, who said to do and is obviously directed at run, pairing with each other as training. Thing is how efficient on them. Flora is resting on their soldiers through training that is too harsh. Need to get impatient, tired due to her lack of stamina. He can see her willpower to complete the training better than this era that she was in 9 out of 10 times. Roman smiles to listen to him. Half at the Dimitri Castle alleyway, somewhere, and he's the Sven. The security is things are so wrong here, guys. Dimitri. It's because crime of the gift. After a while, a guy stands will lead. They are the predators in the dark. He appears in the Dimitri's palace. Soldier with his sword. Suddenly, that soldier slightly looks aside and stops his attack. He contacts the call and informs management that intruders have been discovered near the castle walls. After that, Sierra is surprised to hear from one soldier who says an enemy has appeared. Sierra's other 2 companions also try to go inside, but the soldiers tell them to stop right there. Sierra looks behind and says to his friends they will be taking them down quickly and getting out of here. Meanwhile, someone comes towards them slowly and says, it's a pleasure to meet him, Sierra, Vice Master of the Assassination Guild, Ecorch. Sierra looks over there and does not remember about this guy. He removes the mask from his face and says he is the master of the house sect. He smiles and says his name is Lucas. Sierra thinks the house sect is the information guild that works in Cairo. Sierra asks him what they guys are doing here. Lucas replies they know that they guys stepped into Dimitri's territory and the plaza belong to their order. All active lose their lives if they stay here any longer and enter each other's. To see this, Sierra becomes surprised. He thinks they are strong, as expected. Lucas stands near the dead. After listening to him, Sierra asks if she thinks he has won. inner castle and kills on the floor. Lucas asks him if he has any other information. Sierra is surprised to know that he already knows about it. Blood spreads there from the window. The sword at Dimitri's inner guild. Not only has she completed all 9 assassination missions, smart person and uses the familiar room and stops near someone's bed. She plead with this. Meanwhile, Roman asks her if she is the one who controls the rat. After listening to him, she becomes more aggressive, tries to attack him with her dagger, and thinks it's too late. Failure does not exist in her dictionary. Roman moves aside the dagger with his single finger, then she feels a jerk and forcefully moves backside. She was surprised to see that he did nothing but just use his finger to stop her attack. She sees that a huge amount of aura comes out of his body and spreads in the room. She becomes shocked to see him, and suddenly, her body is cut into many pieces. She becomes frightened and drags herself to the backside. She puts a hand on her neck, huffing, and thinks that it is an illusion. Roman gets up and says she is noisy for an assassin. Roman attacks her with one hand. She thinks she must run away because this mission is a failure, and he grabs that gadget. Meanwhile, high-intensity light. While running, she thinks this is a mission that's bound to fail, even with all the members of the Escort Guild. Sees Chris standing there, and hides her to avoid the most for the Roman assassination. Her injured hand, she runs and thinks she will have to escape to look over there. A guy standing there, a red aura revolving around his body, smiles and says it's she. Looking towards her dead companions, he says he is glad to see them. He asks her if she knows how worried he is that she might escape using another route. This is Kevin, who looks at her actively and asks if she lost that arm to Sir Roman. She looks at him angrily. She takes a high jump toward him and tries to attack him. She thinks he is coming from above, but he has to dodge it. Kevin stops her attack on the floor. Felix slashes apart piece by piece. After listening to him, a week later, she will tell him everything. She says to him annoyingly, "Please just kill her." This is Lucas, who smiles and says they have zero intentions of doing that, because all the wounds inflicted on her will become an example for those who try to mess with Dimitris. She wonders if this is a medicine or poison. Lucas drinks that liquid forcefully and says his lord had already left for the Chronos, is thinking of letting her go. At Ekorch's headquarters, tells him annoyance. Price not been able to contact them at all, asking Roman support of Chronos. Candles light behind. Braha draws out his Hollow Knight nails, enhanced protect. He tries to draw out something else to attack him, but Roman uses magic and applies Ekorch. Any of them trying to press that for him. They're coming here because he pressed that emergency button. Braha asks if he thinks he can take them all alone. Roman replies to him, there are only about 30 plus assassins that remain in Ekorch's headquarters. Excluding those that are out on missions, that's probably the number of assassins that he has here. After listening to him, Braha says he already knows the total number of assassins that Ekorch has. Roman smiles and asks what he thinks of coming into this place. Roman had already killed all those people before coming here. Roman pointed toward Braha with his hand and threw him against the wall forcefully. After that, Braha falls to the floor, and Roman turns to the other side. He looks over there actively and holds a letter. He thinks Ekorch is an assassin organization whose main client is the Chronos Empire. While reading the letter, it belongs to Calderon Drake. Another Category 1 assassination belongs to Count Rondon. After reading these names, Roman thinks that one of those names is the first son of the Umberto military leader, and another of Redford's wealthiest men. After reading the information, Roman burns that letter and thinks, and he starts to see what Chronos is after. At the same time, in the Assassination Guild, Dante Cairo branch, someone tells the soldier to contact Ekorch with them. There is not getting through. Need. This is Charlton, who says that Roman is shocked to listen to him and thinks it's not possible. He uses them as bait, the guy that they are after his life, reputationally thanks to Ekorch. She tries to say her mouth. She remembered the time when Lucas forcefully made her situation so she would contact Chronos. Roman is someone who is way more dangerous. She does not want to tell him that. The pathetic. After that, and passes of the trees, Roman asks if they are the 3 shadows that grew by feeding off the darkness of Chronos. Roman thinks, as expected, that the Chronos Emperor has mobilized the most dangerous people they have in order to kill him. One of the guys asks when he detects their presence. Roman smiles and replies from the start. After listening to him, they all collectively move toward Roman to attack him. Roman also draws out his sword and swings it towards them. He cuts the arm of that guy with his sword and thinks his attacks are not working at them. That's why he will have to move faster. Stops there, looks at him, and he has felt something similar back in the Manwha. Other lived the crowd him to attack him. He will with his full energy slowly disappear, and their leader becomes shocked to see this and wonders how did he stop the regeneration. Looking at Roman, he thinks the only thing that can affect black magic that uses black aura would be attacks that contain after the bodies of the shadows to their is that when though they become smoke action. Trick 2. Flow. Only pursue strength. Guy Station is out. While running with the consideration that he would become several folds stronger than all happening, and looks at him angry shadows already. That guy tells him everything on the Kyra. That guy 18 shadow and asks credible that there pitches his hand they would us over there and be turned until he dies. Plans to use when he assesses he want to kill listening to his says to check in venom. He says aggressively to his employees. It's an organization on the ill-fied. Mateo falls this poison at a prisoner, and he screams loudly. Mateo becomes surprised and poison. After listening to him, Charlton thinks it's poison that even the poison made says Roman is very clearly what consider a hero. Roman lands on the rooftop eaten belonged to some at them recklessly. Time. Roman opens the letter and reads it. The Fagin was 6-star swordsman, ranked number 6 and smilingly. Kronos and Valhalla definitely have stark different Orculus. Now that the and Apple the certainty of says tiny 100-day spread within the assassination themselves with just one precedent. Kevin wonders if watching him normally future. In order to deal with the Meanwhile, Kevin looks aside because he listens to someone who says they have managed to develop a magic circle that can increase the mana density at some of Aura Knights in theory. Well, Felix looks over there and says to him that Leader is an empty him. After 15 days, in the evening, be careful. Comes surprised appears see that this energy is an explosion. Felix after a while is moved in front of fell rigged with trap. That time begins the more danger goes on the track. Both sides are moving. After that to him is no guess says to the Demetrian try this mountain range it. Don't try to force the laws of humans onto them. Roman is surprised to see he is a dwarf. While holding his weapon, the dwarf sees and wonders, but what he needs is certainty that if asked us. He asks him if he can take a look at that sword. He says please show him from I leave a sword like placement who made this sword. If that is true, is to learn the heavy hand try to see the floor. Kneel be that. The leader says it is a harmonious realm where nest in a be a tree that lived and no one gets bored and asks if he can get to the point. Mount in the mountains put how he can transpire boulder after listening Citry household is a blast previously led him to the of the mountain. Not even careful. He thinks regardless all looks like a small surpasses with the hands also start to burn. That would he actively looks one who has received him with him. After a while surprised to see that Roman has really succeeded. Roman looks at it and then gives it to the leader. Brown Boulder thinks there his other employee the Roman will not Porsche to good use. Yellow-haired guy in 15 days. Partiations at home from same things as Ying and his eyes father when he was a child. By to resolve he went and refused and thinks strong. The front of the hut to meet with him comes out and says he was just about to come out. He had a good time that as it's a great pleasure. Roman thinks about Rondon. Count Rondon is Kronos' top assassination target request at his first meeting. Bank no kingdom alliance he has that's from other tracks to be different from the ads. That's why he decided to appear as the complete opposite of him. People relive their kingdoms people suffer time treasure for saying that to do how there's a operative words of the his friend replied even he will holiday absent to listen to hear in his absence. Loudly Roman looks at him wish to show make that while Roman only will fall in until Purge's family. Aya sat over there, did out of kind showing that it or said, came mild to Yu Hyan died, Beek Junhyuk turned the slums up Hyan. He did not Junhyuk thinned, sacrifice, eventually, it would be forced on him. Out head in front of this go safely at the trip and if the people happen serve the people the efforts usually many people that guy loudly orders protect the carriage and think shocked to see this. Lucas moves in a circular motion and a blue aura comes out from his sword blade. The soldier sees that a child tries to attack him by showing him his dagger. That child throws mud toward his face. He closes his eyes, blinks, and sits on the ground. Meanwhile, a lot of blood as they penetrates his neck, ill towards him. To see his in the carriage, out of it, citizens of Redford jump to attack him and Jacqueline says to everyone, this is the jackpot. There is gold, so when the train becomes on his army the Dutch and thinks he will send Lucation. He heard a rumor that the Rondon family is trying to siphon off effect ends up loud name and one of them asked Redford and thinks what was doing the right. The executor Redford needed something's task empty. Executors throw wide the chi of Dimively for being late. Roman listened into him, know how things better than executor showing that another's obligation to therefore asks what he know the list debt relates they to making Richard Redford will enter saying this him the for thanks asks to him about the gold and the after hearing the news, the group that had attacked him had already distributed the gold now. About the tree. Now, after that, listening to him, Rondon thinks Roman is right. He will not follow the Count's method. The doors of the peeved in the people. 100 things of war. That no one treat him. And 10,000 Romans feel that stand everyone. Let's enjoy this moment to saw the match for them. In fact, they are nothing special. Those guys listen to someone shouting. This is Chris, whose army comes with him, and he orders them to find Jacqueline and bring him here to him. Jacqueline is surprised to know that they are here to capture him. To see the soldiers, those guys draw out their swords. A guy takes a high jump to attack Chris and says don't mess with the hero of Redford. Meanwhile, Chris swings his sword, a counterattack on him, and blood spreads there. That girl starts to scream to see this, angrily says that the emblem is not Redford's. Chris says arrogantly, from now on, anyone who stands in their way will be executed in front of him. Chris holds his head. Those guys start to shout to see this, dare save them. Everyone moves towards him, and he says he will punish this criminal. Jacqueline's crime is inciting the citizens and leading the revolt to tree. If seen and heard, he quietly listens to the people. Says Jacqueline immediately. Roman angrily asks what evidence they have to support their claim. Jacqueline says annoyingly that it is not even 10,000 gold. He was trying to smuggle 100,000 gold. Count Rondon is the idiot that all of Redford knows about. Prized to see it, and then opened it to read. Jacqueline reads it loudly that the Golden Bank confirms that Roman Dimitri of the Dimitri family has repaid the 1,10,000 gold that the Redford Kingdom borrowed from the Golden Bank as evidenced in receiving an ultimatum from the Golden Bank action. 100. After reading that all, Count Rondon amassed wealth of greater. Roman says to the people that they all just believed the bad rumors spread by Baron Dread. Roman looks at those guys and asks what exactly they have seen or experienced. He asks if it is because he is not starving like them, or if he is blaming him.